Chapter 1 Study hard and make progress every day. Chapter 1 Study hard and make progress every day. The pink-haired Loli sat silently by the river, looking at her own reflection on the surface of the river. The face reflected in the river was very cute, with a small nose, a small mouth, delicate features, fair skin, and especially the pair of emerald green eyes that were as clear as emeralds. With green eyes and cherry pink hair, she looks like an exquisite doll. Loli has been sitting here for a long time. Even after a month, she still couldn't believe that this was a done deal. He is a 1.85 meter tall southern man. She is a sweet Lolita who is 1.19 meters tall. It's the same person. Are you kidding me? In my previous life, I only used the ninja war Harano Sakura, and the opponent's stand used the spiritual power and combo skills to tear it all the way to the Super Shadow 3000 points. I like playing Ninja Sakura, I don't want to be Ninja Sakura, you bastard. Thinking of this, Sakura couldn't help but feel sad. She picked up a stone beside her and threw it hard into the river. With a splash, ripples appeared on the surface of the river, and then it gradually returned to calm, reflecting Sakura's face again, as if mocking her incompetence. Sakura! The voice of this body's father was heard calling from afar. Sakura looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man with a starfish hairstyle waving at her from a bridge not far away. Harano Takashi, Sakura's father. Coming. Sakura responded weakly, then stood up and walked slowly towards Harano Zhao. Sakura, don't go to the river alone next time. What if you fall into the water? Harano Zhao looked at his daughter with a pair of dead fish eyes and spoke earnestly. However, if my father is here, it will be a different story. After all, my father can solve everything. Changing the subject, Harano Zhao patted his chest with a smug expression on his face. Looking at the man with the ridiculous starfish hair in front of her, Harano Sakura pursed her lips and sighed weakly. Yes. By the way, Sakura seems to be in a bad mood recently. Yes. Is it because you didn't sleep well last night? Yes. Do you want Daddy to sing nursery rhymes for you tonight? Yes. Absolutely not. Sakura realized it later and immediately refused. Ha 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 ha, this is the energetic Sakura. You've been looking listless these days. Mom is really worried. Harano Zhao looked at his daughter who almost jumped up in front of him, smiled and touched Sakura's head. Sakura looked at the man in front of her who was laughing and pursed her lips. It turns out that I have unintentionally made them worry. Looking at her own delicate and white little hands, Harano Sakura sighed in her heart. I looked at the sunset setting in the sky with some melancholy. Goodbye, my second brother. Goodbye, my happiness. Mom made Sakura's favorite dumplings tonight. Seeing his daughter showing such a melancholy look, Harano Zhao immediately became flustered and made all kinds of faces towards Harano Sakura, trying to make his daughter happy. Looking at the man in front of her who was clumsily making her laugh, Harano Sakura pursed her lips and took the initiative to hold his hand. Then let's go home quickly and don't let Mom wait anxiously. Okay. By the way, Sakura, do you want to be lifted up high? You can see farther by sitting on Daddy's broad shoulders. As he said this, Harano aka patted his not-so-broad shoulders and made some funny poses to show his strength. No. Harano Sakura refused with an expressionless face. Ah? Why is this like this? Harano Zhao's entire appearance was grey and pale, and he looked very decadent. Looking at the man in front of her, Harano Sakura had every reason to suspect that he was a daughter slave. The father and daughter walked along the river in the dusk towards the direction called home. Glancing at the man beside her, a hint of helplessness flashed across her emerald eyes. Let the past be the past. But if you want her to be a bootlicker and get married, absolutely, there are no doors. When passing by a river bank, a small figure came into Harano Sakura's sight. He looks like he is of the same age as Harano Sakura, with the spiky blonde hair and a white short-sleeved shirt with a red swirl pattern on it. It's him. Haruno Sakura glanced at the destined protagonist. She was in a low mood at the moment and didn't pay any attention to his thoughts. It's that child. Sakura, you must avoid that child from now on. It's a bad sign. Away from the spiky blonde-haired man, Haruno Zhao's voice rang out. Sakura looked up in surprise. If anything happened to Sakura, Mom and Dad would be very worried after all. Seeing the serious look on the other person's face, Haruno Sakura subconsciously retorted, but isn't he also a child of the same age as me? If it was really a bad sign, Hokage-sama wouldn't have allowed him to stay in the village. They are just rumors. Haruno Sakura shook her head. Seeing his daughter speak like this, Haruno Zhao did not refute but thought for a while. Sakura is very compassionate. But compared to whether it's a rumor or not, what Dad doesn't want is for Sakura to get hurt. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura didn't say much, just perfunctorily said I know. After all, this stepfather was doing it for my own good, so I couldn't say much. That night the cherry pink-haired loli squeezed in her bed and looked at the starry sky through the window. She could feel that her insignificant chakra was gathering on her forehead bit by bit, and this behavior was almost completely passive. Once there is excess chakra, it will automatically go to the center of the forehead. Not a single cent is wasted. Burying her face in the quilt, Haruno Sakura had a headache. This is probably my golden finger for traveling through time. Yin Seal, the art of 100 heroes. But if the Yin Seal was formed before she became Tsunade's apprentice at the age of 12, how the hell is she going to explain this? Also, why do I like to play Ninja Wars Sakura, play as Otsutsuki Momoshiki? Otsutsuki Kinshiki is not stronger than Ninja Wars Sakura. Hateful. Looking at the stars in the sky, the pair of emerald green eyes are flowing. We need to find a way to rationalize the explanation of this Yin Seal. But how to do this? My brain exploded. However, a mere 6-year-old kid could actually obtain the Yin Seal. He must have been caught and interrogated by Konoha's interrogation department. Then 108 tortures were used in turn. Suddenly, the pink loli sat up on the bed. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in his eyes. Study well. Make progress every day, become a talented enough genius. Gain the favor of Konoha's high-ranking officials, and then find a way to practice the Yin Seal. Damn it, even though I've been reincarnated as a girl, I still have to study hard. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Different Sakura. Chapter 2 A different Sakura. A so-called ninja is someone who uses chakra to fight. And I taught you how to use chakra last week. Any classmates remember? It was the first class of the morning at the ninja school. Irika, who had a scar on his nose, planned to review the courses he had mentioned before with these little kids before giving the lecture. Irika looked around the classroom. Some students were playing with the dog, some were in a daze, and some were eating snacks secretly. Seeing this scene, a well-shaped sign popped up on Irika's forehead. Just when he was about to get angry, a small hand was raised. Okay, Sakura-san, you answer. Seeing the little girl in the class raise her hand, Irika looked much better. Chakra is a type of energy extracted from a person's physical strength combined with their spiritual strength. With the help of seals, it can be. Haruno Sakura described the so-called chakra with an expressionless face. Since you have decided to be the best, you naturally cannot miss any opportunity to stand out. Although this was inconsistent with Sakura's personality, she tried her best to get the Yin Seal. Exactly. Please take a seat. Irika asked Sakura to sit down, then looked at the people at the back of the classroom and tried to suppress the urge to beat them up. Naruto. Kaiba. Koji. Stand outside the classroom. Sakura Haruno watched all this expressionlessly, took out her notes and watched Irika start the morning lecture. If you have any questions you don't understand, raise your hand and ask questions immediately, and never miss any blind spots in knowledge. After a whole morning, Haruno Sakura sighed as she looked at her notebook filled with notes. There is a long way to go. Hey, Sakura, you seem to be extra serious today. A beige head popped over and exclaimed in amazement at the densely packed contents on the notebook. When have I ever not been serious? Harano Sakura closed her notebook and looked at Yamanaka Ino, who came over. I mean, you are extra serious today. Yamanaka Ino spoke seriously. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something surprising, looking at Harano Sakura's casually draped pink hair. Where's the headband I gave you earlier? It's too troublesome to wear it every day, so I don't wear it. Harano Sakura put her notebook on the desk, took out her lunch box, and spoke to herself. Hey? I feel like Sakura is a different person today. Yamanaka Ino curiously came up to Harano Sakura and looked at her carefully. Not only was she not wearing a headband, she wasn't wearing a little skirt either. She was just wearing an ordinary black short-sleeved shirt, white ninja pants, and a pair of ninja shoes. Simple, just like a boy. Is it? Harano Sakura was calm and composed, ignoring Yamanaka Ino, who was clinging to her. She just planned to go out and find a quiet place to eat, and then find a place to practice chakra control techniques. After all, she has already refined the chakra, so basic training such as climbing trees and treading water can be put on the agenda. Sakura! Wait for me! Seeing Sakura Harano walking outside alone, Yamanaka Ino hurriedly chased after her. Under a big tree at the edge of the playground, Harano Sakura sat quietly eating the heart-warming dumplings made by her mother. And Yamanaka Ino was still sticking to her and chattering. Harano Sakura didn't hate her. Since she had chosen to accept her fate, she had to choose to accept it. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from a distance. In the shadows, I saw several ninja school students surrounding a blonde boy and pointing at him, and then the two sides started fighting after a disagreement. There was no doubt that the blonde boy was beaten. Seeing this scene, Ino beside him couldn't help but speak. That person was bullied again. Her tone was calm, and it was obvious that she had experienced this kind of thing many times and was no longer surprised. Why do you all want to bully him? Harano Sakura swallowed the food in her mouth and suddenly spoke. Xiaoying, what's wrong with you today? Why are you asking such a question? Ino looked at her best friend with a puzzled look on her face. Harano Sakura has encountered this kind of situation many times in her daily life, right? Sakura is so weird today. Looking at the ninja school students who were obviously older than the golden-haired boy, Harano Sakura put down the chopsticks in her hand and walked over step by step. After all, he is my future teammate and savior, so I should help him if I can. Sakura, what are you going to do? Ino couldn't help feeling anxious as she watched Sakura Harano walking towards the shadow. What happened to Sakura today? Stop! A clear voice let out a childish low cry. This made everyone's eyes turn to Harano Sakura. The golden-haired boy who was lying on the ground at this moment also looked over subconsciously. A pink-haired girl stood in the sun, looking at this side righteously. The other person's pink hair shone so brightly in the sun that the golden-haired boy could hardly open his eyes. What? It's just a girl. The leading ninja student looked at Harano Sakura with disdain, his tone frivolous and indifferent. Get out of here now, or I'll beat you up too. The rest of the gang also looked at Harano Sakura with displeasure. I've already told Irika-sensei that you're bullying here. If you don't want to be called the parents, you'd better let him go. Sakura Harano looked at the thugs calmly, her fists clenched. The few remaining chakras had gathered in her hands. What? You want to help this kid with such a lame excuse? Do you know who he is? The other party obviously sneered at Harano Sakura's words and didn't care. After saying that, he kicked the golden-haired boy on the ground. No matter who he is, it is wrong for you to bully him. This goes against the will of fire of Hokage-sama. Harano Sakura's beautiful eyebrows were twisted together. Tisk, take care of her. Seeing that Harano Sakura mentioned the will of fire, the leading ninja school student's face did not look very good, and he directly ordered his two younger brothers to rush towards Harano Sakura. Danger! Get out of the way! The golden-haired boy on the ground finally spoke. Looking at the ninja student who was obviously 1 or 2 years older than her rushing towards her, Harano Sakura's expression did not change at all. Fighting is what she is best at, he exhaled lightly, then punched the opponent in the face with his fist filled with chakra. Bang! To everyone's surprise, the ninja school student flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground. Harano Sakura looked at the scene in a daze. Is her strength so great? Wow! Sakura, you're amazing! At this moment, Ino jumped out and praised Harano Sakura. Boss, it's the eldest daughter of the Yamanaka family. The other party obviously knew Ino's identity and spoke hesitantly. Tisk, this kid is lucky, let's go. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, The Introverted Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 3, The Introverted Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, are you okay? Sakura Harano came to the golden-haired boy and helped him up. Thank you, thank you. Looking at the pink-haired girl in front of him, the golden-haired boy spoke awkwardly and uncomfortably. By the way, my name is Harano Sakura. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Harano, Sakura. The old man wearing a red hat watched this scene from afar and couldn't help but be lost in thought. Originally, he just had the urge to go to the ninja school to see how the new sprouts of Konoha were growing, but he didn't expect to come across such a scene. The little girl with pink hair aroused the old man's interest. Strictly speaking, this little girl named Harano Sakura was the first person to show kindness to Uzumaki Naruto, besides himself and Irika. Moreover, the method of gathering chakra in the fist to make the punch more powerful reminded the old man of someone. Go, check this child's information. The old man spoke to the air around him. Yes. Along with a dull response, something seemed to be missing around the old man. After enduring another afternoon, Harano Sakura and Ino were walking back in the sunset. Sakura, you look so handsome this afternoon. What? Ino made a fist-pumping motion in a very realistic manner, then said with a grin, just one punch and the guy was knocked away. As expected of you, Sakura. Looking at Ino's funny actions, Harano Sakura couldn't help but laugh. The other person's strange appearance reminded her of her adopted father, but in terms of pleasing to the eye, 10 Harano Zhao could not compare to 1 Yamanaka Ino. There is no way around it, the natural advantages are here. Hey, Sakura, you finally smiled. Looking at the smiling Harano Sakura, Ino immediately came up to her and smiled. You've been so serious all day, I don't even dare to speak. Ino hugged Harano Sakura's arm with a complaining look on her face. That's because I want to study hard. Harano Sakura sighed softly. Thinking of the yin seal that might appear at any time, she felt a headache. If she was discovered, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Only by becoming stronger and better, entering the vision of Konoha's top leaders, and obtaining the yin seal, will there be a chance to explain. Or maybe I don't need to go to the torture department. Wait. At a fork in the road, Ino was about to say goodbye to Harano Sakura when she heard a shout from behind. The two looked back and saw a golden-haired boy running towards them in a hurry. Who else could it be if not Uzumaki Naruto? Hey, Sakura helped you today, but you can't keep pestering me, right? Looking at the dirty Uzumaki Naruto in front of her, Ino said with some displeasure. Because he was pinned to the ground and beaten today, and Naruto was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, it seemed that the other person was not clean. No, it's not. Looking at Ino's unhappy look, Uzumaki Naruto retorted in panic. Ino, that's not what he meant. Looking at Ino's self-righteous look, Harano Sakura knew that it was simply because of her spoiled young lady's temper, and not that she was really unreasonable. Uzumaki-san, what's going on? Harano Sakura gave a polite smile. She knew the other person's temper very well. Although he was a little introverted at this stage, he would be a complete social bull when he grew up. And the other person would not do anything rude. Apart from chasing myself. Harano Sakura felt like a string in her brain broke. She didn't seem to have thought of this before. If Ino pursues her, then Harano Sakura might still hesitate, after all, she is a girl now. But if it was Uzumaki Naruto? Sorry, man, stand aside. Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice the change in Harano Sakura's expression. He shyly took out a small piece of paper from his pocket and said, "Grandpa said that if someone helps you, you should give them a gift to express your gratitude. This is the most precious thing I have. Please accept it." After saying that, Uzumaki Naruto handed the small note in his hand to Harano Sakura. A crumpled Ichiraku ramen coupon. Looks like this has been kept by this guy for a long time. Because the handwritten date on it is 3 months past due. What? It's just a coupon. What's so precious about it? Ino came over to take a look, looking a little disgusted. Thanks. Looking at the coupon in front of her, Harano Sakura was silent for a moment, but still accepted it with a smile. After saying goodbye to Ino and Uzumaki Naruto, Harano Sakura looked at the crumpled coupon in her hand, feeling speechless. Fortunately, the other party will be with Hinata in the end, and I just need to survive his pursuit. It didn't take long anyway, but only 10 years. What the hell, what a terrible decade. Harano Sakura just felt that her life was dark and she felt like crying but had no tears. If I hadn't helped him, would I not have to endure the pain of being chased for 10 years? Looking at the crumpled coupon in her hand, Harano Sakura felt like crying but had no tears. She wanted to throw it away, but she waved her hand and the coupon was still in her hand. After all, it is someone else's kindness, and it would not be nice to throw it away. Forget it, I'll just throw it in the drawer later. The pink-haired loli shook her head and sighed, then walked towards home with difficult steps. Little did Harano Sakura know that everything she did was seen by a pair of eyes. What a good boy! In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the dejected little loli in the crystal ball with satisfaction, and a satisfied smile appeared on his old face. He couldn't help but think of the Yandere and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. Also 1 gold and 1 red. Although the one in front of you is pink, it's not a big problem. And judging from today's performance, it is also remarkable. He is able to take the initiative to help his classmates, listen attentively in class, and has a gentle and friendly personality. Sarutobi Hiruzen could almost see some of the shadow of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze in the other person. As for strength, this is secondary. Xiaoying, why are you so listless again today? Looking at the beige-haired woman in front of her, Harano Mako, her mother, Sakura sighed, put down her chopsticks and said, "I went to the backyard to practice." Harano Zhao looked at his listless daughter, and he and his wife looked at each other with confusion on their faces. "I was obviously made happy by him yesterday, so what happened today?" Harano Mako looked at her daughter thoughtfully, then said confidently, "This is definitely the case." The confession was rejected. Nanny. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Reach the top step by step. Chapter 4, Reach the top step by step. When Harano Zhao hurriedly came to the backyard of his house and found his baby daughter, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. There were several mats placed under the tree in the backyard, but your daughter was climbing the tree. However, this tree climbing was slightly different from what Harano Zhao remembered. It's walking on trees. Although Harano Sakura was staggering, she was indeed walking on the tree. Seeing this scene, Harano Zhao's anger subsided a lot. Although he really wanted to ask his daughter why she was so listless again, it was obvious that she was practicing, so he temporarily put out the urge to ask. Harano Sakura tried hard to control the chakra gathered at the soles of her feet and walked upwards step by step. I have to say, as an ordinary civilian ninja, The talents of this body may not be as good as those of the cheaters, but it is already outstanding enough. Even in Boruto, those two cheaters suffered epic weakening, but Haruno Sakura is still able to thrive. Even without using the 100 healings technique, he beat up that Uchiha. Moreover, Haruno Sakura found that she was very skilled in the control of chakra. Even though it was her first time practicing tree climbing, she was able to master the trick very quickly. Balance, continue, and steadily gather chakra at the soles of your feet. Looking at the destination that was just around the corner, a hint of darkness flashed across Haruno Sakura's emerald green eyes. Since Sakura is gone, then she can only continue to pursue power. She just wants to reach the top step by step. Take one step forward and reach your goal. Haruno Sakura stood on the top of a big tree and looked around. The night wind blew her cherry pink hair. This feeling is unexpectedly good. Another day. Haruno Sakura continued to absorb what Irika said in the classroom of the ninja school as usual. But as she listened, Haruno Sakura frowned. It's so easy. Her learning progress could have been faster, but if she continued at this rate, she didn't know when she would be able to come into contact with the yin seal. Need to skip a level. The pencil in her hand was spinning between her fingertips, and the loli with cherry pink hair couldn't help but look out the window. Skipping grades has both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits are obvious, you can quickly master more and more useful knowledge. But the disadvantages are also obvious. This entire class consists of the future patriarchs of the major families. Hinata, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Inyazuka, Abarame. And most importantly, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The reincarnation of Asura and Indra. If you can build good relationships with these people, you might be able to save 10 years of hard work. It is really lucky for Haruno Sakura, a commoner, to be able to squeeze into this prince class. Wow, sassy, so handsome. Just as Haruno Sakura was daydreaming, the get out of class was over without her noticing. During this time, Irika just glanced at Haruno Sakura and didn't say much. He just glanced at her as he walked past her and found that she had taken complete class notes, so he didn't say anything more. Top students always receive preferential treatment. Hey, Sakura, are you thinking about Sasuke? Ino, who was beside her, came over and looked at Haruno Sakura with a mischievous look on her face. Those clear eyes revealed a hint of nervousness. As the class hunk, Uchiha Sasuke is admired by all the girls in the class. Even though he usually pretends to be cool, he is still extremely handsome in the eyes of all the girls. In addition, he is the second son of the Uchiha family, with good grades and strong abilities. He is rich, handsome, and capable, perfectly meeting the requirements of every girl's dream lover. Compared to him, Naruto at this time is like heaven and earth. Haruno Sakura gave Ino a strange look. She knew that Ino was probably like other little girls now, and they all liked Sasuke, so she said casually. No, I'm thinking about applying for a grade skip. Ino looked at Haruno Sakura in surprise. What Irika-sensei taught was too simple. I learned it in one listening. The remaining time was completely wasted. I spent at least half of the class in a daze. It was so boring. Listening to Sakura Haruno's words beside her, Ino felt like crying but had no tears. Is this the difference between a poor student and a good student? Even though she was not a poor student, she still felt the feeling of being crushed in every aspect. Skipping a grade, what a hassle. Isn't it good to just stay here? A lazy voice came from behind, obviously having heard the conversation between Haruno Sakura and Ino. Shikamaru, you actually eavesdropped on girls' little secrets. Ino turned around and looked at Shikamaru, who was only 6 years old, and yelled. Hey, I'm wrong, isn't that okay? The pineapple-haired boy yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He was speechless about Haruno Sakura's thoughts. He could have peacefully stayed in the ninja school for 6 years, but he insisted on skipping grades and making himself uncomfortable. But, it's really amazing. Most of the ninja school students who are able to skip grades will become powerful ninjas in the future. Shikamaru's eyes passed over the girl with cherry pink hair, then he lay down again and continued playing chess with Joe Gong. Sakura Harano had no idea what the pineapple-haired boy behind her was thinking. She had her reasons for having to skip a grade. Konoha's torture department is like a sword of Damocles hanging around their necks. This damn yin seal is pushing Harano Sakura to move forward, and forward. In the original work, it took Sakura 3 years to complete the 100 healings technique. So I am 6 years old now, and even if I spend twice as much time, I will be exactly 12 years old at that time. It just happened to be stuck at the time when I was trying to obtain the cultivation method for the yin seal. Moreover, he obtained the yin seal the day before and completed the 100 heroes the next day. No one would believe it. Harano Sakura let out a light breath, then stood up resolutely and walked straight out of the classroom. She had to find Irika now, ask him to give her all the first-year study materials, and then master them as quickly as possible. After finishing that, you can then take the second-grade materials, and so on, so as to master all the learning materials for 6 grades as quickly as possible. Harano Sakura set a goal for herself. 2 years. Fight. Harano Sakura knew that this was a stupid idea, but it was the limit of what she could do as a civilian. There is no way. As a civilian, the resources she can get are too few. Even if she graduated by then, she would still find ways to get into the sight of Konoha's top management. Everything at that time is still unknown. With a heavy heart, Harano Sakura stepped into the ninja teacher's office. Sakura, you've come just in time. I have something to ask of you. Before Sakura could tell her purpose, Irika saw her and spoke first. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Considerations. Chapter 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Considerations. Is there anything I can do for you, Irika-sensei? Harano Sakura spoke subconsciously. Oh, that's the thing, do you know Naruto in your class? Irika looked at the little girl in front of him gently and spoke. Then, Irika explained his situation. It's because Naruto has always been very naughty, but very reserved when he is alone. Irika is worried that Naruto may have psychological problems and hopes that Harano Sakura can spend more time with him. Sakura, don't look at Naruto. Although he is very naughty, he is not a bad person by nature. He is a very good child in private. And those rumors in the village, are all rumors. Irika looked at the little girl in front of him and saw that she didn't say anything, thinking that she was unwilling. Why me? Ino Hinata and the others don't seem to have much prejudice against Naruto, right? Harano Sakura tilted her head in confusion. Forward. To be honest, Irika was also confused, but there was nothing he could do as this was arranged by the Hokage. As for Ino Hinata and so on, he didn't know. Because, Sakura is very kind, haha, Irika struggled for a long time before finally coming up with such a lame excuse. Stare. Harano Sakura looked at the other person speechlessly. It was amazing that he could come up with such a reason to lie to a child. Seeing the little girl's expression of complete disbelief, Irika laughed it off. What a difficult task, the Hokage actually has to deceive a child himself. Just as Irika was struggling, Harano Sakura sighed softly and said. Okay then. So you agree, Sakura? Irika was very surprised to hear that, but before he could be happy a small hand stretched out in front of him. What is this for? Sakura. Give me money. Who goes to your house empty-handed for the first time? Irika-sensei, you wouldn't want a penniless kid like me to pay for it, would you? Oh my god, Hokage! In order to complete the task assigned by Hokage, I even have to pay out of my own pocket. With a look of heartache on his face, Irika reluctantly took out 3 bills from his Lucky Cat wallet and handed them to Sakura. 300 taels. Looking at the money in her hand, Harano Sakura couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. In this world, the purchasing power of 300 taels is enough to entertain a 6-year-old child for a whole day. There will even be some money left over for Harano Sakura to pocket. So, Sakura, what do you want from me, sensei? Irika asked, finally feeling relieved as he watched the little girl take the money. Xiaoying came to me on her own initiative, so she must have something to ask me. That Irika-sensei. Harano Sakura sat alone on the roof, looking into the distance with melancholy. Irika did not immediately agree with her idea, but asked her to go home for 2 days and then tell her the result. Ugh! Sakura pulled out the 300 ryo given by Irika from her pocket. Contact Naruto. How could this be an assignment Irika was qualified to give? This was clearly a task given to him by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen through Irika. Could it be that what happened yesterday happened to be seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen? But it's also good this way, as it means that I have entered the Hokage's side in advance. But why does this plot seem so familiar when I think about it? Establish a bond with an important person in the village, then grow up together, and finally fall in love, get married, and have children. Isn't this Minato Namikaze's script? Hey, I'm greedy for the yin seal, and that disrespectful old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is greedy for my body? So annoying. Do I really have to sacrifice my looks? Hokage building Hokage's office. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was looking at the pink-haired little girl in the crystal ball who suddenly went crazy for no apparent reason and was a little confused. This child is quite special. Are you worried about how to approach Naruto tomorrow? Hokage-sama. Sakura, she's a very good kid. Irika, who was in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitantly and spoke. Okay, I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. On this day, all the underwear of the Harano family was exposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. She has a clean background and an ordinary family background. Her great-grandfather brought his family to Konoha when Konoha was first established. It can be said that she is of good family background. In the past few decades, there have been 1 or 2 ninjas, but their qualifications were very ordinary. Now only Harano Osamu is left. And when Harano Sakura grows up and gets married, if nothing unexpected happens, this branch of the Harano family will be completely gone. Xiaoying, she wants to skip a grade. Listening to Irika's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but look at him with some confusion. Skip a grade? Civilian ninja school students skipping grades. Is such that? Irika told Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him everything that happened during the day. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a moment. Are you thinking of skipping a grade because you can no longer learn anything new in class, so, a genius? Looking at the little girl in the crystal ball who was sitting on the roof with her chin in her hand, enjoying the evening breeze, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but hesitate for a long time. The other party was a character he specially selected for Naruto to establish a bond with. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to replicate the story of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. But if Sakura Harano skipped a grade at this time, then her chances of interacting with Naruto would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. And according to Naruto's personality, it would be too difficult for him to catch up with Harano Sakura, who was capable of skipping a grade. But if we stop Sakura Harano from skipping a grade, are we going to let such a rough gem gather dust in the ninja school? Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and thought for a long time. Since she wants to skip a grade, give her a chance. Give her all the study materials for her grade, and give her a private test in a month. If she passes, she'll be given the second-year materials, but she still has to be in your class. Until all the materials for the 6 grades are learned. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to give Harano Sakura a chance. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki's deterrent power to Konoha is far greater than his fighting power on the battlefield. You must know that no matter what period, Konoha has never used tailed beasts on the battlefield. It was like this before and it is like this now. Sarutobi Hiruzen also hopes that in the future Konoha will not need to use the power of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. The first Ninja World War had the second Hokage, the second Ninja World War had White Fang and the 3 ninjas, and the third Ninja World War had Golden Flash. In this case, it is imperative to educate the next generation well. Hara no Sakura, Hara no Sakura, then let me see your talent. I hope you won't let me down. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Expired Milk, Treasured Instant Noodles. Chapter 6 Expired Milk, Treasured Instant Noodles. I am leaving. A crisp sound was heard at the entrance, and Hara no Sakura put on her shoes, pushed open the door and walked out. Mother of the child, why did Sakura go out so early today? Hara no Zhao sat on a chair next to the dining table, holding a newspaper and looking at his wife in confusion. Hara no Mako was in the kitchen cleaning up the dishes from the meal she had just finished, and said impatiently, how should I know? And don't look at your tattered newspaper. If you have nothing to do, go sweep the floor, mop the floor, and finally take out the trash. Hey, I understand. Looking at his wife, Hara no Zhao went to get the broom with resignation. Hara no Sakura walked down the streets of Konoha, thinking about what she should get for Naruto on her first day at the door. Naruto's favorite is Ichiraku ramen, but it's only 9 o'clock now, it's too late for breakfast and too early for lunch. Sakura couldn't help but recall Naruto's life in the original work. Expired milk and instant noodles. I also put makeup on the portraits of my past life and my biological father. Hara no Sakura's emerald green eyes lit up and she raised a finger in her heart. It is better to teach people to fish than to teach people. Sakura went straight to the village bookstore and used the money given by Irika to buy a book called Recipes, From Beginner to Master. Then I bought some ingredients according to the first dish that was served. All in all it cost about 80 taels. Hokage building Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had nothing to do today, so he went out of his way to watch how Hara no Sakura interacted with Naruto. Looking at what the little girl did, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. He was not wrong about the person, the idea was good. It would be great if Naruto could learn to cook so easily. According to the address given by Irika, Hara no Sakura came to Naruto's house carrying a lot of bags. The other person lives on the top floor of a small building. You can see the Hokage building and Hokage Rock at a glance. This location is much better than Sakura's house. At least Hara no's house can see the Hokage building and Hokage Rock. Naruto, are you home? Naruto. It's me, Sakura. Hara no Sakura knocked on the door, and soon she heard the sound of rummaging through drawers from inside. Then she saw a blond boy with a nightcap on his head opening the door in a hurry. Sakura. Naruto, who was only 6 years old, looked at his classmates in front of him with surprise. This was the first time someone other than his grandfather came to his house to visit him. I'm here to see you, aren't you welcome? Hara no Sakura waved the thing in her hand in front of Naruto and spoke with a smile. No, no. Naruto said as he looked at the girl in front of him nervously. Why don't you invite me in? After listening to the girl's words, Naruto suddenly realized what was going on and immediately made way, inviting Sakura to enter his home. To Sakura's surprise, Naruto's house was relatively clean. But think about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen comes to give Naruto living expenses every month, it would be weird if it was too dirty. Xiaoying, is there something you want to talk to me about? Naruto looked at Sakura, who was looking around his room, with a nervous look on his face, not knowing what she meant. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Or do you not welcome me, Naruto? Sakura Haruno walked towards the refrigerator in Naruto's house with a clear goal. When she opened it, she saw square boxes filling the refrigerator. A refrigerator full of milk. Haruno Sakura picked up a box of milk and looked at the expiration date. It will expire in 3 days at most. Naruto, the milk is about to expire. You should drink it up as soon as possible. Haruno Sakura shook the milk in her hand towards Naruto. Ah? Oh. Naruto stared blankly at the little girl in front of him, feeling a little at a loss as to what to do. Why did Sakura come to me suddenly? Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura in front of him with some hesitation. Iruka-sensei was concerned about your mental health, so I asked him to come check on you. Haruno Sakura sold Iruka without any psychological burden. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly when he saw Haruno Sakura in the crystal ball reveal what he had told Iruka, but then he slowly relaxed. There is no concern without reason in the world. If Haruno Sakura suddenly visited like this, Naruto would definitely think too much. It would be better for her to admit it directly. This might make Naruto less suspicious and avoid unnecessary trouble. Naruto blinked and looked at Sakura in a daze. For some reason, Naruto suddenly felt a little lost in his heart. He thought, Teacher Iruka cares about Naruto very much. Don't make Teacher Iruka angry in the future. Haruno Sakura smiled and stroked Naruto's golden hair. Haruno Sakura looked at the instant noodle boxes on the table that were obviously left over from last night. There were also several instant noodle boxes in the trash can under the table. Even though she had expected this, she still frowned slightly and said, Does Naruto usually eat this? The golden-haired boy didn't seem to notice the girl's dissatisfaction. He thought that she also liked instant noodles, and his eyes immediately lit up. That's right. Instant noodles are my favorite food. I also have a super collectible version of instant noodles here. Naruto opened the cabinet next to him as if he was presenting a treasure. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but twitch her lips when she saw the scene in front of her. A cabinet of instant noodles. He deserves to be short. How much is a box of instant noodles? Haruno Sakura picked up a box of instant noodles and looked directly at the date. Fortunately, it lasts longer than the milk in the refrigerator and only has 3 months left before it expires. 200 taels a box, super cheap. How many? Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto in disbelief. She used the money Iruka gave her to buy a bag of things for only 80 taels, and Naruto's cup of instant noodles cost 200 taels? If Iruka knew that a box of instant noodles cost so much to Naruto, he would probably be furious. Because this is a super collector's edition, it's a little more expensive than regular instant noodles, but it's also very delicious. Would you like a box, Sakura? Naruto looked at the little girl in front of him expectantly. Where did you get so much money? Haruno Sakura tilted her head in confusion. Wasn't it said that Naruto had a miserable childhood? You can only drink expired milk, and instant noodles. Well, if you don't finish it, it will expire. My grandfather gave it to me. He gives me 5,000 taels every month. Naruto said as a matter of course. As if this was the most normal thing. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but look at the Hokage building that she could see through the window. A house in the center of Konoha, 5,000 taels per month, expired milk in the refrigerator, a pile of treasured instant noodles in the cabinet, and props for frequent pranks. Sarutobi Hiruzen only gave money but didn't teach Naruto how to use it. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Change. Chapter 7 Change. Haruno Sakura sighed in her heart and roughly understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's difficulties. Now Konoha is almost relying on Sarutobi Hiruzen alone to hold on, and the only one under his command who is capable of inheriting the title of Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, is still a bad player. Namikaze Minato died for love, Orochimaru defected, Tsunade was afraid of blood, Jiraiya ran away, Danzo was watching covetously. He has to take care of everything in the village by himself, and he really doesn't have time. In fact, the best person to take care of Naruto was the third generation's wife, Sarutobi Biwako, but unfortunately, she was killed by Uchiha Obito on the night of the 9 Tails. Tisk, no more instant noodles from now on. Otherwise you won't grow taller. Sakura Haruno took a step towards Naruto, and by comparison, she found that Naruto was shorter than her. Naruto looked at the girl who suddenly approached him, blushed a little, and then asked curiously. If I don't eat instant noodles, what should I eat? However, Haruno Sakura took out a book from her bag and placed it in front of Naruto. Instead of eating instant noodles, I eat books? Naruto looked at the book in front of him, hesitating whether to start reading it. While the egg liquid is setting, roll it up with a spatula and continue pouring in the egg liquid. And so on. The omelette is now done. Haruno Sakura stood on a small stool and taught Naruto how to cook by himself by referring to the recipe with a tooth mark on it. Even though there were some bumps in the process, at least Sakura successfully completed her first dish in her life. Wow! Sakura, you're amazing! Naruto looked at the egg rolls that Sakura had plated, his blue eyes sparkling with admiration. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto like this and knocked on his head helplessly and said, "What an idiot! I didn't give you the recipe to eat it directly. You actually did it." Hee hee. Naruto rubbed his head and looked at the girl in front of him with a silly smile. "Come on, try it." Haruno Sakura gave her position to Naruto to operate. Naruto was quite nervous. "Yeah, let's try it. If you don't try, how do you know if you can do it? And it's so simple, Naruto can definitely do it." Haruno Sakura encouraged. "Okay." Sakura Haruno couldn't help but be silent as she looked at the scrambled eggs in front of her. "Forget it, just scrambled eggs. There's not much difference anyway. At least it's not burnt, right? Forget it, I can practice making omelets later. Let's start steaming rice now." As time passed little by little, with the efforts of Haruno Sakura, Naruto finally managed to prepare a meal. A scrambled egg, a miso soup, and a pot of rice. "That's amazing, Naruto. You will definitely be a great cook in the future." When facing the children, Haruno Sakura also gave kind encouragement. It was pretty good for the first time, and as a 6-year-old, what more could you ask for? And although Naruto added a little more salt to the miso soup, he only needs to add some water to it. If it is too bland, he can continue to add salt. Hee hee. Naruto looked at the two dishes in front of him with a sense of accomplishment on his face. "Then I'll start." Haruno Sakura clasped her hands together, picked up the chopsticks, picked up the egg roll and put it into her mouth under Naruto's blank gaze. "Then Naruto, you won't eat?" The look from Haruno Sakura made Naruto panic, and he said blankly. Yeah, I'll eat it right away." Success. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the images coming from the crystal ball with satisfaction. He had no time to take care of Naruto before, and the village nanny was not willing to take care of Naruto, and even showed signs of abuse. He told Naruto to eat less instant noodles several times, but it didn't change Naruto's behavior. It would be great if Naruto could learn to cook for himself. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, Haruno Sakura's talent is no longer important to her now. As long as Naruto can settle down and take care of himself, it will be enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the table, and then an Anbu appeared in front of him. "Go get Irika." As soon as he finished speaking, the Anbu in front of him instantly disappeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not long after, a man with a scar on his nose appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama." Irika saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Well, about Haruno Sakura's desire to skip a grade." Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, which made Irika a little confused. "Wasn't it decided yesterday? Are you going to change your mind? Try to be strict, you know what I mean." Irika felt a chill in his heart when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. "Don't you want to give Sakura a pass?" "Yes, I understand." Irika didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was planning, but he agreed anyway. He was just an ordinary chunin, a ninja teacher, and couldn't make any decisions. "I can only obey orders." The sun sets in the west, dusk spreads across the field. Naruto, I'm going back first. Try not to eat instant noodles in the future, and throw away all the milk in the refrigerator after 3 days. If you can't finish it, don't buy fresh milk. Even if you need to buy it, don't buy so much. And remember to cook according to the recipe. You can come to me if you have any questions. At Naruto's doorstep, Haruno Sakura started chattering like an old woman. After all, she had been following anime from elementary school until graduation in her previous life, so she could be said to have watched this guy grow up. Yeah, I know. Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura with shining eyes, without any impatience. Okay, I'll be leaving first then. See you at school tomorrow. Looking at the girl's back, Naruto did not shift his gaze for a long time, until she disappeared around the corner. He reluctantly returned to the house. After leaving Naruto's house, Sakura Haruno returned to her own home without any reluctance. Although Konoha is the most prosperous of the 5 major ninja villages, it is just that to Haruno Sakura, there's nothing to do. Sakura, where did you go today? You didn't go home all day. Daddy misses Sakura so much. As soon as they got home, Haruno Zhao's voice was rang out, and a huge black shadow pounced towards Haruno Sakura. Alas! Haruno Sakura stood there in a daze as she looked at the unknown creature that pounced towards her. Idiot! You want to kill Sakura? Mako Haruno's voice rang out, and she immediately grabbed the back of Haruno Zhao's collar and pulled him back. This guy is definitely obsessed with his daughter. Haruno Sakura's eyes twitched as she watched Haruno Akagi trying to break free from her mother's control and throw herself towards her. I went to play with my classmates today. Haruno Sakura waved her hand, sat at the entrance and took off her shoes nonchalantly. Are you going to play with Ino? It's better not to go find some yellow-haired guy. Haruno Zhao's voice rang out, which made Haruno Sakura pause. Naruto, should it count? Actually, I don't quite agree with the conspiracy theory of the 3rd generation, because Naruto has many bugs, and it can only be explained by conspiracy theories. But this also caused the 3rd generation to suffer an unwarranted disaster. It's purely a personal opinion. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Prelude to Grade Skipping. Chapter 8 Prelude to Grade Skipping. Good morning, Sakura-chan. Early in the morning, the moment Haruno Sakura stepped into the classroom, an excited voice rang out. A blonde boy came towards Sakura enthusiastically. It turns out that he has 2 different personalities when in front of others and when he is alone. At this time, all the classmates in the class were attracted by Naruto's actions. After all, rumors about Naruto are spreading everywhere in the village. Even though there are not as many people in this class who look down on Naruto as people outside, they still care to some extent. Morning, Naruto. Haruno Sakura greeted Naruto with a smile, then returned to her seat alone. Hey Sakura! Naruto grinned foolishly and was about to move closer, but was forced back by Irika's stern gaze. Naruto, Naruto! In a corner of the classroom, a black-haired little girl with white pupils looked at the blonde boy cautiously. Okay, everyone be quiet. Today we are learning. Irika started the day's lecture as usual. Sakura took out her notes and put down her pen after listening for about 15 minutes. Here is a lesson on the throwing angle of shuriken. With the knowledge from his previous life and the excellence of this body itself, he quickly understood what Irika was teaching. Staring out the window blankly. The sky is so blue. That tree outside really looks like a tree. Just as Haruno Sakura was in a daze, a small note was quietly pushed over to her by Ino. Looking at the little girl with beige hair who was pretending nothing happened, Haruno Sakura took a look. Sakura, Naruto seems to be interested in you. Haruno Sakura looked back at Naruto who was sitting in the last row of the classroom and found that this guy was staring at her like a pervert. When he saw her looking back, he pretended nothing happened and quickly looked away. The corners of Haruno Sakura's mouth twitched. Well, it has begun. The painful life of being pursued by a man for 10 years. To be honest, if Haruno Sakura was really a girl inside and out, she might have given in. After all, who can remain unmoved by being pursued by someone for 10 years? But he is a man. Naruto, Hinata, the eldest lady of Hyuga, is your final destination. Don't give it away if you leave. Haruno Sakura simply ignored Naruto's gaze and wrote a sentence on the note. You think too much. Just as Haruno Sakura was about to push the note to Ino, a hand pressed on the note. Sakura, come to my office after class. Iruka conveniently pocketed Sakura's note. Yes. Haruno Sakura replied calmly. Oops, oops. Did I cause trouble for Sakura? Ino, who was standing by, was dumbfounded upon seeing this and felt a little uneasy. Sakura has always been an excellent student in the class. Will Iruka's impression of Sakura change because of me? Ino was worried and frightened as the class passed by with difficulty. Iruka put away the textbooks and waved to Sakura in a calm tone. Come on, Sakura. Sure enough. I really did cause trouble for Sakura, and Iruka-sensei's expression was so scary. Seeing this, Ino almost wanted to bury her head in the desk and act like an ostrich. It's okay, Ino. Haruno Sakura stroked Ino's beautiful hair and spoke with a chuckle. Woohoo, Sakura is so considerate, she's still comforting me even now. After comforting Ino, Sakura followed Iruka to the teacher's office. Iruka did not mention the note but took out a thick stack of books from under his desk and placed it in front of Haruno Sakura. Here are all the textbooks for the first grade. I will give you a separate test in a month. Listening to Iruka's words, Haruno Sakura's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly, but then Iruka changed the subject and looked at the pink-haired little girl in front of him with a slightly stern look. Sakura, you need to know. We are ninjas. We have abilities that cannot be obtained by skipping grades simply by having good grades. During this period of time, you not only need to learn all this knowledge, but also need to have a certain level of combat capability. Endurance, speed, strength, hiding, intelligence gathering ability, these are all things a ninja must master. And even if you pass them all, there will still be a second-year ninja student as your opponent. You have to beat him to get the second-grade textbook. Iruka looked at the little girl in front of him with a calm but unquestionable tone. Because you skipped a grade, the exams you face are much more rigorous than those of students taking normal exams. Even though the first-year exams will be easier, I won't let them down. Do you understand? Iruka has said so much now, he hopes Sakura will give up. Moreover, skipping grades in peacetime is much more stringent than skipping grades in wartime. He didn't know why Haruno Sakura was so obsessed with skipping a grade, but he just did what he was told. Moreover, in his opinion, there was nothing wrong in spending 6 years peacefully in the ninja school. These were rare quiet days in the life of a Konoha ninja. I understand. I will definitely pass the exam. Haruno Sakura looked at Iruka with a determined gaze and spoke. Looking at the stubborn little girl in front of him, Iruka felt a little toothache. It was all in vain. By the way, this is... Iruka pulled the small piece of paper he had confiscated from his pocket. Nothing, Ino just misunderstood. Haruno Sakura glanced calmly at the note in the other person's hand, then picked up the pile of books and walked towards the classroom. Iruka looked at Sakura's sharp handwriting in his hand. Are you really overthinking it? But having said that, Sakura's handwriting is really good. When Sakura returned to the classroom, Ino immediately came up to her nervously. Sakura, are you okay? Iruka-sensei didn't give you any trouble, did he? Haruno Sakura put the book in her hand on the table, then smiled and touched Ino's head. It's okay. Don't worry, Ino. Ino stared blankly at Haruno Sakura in front of her. Sakura, so gentle. Obviously I needed to take care of her before. However, this change in Sakura unexpectedly feels good. I really want to rely on Sakura. Hey, what is this? Ino looked at the book that Haruno Sakura had placed on the table. Remember what I told you before. That's all we need to learn in first grade. Sakura picked up the top book and spoke. The first one is about how to gather chakra and use it. Sakura is now able to gather chakra at her feet to climb trees, so she can basically just pass by reading this book. Then the second book is the 12 hand gestures of seal making. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 The Real Golden Finger. Chapter 9 The Real Golden Finger, the 12 hand gestures of seal making. 15 techniques of close combat. Wilderness survival guide. 10 ways to throw shuriken. The will of fire of the first Hokage. The will of fire of the second Hokage. The will of fire of the third Hokage. Haruno Sakura was flipping through books in her bedroom. These books only gave a brief explanation of the information, making it easy to learn. This can also be inferred from the content of these books. The content of the second grade should be similar to that of the first grade, but it is a more advanced version of these techniques. But it's true, it's completely unrealistic to expect a 6-year-old kid to fully master the essence of these skills. It would be better to say that the 3 books of fire will are the real focus. Next morning Haruno Sakura got up early, which surprised Haruno Mako, who was preparing to get up and make breakfast. Xiaoying, what are you doing? Good morning, Mom. I'm going out for exercise and will be back soon. Watching her daughter running out happily, Haruno Mako couldn't help but put her hand on her forehead. I don't have a fever. Doesn't Sakura usually get up when she's almost late? A thin layer of mist was floating in Konoha, which had not yet woken up. Haruno Sakura did 2 sets of warm-up exercises on the spot. Strictly speaking, KONOHA is the military organization of the Land of Fire. It is also the most powerful military organization in the entire ninja world and a completely violent organization. As a ninja, a strong body is a must. Then Haruno Sakura must maintain daily exercise. Okay, 10 kilometers endurance run, start. After realizing that she had finished warming up, Haruno Sakura started her first goal. The 10 kilometers endurance run is also part of the test. Because chakra is a combination of physical strength and spiritual strength, as long as a ninja has chakra, his body will definitely be far superior to that of an ordinary person. Even a first-year ninja school student like Sakura is like this. No wonder Might Guy and Rock Lee could run hundreds of laps while shouting youth. Although they are not talented in ninjutsu, it does not mean that the opponent's chakra is weak. On the contrary, their chakra is quite powerful, but they just don't have the talent for ninjutsu. Might Guy is a little better, but Rock Lee has absolutely no talent for ninjutsu. Even Sakura's 6-year-old body could beat up the 1.85-meter-tall southern man from her previous life. As time passed, sweat began to appear on Sakura's forehead and her breathing became heavier. Fortunately, Sakura finally successfully returned to her starting point. 45 minutes. Looking at the stopwatch hanging around her neck, Sakura couldn't help but smile. Reached the passing line. Then, regardless of the stickiness on his body, he ran straight to the backyard of his house without even taking off his shoes. Sakura! You don't know how to take off your shoes. Haruno Mako's dissatisfied shout came from the kitchen. I know, Mom. I'll definitely do it next time. Sakura's voice came from far away. This child, really? Mako Haruno looked at the small footprints and couldn't help but sigh. Whoosh, the sharp blade pierced through the air with a sound and firmly stuck into the leaf on the tree that Sakura used as the bullseye. Whoosh whoosh, 3 more shurikens hit the broken leaves. Looking at the last shuriken in her hand, Sakura let out a sigh of relief, her eyes sharp, and swung her little hand, and the last shuriken hit the leaf accurately. Haruno Sakura looked at her hands in a daze. She combined the memories of her original body, and the opponent simply did not have such precise shuriken techniques. Or perhaps it's because he just entered the ninja school and doesn't know how to throw shuriken at all. He only fired 5 shurikens in total, but all of them hit the target. Haruno Sakura had some vague ideas in her mind. In order to verify this idea, she pulled out all 5 shurikens and picked up a leaf from the ground and hung it on the tree. Carefully note the position of this leaf. Haruno Sakura came to a farther position, looked at the leaf, and shot out 5 consecutive shurikens continuously, whoosh whoosh whoosh, all 5 shurikens hit. The physical manipulation is as familiar as muscle memory and is easy to do. Yin Seal, the art of 100 heroes. Sakura couldn't help but touch her forehead. Over time, a purple diamond-shaped mark will appear in the center of the forehead. Tsunade's ultimate move, Hashirama Senju's passive move. An S-rank technique that will definitely not kill you before your chakra disappears. Haruno Sakura looked at her palms, her mind racing. Almost subconsciously, she gathered her pitifully small amount of chakra and concentrated it on her feet according to the unfamiliar muscle memory. Bang! A dull voice sounded. I saw a deep pit about half a meter deep appeared under Haruno Sakura's feet, and there were signs of cracks around it. This is super power. No, this is Tian Xiaojiao. I am not Sakura Haruno from Ninja Rookie, I am a smaller version of Sakura Haruno from Ninja World War. Or to be more precise, a smaller version of 16-year-old Haruno Sakura during the 4th Ninja World War. Sakura Haruno who perfectly inherited everything from Tsunade, now, except that his body and chakra are extremely weak and he has no memories before he was 16, there is no difference between him and 16-year-old Haruno Sakura. Looking at her own fair palms, Haruno Sakura resisted the urge to bite her fingers to perform a summoning technique. If the slug is really called out, it will be a joke. The slug will definitely tell Tsunade about this. If you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. Didn't Jiraiya just use a summoning technique to summon himself to Myaboka Mountain without a contract? Then isn't it normal for me to use my spiritual power to throw myself into the wet bone forest? Haruno Sakura couldn't help but feel suddenly enlightened, her mood suddenly became much more relaxed, and a relaxed smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Inheriting everything from the 16-year-old Haruno Sakura, this is his own golden finger, and it is definitely not just a simple Yin Seal 100 Heroes technique. Although this golden finger is not strong enough, it is enough. Medical ninjutsu, supernatural powers, Yin Seal, 100 Healers technique, and a yet-to-be-determined summoning technique. Haruno Sakura is not greedy, and having something is better than having nothing. In a happy mood, Haruno Sakura practiced shuriken for a while and then went straight to the bathroom at home. She was sweating so much from running that she almost stunk. Sakura! You didn't take off your shoes. The bathroom door hadn't been closed yet when Mako Haruno's voice rang out again. Next time, for sure. Mom. Haruno Sakura, feeling relaxed, responded with a smile. Next time, and next time. Can you please give me some peace of mind, kid? End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Sakura, you smell so good. Chapter 10 Sakura, you smell so good. White steam filled the bathroom, and Sakura soaked comfortably in the bathtub, all the fatigue from running gone. He lifted his small hand from the water, creating ripples. Soaked in the hot water, the hand of a 6-year-old child looked very pink and tender. After her mind calmed down, Sakura could feel that her chakra had almost recovered, and the excess chakra was automatically gathering towards the center of her forehead. My nerves, which had just finally calmed down, became tense again. 16-year-old Haruno Sakura is very strong, but she is just that good compared to Konoha. Don't relax too much. Sakura, you're going to be late. Mako Haruno knocked on the bathroom door, and her voice came out. Here I come, Mom. When Haruno Sakura came to the classroom with her hair not completely dried yet, it was almost time for class. Sakura, have you showered? Ino touched Sakura's pink hair, which was still a little wet. Well, I worked out for a bit this morning and took a shower. It seems that I didn't manage my time well. I should get up earlier next time. Haruno Sakura tucked her hair, which was blocking her vision, behind her ears without caring and responded to Ino with a chuckle. What? Sakura is so hard-working. Ino looked at Harano Sakura and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. Why are you taking this so seriously, Sakura? Isn't it better for you to be with us? Ino didn't understand why Sakura was working so hard. She just got the study materials yesterday and started practicing today. Sakura glanced around the class. Not many, just over 20. But most of them are children of various ninja clans. 9 of the 12 little strong men are here. Except for Sakura herself, among the other 8 little strong men, 6 are future ninja clan leaders, and the other 2 are the 7th Hokage and the last Uchiha. In terms of background, Sakura is the lowest. In terms of resources, Sakura has the lowest. She's just a civilian ninja. If one wants to reach the highest point and receive wines from all directions, in this world of bloodline theory, the ability of a ninja Sakura is far from enough. She needs to work a little harder. Ino, actually, we are. Before Sakura could finish her words, a dry towel was dropped on her head. Wipe your hair, or you'll catch a cold easily. Irika looked gently at the little girl with wet hair. Well, thank you, Irika-sensei. Harano Sakura wiped her hair and thanked Irika. What are we? Ino looked at Sakura curiously. We are lifelong friends. Sakura smiled in response to Ino's question. Ah, cunning, that's definitely not what Sakura meant to say just now. Ino rushed towards Sakura angrily and took the towel off Sakura's head. I definitely know about this kind of thing without Sakura telling me. Ino stood behind Sakura, holding the towel and wiping Sakura's hair as a matter of course. Feeling Ino's movements above her head, Harano Sakura couldn't help but smile. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's obvious that Ino and I are the same kind of people. Unlike the past, Sakura did not listen to Irika's lecture today, but picked up other textbooks to read. She already knew what Irika was talking about last night. Time passed little by little, and the morning lecture was over. During this time, Irika completely ignored Sakura's absenteeism behavior. Today is physical training this afternoon, everyone get ready and remember not to eat too much. As Irika finished his words, a wailing sound suddenly rang out in the classroom. The physical training in the ninja school is not as easy as the physical education classes in the previous life. This is a way to develop the physical strength of these reserve ninjas to the limit. Or it can be understood as long as you don't kill yourself, you should practice to the point of death. Especially those at the back, it's best not to think about skipping class. Irika knocked on the table and continued, I'm talking about you guys, Naruto, Kaiba, Shikamaru, and Koji. The faces of the boys who were specifically mentioned by Irika suddenly froze, and the little calculations in their minds disappeared instantly. Xiaoying, there is a devilish training this afternoon. After Irika left, Ino came up to him all of a sudden with a sad face. If there is, there is. There is no escape anyway. Harano Sakura closed the textbook in her hand and looked helplessly at Ino who was rubbing against her. Ino suddenly sniffed Sakura, and the hot breath made Sakura's neck itchy. Sakura, you smell so good. What shampoo do you use? At noon, Sakura did not eat in the playground as usual. Instead, she was reading The Will of Fire of the First Hokage while eating rice balls made by her mother. No one knew where Ino went, but the person sticking to her had changed. Hey, Sakura, this is the new tenra food that I learned from the recipe Sakura gave me yesterday. Xiaoying, please give me a taste. The blonde boy approached Harano Sakura with a grin on his face, opening a food box that was obviously just bought. Looking at the not-so-good-looking tenra fu in the food box, Sakura glanced at Naruto with some surprise. This guy really puts his heart into cooking. Sakura did not refuse Naruto's kindness. She took the chopsticks given by Naruto, picked up a fried shrimp and put it into her mouth. Honestly, it doesn't taste that good. It tastes good. It would be better if the batter had less salt. Sakura likes light taste, so for her, Naruto added a bit too much seasoning. Then I'll just do better next time. Naruto was not discouraged, but instead cheered up. Tell me, when did the two of them become so close? At the window, 3 heads were lined up in a row. Yae, with red paint on her face, looked at the 2 people in the classroom and spoke. It looks suspicious no matter how you look at it. But Naruto, when did you learn to cook? I really want to try it. Koji was chewing potato chips, his eyes fixed on the food box in front of Sakura. Isn't it obvious at a glance? Naruto likes Sakura, but Sakura doesn't have this idea. Shikamaru said with a pair of dead fish eyes, looking at Sakura whose attention was only on the book the whole time. But then again, Sakura is really amazing. She is actually planning to skip a grade. The pineapple-haired black-haired boy noticed from the beginning that the book in front of Sakura was not what they should be studying at this stage. This means that the other party really got the information about skipping grades from Irika, and Irika let Sakura do whatever she wanted all day long, which obviously supported Sakura's skipping grades. There's going to be a genius in their class. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Physical Training. Chapter 11 Physical Training. The last group today. 50 laps around the playground. Everyone get ready. The young teacher with aqua blue hair led a group of little kids and started the final stage of physical training. Hearing the man's words, the students couldn't help but wail. Here we go again. It's only a 10-minute break. Teacher Mizuki, please let us go. Even though the students begged for mercy, the young teacher named Shoimu still showed no sign of mercy. 30 seconds to get ready. If you're not ready, add 10 more laps. Hearing the teacher's threatening words, the students immediately shut up and quickly lined up to stand in 2 rows. Sakura slowed down her slightly rapid breathing and joined the queue with the classmates around her. Ready, run. Following Shoimu's order, a group of 6-year-old children began their final training of the day. Irika stood next to Mizuki and looked at the report card in his hand. Irika, what are you looking at? Mizuki saw his friend looking at the report card and smiling as he came to his side. Sakura's performance today was outstanding. Irika looked at Haruno Sakura's name on the report card. She was at the top of the list in shuriken throwing, short sprint, and cross-country obstacle race. For the first time, the second son of the Uchiha family fell from the first place to the second place. Sakura took orderly steps and ran forward while trying her best to calm the disordered breath in her body. She had no intention of hiding her abilities, and she showed off all her abilities. Even though her body had consumed a lot of energy due to previous training, she was still slowly leaving her classmates behind. The only one who can run ahead of her now is her future husband, Uchiha Sasuke. But that was the original future. Uchiha Sasuke is very anxious now. He didn't expect to be surpassed by an inconspicuous classmate. Whether it was shuriken or anything else, he lost everything to this pink-haired classmate. What made him even more embarrassed and annoyed was that the other party was a girl. He doesn't want to lose to a girl, he wants to be as good as his brother. In this last endurance training, he absolutely does not want to lose. Uchiha Sasuke tried his best, but still couldn't get rid of the girl behind him. The 30th lap. Lap 35. The 40th lap. Haruno Sakura surpassed him. Lap 45. Haruno Sakura shook him off. The 50th lap. He, the second son of the Uchiha family, lost. Uchiha Sasuke sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and around him his classmates fell to the ground one by one, without caring about their image. He looked at the girl who was supporting herself with her knees, with sweat dripping from the ends of her pink hair, and clenched his fists tightly. Lost again. Sakura-chan is amazing. A weak voice was heard, and Sasuke couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, only to see a blonde boy staring closely at the only figure standing. First place, Haruno Sakura. When Sakura Haruno heard Mizuki announce the result, she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Damn, how could this bastard run so fast? He almost took away my first place. Haruno Sakura glared at Uchiha Suzuki fiercely, then tucked her hair behind her ears and sat down next to Ino, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Uchiha Suzuki was a little confused. Did that girl just yell at him? He must have been murdered, right? Did I provoke her? Suzuki, here. After school, Suzuki left the school in a depressed mood. As soon as he walked out of the school gate, he saw a figure waving to him. Unii-chan. Sasuke's face immediately turned from cloudy to bright and he ran towards his brother Uchiha Itachi excitedly. What's wrong? You don't look very happy today. The black-haired boy patted his brother's head and spoke gently. I lost to a girl in today's physical training. Sasuke's face froze, but he still shyly explained the whole story in front of Uchiha Itachi. Is that so? Then next time, I will try to surpass that girl. Just try your best, Suzuki. Uchiha Itachi's expression did not change, he just comforted Suzuki gently. In his opinion, this was a good thing, as Suzuki now had a goal in school. This way, my younger brother has one more motivation to work hard. Hi. Suzuki thought about holding Uchiha Itachi's hand, but it was time to go home from school and there were a lot of people around, so he felt embarrassed to do so. At this moment, a pink shadow came into his sight. Suzuki spoke quietly to Uchiha Itachi. Unii-chan, that's her. Uchiha Itachi followed Sasuke's gaze and saw a little girl in pink. He was stunned. He had thought that a girl who could surpass Suzuki would be someone with a very muscular appearance. I didn't expect that judging from her appearance, she is a weak girl. Listening to his brother's somewhat hateful words, Uchiha Itachi poked his forehead and said seriously. The other person is your classmate. It's rude to use that tone. As if she sensed something, Sakura turned around and glanced at the two of them. Uchiha Itachi looked at the girl with pink hair and green eyes, smiled and nodded slightly to her. And Haruno Sakura saw Uchiha Itachi quickly disappear around the corner. Oh my god, Uchiha Weasel! Stay away from me, lest you get burned. You slipped. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his eyes were sore after dealing with government affairs for a day. He stretched lazily in his office chair, and his old body made crisp sounds. But then he picked up the physical fitness report card that Irika had just handed over. The three words Haruno Sakura were prominently ranked first. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly stunned. Previously, this position was occupied by Uchiha Suzuki. Not only is he excellent in liberal arts, but he is also among the best in physical fitness. Both are civilian ninjas, and both are excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of the young Hokage he once had high hopes for. Forget it, if she really has the ability to pass the difficult test set by Irika, then let her go. Sakura really has no energy today. Not only did she have to do a 10-kilometer endurance run in the morning, but the school also gave her a combo run in the afternoon. Her 6-year-old body had already been pushed to its limit. After dinner and a quick shower, Sakura fell directly onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Time flies, and a short month passed very quickly. And Sakura also reached her first level in obtaining the Yin Seal. First graders can skip the second grade exam. The entire examination room was empty, and there were only 3 people, Sakura, Irika, and Mizuki. Xiaoying, the time limit is 2 hours. Remember to check it once you are done. Irika placed the test paper in front of Sakura and spoke calmly. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 One Punch. Chapter 12 Punch. Empty classroom. No one around. There was only the rustling sound of Haruno Sakura writing. Irika and Mizuki were sitting in the front, watching Sakura writing furiously. Sakura did the test without any hesitation. She glanced over all the questions and then started writing. There was no hindrance or pause in the whole process. Irika looked at Sakura Haruno, who was working quickly on the questions, his face calm, without a trace of surprise. He has been watching Sakura's every move these days. Coupled with her already excellent grades, liberal arts can be easily mastered by Sakura. Irika-sensei, I'm done. When the time reached 50 minutes, Haruno Sakura put down her pencil and looked at the answer sheet in her hand with satisfaction. Okay, there will be a physical fitness test and actual combat training in the afternoon, remember not to eat too much. Whoosh, 10 rings whoosh, 10 rings. While Irika was recording Sakura's shuriken test, he sighed as he looked at the girl throwing shuriken not far away. Becoming a ninja is not as good as people imagine. Even if you are a child, as long as you wear a forehead protector, your hands will be stained with blood. If you don't stain your hands with blood, then your blood will stain the hands of others. Pat Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking in the teacher's office, looking at the little girl who was taking the promotion exam not far away. He and Irika have different ideas. Konoha needs fresh blood now. Just like the previous Ninja World War, the younger generation needs a dazzling enough figure to stand in everyone's sight. After experiencing the Third Ninja World War and the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha has shown signs of a lack of successors. Now Konoha is only left with this old man struggling to hold on. He wanted to train another person who could take on important responsibilities for Konoha before retiring. Full marks for shuriken throwing. Irika put down the transcript in his hand. To be honest, the accuracy of this shuriken was enough even for the graduation exam. Next up, the cross-country obstacle course. Full marks. Next up, 500-meter sprint. Full marks. Next up, a 10-kilometer endurance run. Full marks. Call Haruno Sakura breathed lightly and stood on the sparring ground looking at her opponent. The other person had black hair, a bandage on his forehead, pure white eyes, and a calm expression. Hinata Niji. The genius of the Hyuga clan. Is it so difficult to get promoted in the first year? Form the seal of opposition. Following Irika's order, Haruno Sakura and Hyuga Niji pointed their swords in front of their chests. In this way, the seal of opposition is completed. You are already tired. You can't be my opponent. Hyuga Niji looked at the opponent in front of him and spoke calmly. To be honest, he was also a little confused when Irika came to him. A first-year ninja school student wants to be promoted to second year early, then why look for him? Why not just pick a sophomore? By picking him as the opponent of the first year, is this a sign of looking down on him, or does he not want the first year to be promoted at all? But Irika didn't give any extra explanation and just told him to defeat the first year. Who can tell whether he is your opponent or not? Sakura took out a red headband from her pocket, tied her slightly long pink hair behind her head, and then looked at Hyuga Niji with burning eyes, signaling him that he could start. Let yourself take the first step? Does this guy look down on me? Hyuga Niji felt ashamed and annoyed. Since when did a first-year junior become so arrogant? Hyuga Niji got on. Hyuga Niji lay down. Those pure white eyes looked at the azure sky, and he couldn't quite believe what had just happened. He rushed forward and tried to use his white eyes to perform a series of A-cup ointment pressing attacks on the seemingly weak little girl in front of him, but this girl dodged the first attack and punched him in the chest instead. Then there is no more. He was knocked flying by a punch. Is this the strength a 6-year-old girl should have? Fortunately, no one punch directly crippled him. Sakura looked at her fist with some fear. In order to show her respect for the genius of the Hyuga clan, she used her super strength. Who knew that this guy was so vulnerable that he was sent flying with just one punch? If she hadn't held back at the end, who knows if this guy would have been crippled? The field was completely silent, and no one could believe that this genius of the Hyuga clan was killed instantly with just one punch. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the teacher's office rubbed his eyes. What did he just see? He seemed to see the shadow of his own disciple in that little girl. Exactly the same. She is simply a smaller version of Tsunade, which reminds this 63-year-old man of the little Tsunade who used to like to climb walls everywhere. The winner is Haruno Sakura. As Irika announced the result of the match, Sakura Haruno came in front of Hyuga and extended her hand to him. "Thank you, senior." Looking at the smiling Haruno Sakura in front of him, Hyuga silently extended his hand to her. Pulling Hyuga up, Haruno Sakura happily came to Irika's side and looked at him expectantly. "Irika-sensei, do I pass this test?" "The physical fitness and practical tests have been calculated, but as for the liberal arts, we will have to wait until tomorrow to know the results." Irika touched Sakura's head helplessly, looked at the little girl in front of him with eyes full of expectation, and sighed in his heart. "I really can't do anything, Hokage-sama. Spring goes and autumn comes, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed since Haruno Sakura took the exam to skip from the first grade to the second grade. Sakura Haruno is already 7 years old, and her academic progress has reached the 4th grade. But even so, she was still kept in her original class by Irika. It can be said that she has been self-taught since the 2nd grade. Except for a few questions she didn't understand, she would ask Irika. Basically she studied alone. Since Haruno Sakura did not hide her talent at all, her reputation as a genius gradually spread. The winner is Uchiha Suzuki. As Irika announced the result of the battle, all the little girls around the battlefield cheered. "Suzuki is so handsome. Suzuki-sama is invincible. Suzuki, look at me." The blonde boy who was defeated by Suzuki looked at the black-haired boy in front of him with an unconvinced look. "Just wait. I will defeat you one day." Uchiha Suzuki ignored the defeated Uzumaki Naruto and the Fang girls cheering for him, and turned his attention to the classroom. He knew that there was a girl there who was reading quietly. The other party had long since stopped participating in this kind of actual combat drill, because no one was her opponent, and she could only be seen in physical training. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 1 years. Chapter 13 1 year. Whoosh, the shuriken cut through the air and landed steadily on the target. When all the students were out of school, only Uchiha Suzuki stayed alone in the school practicing shuriken. Looking at the shuriken that was a little off the bullseye, Uchiha Suzuki frowned. Not enough. Ever since Haruno Sakura took away the first place in the physical training, he has never been able to get it back. In other words, he had already snatched it back, because Haruno Sakura no longer participated in shuriken throwing competitions like this one. The first place naturally belongs to him. Thinking of his father's calm eyes, Suzuki also wanted to hear something from his father. "As expected of my son." Whoosh, another shuriken was thrown out. This time, the rapidly spinning shuriken accurately hit the bull's-eye of the target. "It looks like it's going to rain." Haruno Sakura gave herself a rare day off. After school, she did nothing, neither reading nor training. She just wanted to go to the roof to enjoy the evening breeze and count the stars. But looking at the gloomy night sky, her idea was declared bankrupt. The cool night breeze blew up the pink hair of Haruno Sakura. "Xiaoying, it's going to rain, come down quickly." Mako Haruno's voice came from inside the room. "Understood." Sakura responded to her mother, but at this moment Haruno Sakura sniffed slightly with her nose. A faint smell of blood came to her nose along with the wind. Her body was a smaller version of the 16-year-old ninja Sakura, and as a top-notch figure in medical ninjutsu, she was naturally very familiar with the smell of blood. Even though the smell was so subtle that it was barely detectable, Haruno Sakura could still distinguish it. Haruno Sakura looked in the direction where the wind was blowing. That direction is the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha clan was located at the very edge of Konoha, quite far from the Haruno family. To be able to smell the blood from such a distance, one could imagine how many people had died. "Oh, it's none of my business, just ignore it. I haven't finished worrying about my own things yet, so how can I have the time to deal with such a trivial matter? And I don't have the ability to take care of it." When Sakura returned home, it was already raining outside. Seeing that the raindrops seemed to be drifting into her bedroom through the window, Sakura simply locked the window tightly. Next day the air in Konoha was exceptionally fresh after being washed by rain, and Sakura was preparing to go to ninja school as usual. Although she almost didn't have to listen to Irika's lectures now, Irika still required her to go to the ninja school every day except weekends. As soon as Sakura went out, she felt that today was different from usual. There were fewer pedestrians on the road, and she could occasionally see ninjas in a hurry. With a quick glance, she even saw a member of the Anbu flash by. They were basically heading towards the edge of the village. This made Sakura understand. It turned out that the Uchiha clan was exterminated. The Uchiha Weasel, who had only met him once, finally took action. What an arrogant guy! Unable to figure out how to solve the problem, he just dealt with the person who caused the problem and played a 3-tribe match 3 game for himself. That's really extreme. Sakura felt a little contempt in her heart, but stopped thinking about it and walked straight towards the ninja school. In a while she will have to prepare for the exam from 4th to 5th grade. But I don't have the time to think about this kind of thing. As a year went by, Sakura could already feel the yin seal on her forehead absorbing chakra faster and faster. As Sakura grew older, her chakra gradually increased. And the excess chakra will naturally increase. Sakura had a feeling that within 5 years, the yin seal would be formed. This made her more eager to skip a grade and get promoted. In these 5 years, she not only needed to become a ninja, but also needed to find a way to obtain the yin seal. It is indeed a difficult task. As for defection, Sakura never had such a thought. Mom doesn't want it anymore, Dad doesn't want it anymore. Morning, Ino. As soon as she entered the classroom, Sakura saw Ino standing at the door of the classroom like a waiting man. Sakura. Ino was a little disappointed. Why? Seeing me disappoints my mountain lady. Sakura complained as she looked at Ino in front of her. No, nothing. Ino's head was shaking like a rattle. After saying that, Ino quickly looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then she leaned over to Sakura's ear and whispered. Sakura, stay away from the Uchiha territory for the next 2 days. A lot of people died there. The hot breath from the girl penetrated into Sakura's ear canal, making her feel a little itchy. All right, I got it. Sakura waved her hand, looking nonchalant. Sakura, aren't you surprised? Ino looked at her best friend with a strange expression. Sakura tilted her head, thought for a moment, then suddenly looked shocked and said in surprise, wow. So scary. Ino pouted as she watched the guy in front of her perform poorly. So fake. No, I was really scared. Sakura looked at Ino seriously, her emerald green eyes fully expressing the meaning of please believe me. I'd be foolish to trust you. You just bully me all day long. Ino complained and hit Sakura, but the force she used seemed like she was just being coquettish. Hey, I was wrong. Sakura touched Ino's beautiful hair and returned to her seat. Needless to say, she knew who Ino was waiting for. The only surviving orphan, the last Uchiha. But unfortunately, Ino was destined not to wait any longer. With Irika's entry, she had to return to Sakura. Ahem, something happened at Suzuki-kun's house today, so he may not be able to come for the time being. Everyone, try to stop talking about Suzuki-kun these 2 days. Irika lightly mentioned Uchiha Suzuki and didn't say much. People are like this. The harder you press them, the harder they rebound. If it's just a light tap, people won't take it seriously and the matter will just pass. Most of the students in the class kept silent after hearing what Irika said. It was obvious that they had all received some information in advance from their elders. Sakura ignored everyone's reactions and continued to take out a book called The Will of Fire of the Third Hokage from the table and started reading. After experiencing 3 promotions, she already knew clearly that compared with those so-called course training, the will of fire was the focus of the examination. However, after 9 years of compulsory education, this will of fire is really meaningless to her. New books are in stock tonight, please read them. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Mad Dog. Chapter 14 Mad Dog. Harino Sakura couldn't help but feel speechless as she looked at the book The Will of Fire of the Third Hokage in her hand. If she were to write this book, the actual content would probably be much more exciting than this empty content. To sum it up in 4 words, loyalty and love for the village. Putting the will of fire aside, Sakura couldn't help but stretch. She had been sitting in the classroom for most of the day, and it was time to get up and move around. Sakura closed her eyes to clear her mind and prepared for training. Now the class was out in the playground practicing shuriken, and Iruka's growling at Naruto could still be faintly heard. What kind of shuriken throwing technique is this? What kind of self-created super advanced ninjutsu? What's the point of not doing any messy techniques? The wind mixed with the smell of mud after the rain blew through the classroom window, ruffling the girl's hair. Sakura suddenly felt a chill and a shadow covered her eyes. Sakura subconsciously opened her emerald eyes, and a face that could almost be described as desperate and dead appeared in front of her. Sasuke-kun. Sakura couldn't help but feel a little surprised when she looked at the boy in front of her. Why is Sasuke here? He shouldn't be in. Harino Sakura. The words that could almost be described as devoid of any emotion came out of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. What? I want to fight you. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were empty. Overnight, all his loved ones were gone. A strict father, a gentle mother, and that scum Uchiha Itachi. I am too weak to even be killed. Just for that ridiculous reason. Just to test his own ability, he killed so many innocent people. The family warmth he once had was shattered in Uchiha Sasuke's heart like a dream. The happiness that seemed beautiful, warm, and within reach was shattered by Uchiha Itachi's sword. I am too weak, I am too weak, not only am I no match for Uchiha Itachi. Even Harino Sakura in school has always been superior to him. No. I have something else to do and I don't have time to fight with you. And I think you should go home and take care of it first. Sakura spoke as she gathered her things. So many Uchiha people had just died. Now Sasuke should go back and deal with the bodies and funeral arrangements of his clansmen instead of starting a fight with her for no reason. Bang! The boy slammed his palm hard on Sakura's desk, making a loud bang that interrupted Harino Sakura's words. Do you look down on me too? Uchiha Sasuke's face was almost distorted, and he looked at the girl in front of him with hysterical viciousness. When he heard the word go home, Uchiha Sasuke was completely furious. Come back home? Where does his home come from? Where does he even have a home? Sakura frowned slightly and looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of her, suppressing her dissatisfaction and speaking. Sasuke, I think you should. The fierce wind from the punch messed up her pink hair. If Sakura hadn't dodged quickly, the punch would have hit her in the face. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke attacked Harino Sakura frantically like a beast. If he wants to kill Uchiha Itachi, he must keep getting stronger, so Harino Sakura, who is better than him, is his first hurdle. Harino Sakura dodged Uchiha Sasuke's attacks, which could almost be described as chaotic at the moment, and frowned at the boy in front of her. Sasuke, if you don't stop, I'm going to be rude. However, these words made the already crazy Uchiha Sasuke even more furious. What does "I'm not welcome" mean? Does this guy mean that he is giving in to me now? Extreme emotions filled Uchiha Sasuke's heart at this moment, and he had only one thought at this moment. Defeat her, defeat her. Sakura Harino looked at the crazy Uchiha Sasuke in front of her, and the dissatisfaction in her heart inexplicably subsided for some reason. She just felt pity for the other party. Like an abandoned dog. It's just that this dog can't accept this fact and is going crazy. Sakura retreated step by step, while Uchiha Sasuke approached step by step. There was a hard and cold touch on her back, and Sakura had already retreated to the corner. A slightly dull voice rang out in the classroom. Uchiha Sasuke widened his eyes slightly and looked at the scene in disbelief. The other party caught his fist with one palm. Sakura grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's fist with one hand, and no matter how hard the other party tried, he couldn't break free. Did you see clearly? The gap between you and me. Sakura's calm words reached Uchiha Sasuke's ears, which made him even more crazy. No matter how the other party dragged or tried to break free from Sakura's grasp, Sakura was like a stone statue, and no matter how hard Uchiha Sasuke tried, she couldn't move an inch. Seeing that the other party was still trying to attack her with his other hand, Sakura grabbed Sasuke's hand and slowly pressed it down. Uchiha Sasuke's body was involuntarily pressed down by Sakura with one hand. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke roared madly. What did he see? Was there pity in the other party's eyes? When did I need others' pity? It is very disappointing to vent your anger on others. Sasuke, besides, I'm your classmate. Emerald green eyes calmly looked at the boy in front of him who kept trying to resist. And Sakura subconsciously stopped talking here. She wasn't supposed to know this. And you saw that you can't beat me. I accept your challenge, but I don't accept you being like a mad dog. Go back, Sasuke. Sakura let go of Uchiha Sasuke, and Sasuke, who was let go, had already shed tears without knowing when. He stood there silently without saying a word. Sakura glanced at him and said nothing more, just walked past him. Hara no Sakura. Slightly choked words came out of the boy's mouth. I will win. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette and calmly looked at the scene in the crystal ball. Thinking of the request made by Uchiha Itachi before he left, he couldn't help but feel a headache. All Uchiha who opened the Manjiki are crazy. This is true for Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi. Only at this moment did he understand why his teacher, Senju Tobirama, was reluctant to let the Uchiha go to the battlefield and assign them the posts of the Konoha Guard. The stronger the Sharingan, the more paranoid the mind becomes, and this is especially true for the Manjiki. Extreme treatment methods, extreme emotions. If the Uchiha were allowed to enter the battlefield on a large scale, so many extreme ninjas would be a disaster. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Naruto. Chapter 15 Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard and looked at the pink little girl in the crystal ball. Although Sakura Haruno's way of dealing with Uchiha Sasuke was biased, it was enough to satisfy Sarutobi Hiruzen. When facing a classmate who is out of control of his emotions, words will not have any effect. So subdue him first and then calm him down with words. Apparently, it works pretty well. This is the future of Konoha. Recalling the scene just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind. Who? Sakura leaned against a thick tree, breathing lightly, crystal sweat running down her cheeks. The incident involving Uchiha Sasuke did not have much impact on Sakura, and Sakura had no ill will towards Sasuke. Just a poor child. She has just finished a 30-kilometer endurance run, and at only 7 years old, she can sense that this is the limit of her current body. If you continue, it will cause harm to your body. Sakura! What are you doing here? A somewhat old but powerful voice sounded with doubt. The pink loli turned her head and saw a slightly bald old man in casual clothes looking at her not far away. Hokage-sama. Hara no Sakura showed surprise on her face and tried to stand up, but she had no strength left. After struggling a few times, Sarutobi Hiruzen held down her shoulders. Since you are tired, let's take a good rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the pink little girl in front of him kindly. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hara no Sakura pursed her lips, looked at the kind old man in front of her, and said with a puzzled look. Why is Hokage-sama here? Ha ha ha, of course you're here to see our talented little ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat next to Sakura and patted her head with a smile. Because Haruno Sakura did not hide her talent at all, her reputation as a genius had already spread, so it was not surprising that Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about it. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Sakura pursed her lips and didn't say much. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, looking at Sakura, who was silent. The child didn't seem very happy. Sakura pointed to the sweat on her face and her body, which was almost too weak to stand up, and said, the word genius completely overshadows the hard work behind me. Others don't see the hard work behind me and just take my excellence for granted. Although she intended to promote her talent, Sakura worked late into the night every day during the year and also took time out during the day to train at a certain intensity. Although her goal was achieved, she also put in a lot of effort to achieve it. I see, I was negligent. Sakura is a very hard-working child. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression couldn't help but soften. He already had a very good impression of the child in front of him, and now he felt a hint of heartache in his heart. Then can I ask Sakura why you are working so hard? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words cheered up Haruno Sakura. She was pointing in the direction of the Hokage building, or to be more precise, in the direction of Hokage Rock. Even though the Hokage Rock is not visible from here. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction Sakura was pointing. I want to be the first female Hokage. Protect mom, protect dad, protect the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the little girl in front of him in a daze. With his already excellent senses, coupled with the impression of being a hard-working person, and hearing the words that were almost exactly the same as those of the red-haired Bloody Pepper back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to see the shadows of other people in this child. As strong as Tsunade, as ambitious as Kushina, as personal as Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel moist in the corners of his eyes. He seemed to see the shadows of 3 different people in this child. Because of the angle, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not see Sakura's somewhat unnatural and embarrassed expression. It's quite embarrassing to say such words in front of a man in his 60s. Cheating old men and the like are all stopgap measures. I see, that's a great ambition. Old man, I'm optimistic about Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, touched Sakura's head and smiled. If you have any questions or concerns, you can ask me. He then stood up and disappeared from Sakura's sight. No. My Lord Hokage, are you just going to leave like this? Sakura couldn't help but sigh as she watched Sarutobi Hiruzen disappear. Okay, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something left where Sarutobi Hiruzen had just been sitting. It's a scroll. Oh my god, the old man exploded with gold coins. Sakura couldn't wait to pick up the scroll and opened it directly. 2 big words on the homepage catch your eye. Strange power. To be honest, a little disappointed. But it doesn't matter anymore. At least I can use my supernatural power openly in the future. As she continued to flip through the pages, Haruno Sakura's eyes couldn't help but light up. It is different from the strange power that the body itself possesses. Super strength is a kind of ninja technique created by Tsunade. It is an extremely high-level technique that gathers chakra in a certain part of the body and then suddenly explodes. It requires extremely strict manipulation of chakra, but because of this, it also records how to control chakra more simply and effectively. Although Sakura has mastered superpowers thanks to the Golden Finger, she is still not very skilled in the delicate operation of chakra. Ninjas use chakra to fight. The control of chakra is the top priority of almost every ninja, except for Uzumaki Naruto, who is a big chakra user. If you can master chakra well, you can master almost every technique more quickly. And if you have any questions about what Sarutobi Hiruzen said before, you can go to him. Hehe, my Lord Hokage, I don't understand anything. Carefully putting away the scroll, Sakura hummed a song and walked briskly towards home in the sunset. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. The sparkling lake reflected the girl's brisk figure. On the somewhat familiar riverbank, a lonely figure was staring at the lake in a daze. "Hey, Naruto, what are you doing there? It's getting dark, why don't you go home and cook? If I catch you eating instant noodles again, I'll tell Irika-sensei that you are paying 200 ryo for a cup of instant noodles." The girl's brisk words made the blond boy turn his head to look. What caught his eye was the bright smile that almost made his heart stop. "You're stupid, like an idiot. It's getting dark, why don't you go home?" Oh. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then immediately smiled. "I have created a group, anyone interested can join it. Thanks to Chafin Renshen, Moon Watching Rabbit, and Drinking Tea Super Method for the tips. Thanks to Moon Watching Rabbit, Yaxelskia, that era of fluttering white clothes, the super method of drinking tea, Yao Linlin Bar No. 6, and the monthly ticket of tea, food, and life." End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Bang! Chapter 16 Bang! Hee Sakura. The girl with the spiky blonde hair was sitting on a stool, learning how to make new dishes from the recipe placed beside her. I saw him skillfully stir the eggs in the bowl, then put them in a pot with water and start steaming them. A year has passed since Sakura gave him the recipe. Naruto has mastered a decent cooking skill. Although he still eats instant noodles occasionally, most of the time he cooks for himself or goes to Ichiraku Ramen to solve his stomach problems. Naruto couldn't help but recall the girl with cherry pink hair this evening. I will probably never forget that smile. Looking at the water bubbling in the pot, Naruto first scooped a bowl of steamed rice that he had prepared before going out in the morning, then took out the leftover bone soup from yesterday from the refrigerator and heated it in the microwave. Because of Naruto's recent good performance, Sarutobi Hiruzen also increased Naruto's living expenses from the original 5,000 taels to 6,500 taels. This also means that Naruto has meat in almost every meal. At least Naruto has grown taller and stronger in this year. Naruto sat at the table by the window, propping his cheek up and looking at the clear night sky outside, feeling a little dazed. What is Sakura doing at this time? Sakura was flipping through the scroll of super strength given to her by Sarutobi Hiruzen, ignoring the training methods in the front and focusing her eyes on the second half, which was about chakra training. Chakra is the combination of the human body's spiritual power and physical strength. If you want to use ninjutsu, you must use chakra to cooperate with hand seals to release ninjutsu. Judging from the skill of super strength, Tsunade's initial idea was most likely the same as Minato Namikaze's. She wanted to abandon the complicated step of forming hand seals and directly use the non-hand seal ninjutsu. The birth of the superpower also proves that Tsunade's purpose was successful. The power of a single punch can be stronger than most ninjutsu. Even the Raise Nan is no match for the power of Tsunade's punch. Moreover, the chakra consumed by the strange power is far less than that of the Raise Nan. Every advantage has its disadvantages. In the original work, only Tsunade and Haruno Sakura can use superpowers, and even Shizune cannot use it. Is this something Tsunade doesn't teach? It was not until she saw the scroll of super strength that Sakura realized that the threshold for super strength was too high. The precise manipulation of chakra can screen out 95% of ninjas. There are 6 tendons in one hand, the hand Taiyin lung meridian, the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, the hand Shaiyin heart meridian, the hand Taiyang small intestine meridian. There are 12 meridians in both hands. When punching, 6 meridians must be taken care of at the same time, which is almost like doing 6 things at once. When Sakura thought of this, she suddenly thought of Nagato Uzumaki and Sasori of the Akatsuki organization. This technique is very suitable for these two guys. Sakura shook her head, threw away the weird thoughts in her mind, and continued reading. In the final analysis, if you want to use superpowers, the requirements for chakra are almost equivalent to asking you to draw a circle with your left hand, a square with your right hand, a triangle with your left foot, a 5-pointed star with your right foot, read a book with your eyes, and sing a song with your mouth. This is a technique that only super high-level players can perform. Although it seems almost impossible to do, there are still ninjas in the ninja world who can meet this requirement. In addition to Uzumaki Nagato and Sasori, there is Cho from the Sand Village who can control 10 puppets to fight. Fortunately, Sakura no longer needs to practice specially because of her golden finger. This operation has been engraved in her instinctive reaction. Now all Sakura needs to do is apply the chakra control techniques her body has learned to other techniques. It is impossible for Sakura to simply rely on the capital of Ninja War Sakura. If she is satisfied with just one Ninja War Sakura, then she will be too far away from her goal. Sakura, come and eat. Today we have your favorite red bean dumplings. Mako Harano called out from outside the door. That thing is too sweet, let's make some bone soup tomorrow. That's what the old Sakura liked to eat, not what the current Sakura likes to eat. Hey? Why do you change so quickly? Bang! The piece of KONOHA was instantly broken by an explosion, and the echo seemed to still linger in the night sky. Harano Sakura, who was almost asleep in the quilt, suddenly started and her whole body trembled. What happened? Sakura climbed out of bed and looked out the window, only to discover that many houses had already turned on their lights. They were obviously frightened by the sudden loud noise. Looking at the direction where the loud noise came from, Sakura thought with some amusement, could it be that Naruto's gas tank exploded? Sakura was about to shake this outrageous thought off, but she remained silent. If it was Naruto? Totally possible. Sakura carefully pushed open the door, put on her slippers, looked at her parents' house which was quiet, and quietly slipped out. As they got closer to Naruto's house, more and more people gathered around. Seeing that many ninjas had already arrived at the scene, Sakura also squeezed in by taking advantage of her size. What came into view was a ruin, and Sakura looked up at Naruto's house. At least half of it collapsed. Naruto's family really exploded. And it was in the kitchen. Could the gas tank have really exploded? But Naruto should be fine. Sakura remembers that he is protected by Anbu. Hey, Sakura, you're here too. Just as Sakura was thinking about looking for Naruto, she heard a familiar shout. A little girl with beige hair came skipping in front of her. Behind her was a middle-aged man with the same beige hair. Yamanaka Ino's father. Uncle Hai. Sakura looked at the man in front of her obediently. Xiaoying, I didn't scare you just now, did I? Yamanaka Inoichi is a relatively gentle person. He knows about his daughter's best friend and does not have any opinion about Sakura just because she is a commoner. A little bit, so I wanted to run out and take a look, but I didn't expect it to be Naruto's family. Uncle Hai, how is Naruto now? Sakura looked worried. After all, Naruto didn't know how to cook originally, but now he has learned how to cook and even blew up the house. If something bad happens, then Azura will be reincarnated again, and who will stop Sasuke's Indra from being reincarnated? Don't worry, Naruto. Just as Yamanaka Inuka was about to comfort Sakura, a voice sounded not far away. Sakura, why are you here? The blonde boy was wearing a nightcap and rubbing his eyes sleepily, as if he had not woken up yet. Sakura looked at the guy in front of her who hadn't woken up yet and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He is indeed the son of destiny. Even the explosion of the gas tank that was right next to him did not wake him up. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Irika and number 039, S Enlightenment. Chapter 17 Irika's Enlightenment. Ninja School. The black-haired boy walked in the corridor outside the classroom with a terrifying expression that said, "Keep away from strangers." The incident of Uchiha clan genocide fermented thoroughly in the past half-month, which really caused an uproar in Konoha. Uchiha Itachi was also labeled as an S-class traitor by Konoha in the first place. Any Konoha ninja they meet will be killed without mercy. As the only survivor of the Uchiha clan genocide, Uchiha Sasuke also bore a deep blood feud. The girls around him who had always admired him had been looking at him with sympathy and pity during these days. This kind of gaze made Uchiha Sasuke's already painful heart even more gloomy. Wow! Sakura, you're amazing! So we've started the 6th grade curriculum. Before he even entered the classroom, Sasuke heard Ino's surprised voice. Doesn't that mean it won't be long before you graduate? Then my chances of seeing Sakura will probably be much less in the future. Hearing Ino's words, Uchiha Sasuke stood beside the classroom door and clenched his fists tightly. Hara no Sakura! The genius of this class, I am like a clown in front of her. The competition with a huge disparity in strength half a month ago made Uchiha Sasuke feel deeply humiliated. I can't even compare to a girl in strength. After standing at the classroom door for a long time, Uchiha Sasuke left with a gloomy face. He wants to find Irika, he also wants to skip a grade. Don't say that, Ino. I can pick you up from school later. Sakura flipped through the textbook in her hands and chuckled in response to Ino's words. Yesterday she passed the 5th grade promotion and felt the effort for the first time. It's not the liberal arts aspect, it's the physical aspect that's struggling. After all, she only had the body of a 7-year-old, and the promotion from 5th grade to 6th grade was something that students who were supposed to be 11 years old should participate in. Moreover, the physical fitness test does not allow the use of chakra, and it all relies on physical resistance. Otherwise, Sakura could just gather her supernatural strength in her feet and jump dozens of meters away. I need to take some time off to allow this body to grow a little bit bigger. How can you do this? Ino tilted her head and thought for a while. Among the group of parents, Sakura, who was the same age as herself, stood at the school gate with a smile of an elder on her face and waved her hand like the other parents, and shouted to her, Ino, here. Oh, what a strange feeling. No, don't come pick me up after Sakura graduates. Looking for me secretly. The beige girl hugged Sakura's waist and rubbed her face with reluctance. Hi, I'll come secretly to pick up Ino from now on. Irika looked at the boy in front of him solemnly. The other party is also a person who has been at the center of controversy in Konoha and even the entire ninja world recently. The last Uchiha. Who could have imagined that such a huge ethnic group with a 1,000-year heritage would be destroyed overnight? Irika-sensei, please. Uchiha Sasuke bent down deeply and spoke to Irika. Irika weighed his words in his mind, trying not to touch the boy's sensitive nerves. Sasuke, can you tell me why you want to skip a grade? Uchiha Sasuke stood up, looked at Irika with hatred on his face and said, I'm going to kill that guy. It was self-evident who the guy Uchiha Sasuke was talking about was. Sasuke, I think you may have made a mistake. Irika tried his best to make his words not so stinging. You want to skip a grade like Sakura? Your hard work is certainly commendable. But Sakura didn't become stronger because she skipped a grade. She became stronger first, and then she skipped a grade. Sakura only needs to listen to what is being taught in class for 15 minutes. She doesn't need to listen for the rest of the time. Sasuke, if I condensed a lesson into 15 minutes, would you be able to understand what I was talking about? This is just the liberal arts. There is also the physical aspect. I believe you are the one who can relate the most. Irika's words made Uchiha Sasuke stand there in a daze. He clenched his fists unwillingly. In fact, if you want to become stronger, you don't necessarily have to skip grades. At the end of the day, grade skipping is just a way to get promoted. Promotion is nothing more than a new identity. Whether you are strong or not has nothing to do with this identity. Sakura just felt that attending classes was a waste of the remaining time, so she chose to be promoted. If Sasuke can hone himself to perfection in these 6 years at the ninja school and become a ninja, this will not affect your strength, Sasuke. Irika tried his best to persuade Sasuke that if he succeeded in skipping grades and becoming a ninja with his current temperament, he would definitely be sacrificed in the mission. Teacher Irika, what you mean is that I don't need to skip a grade, but I just need to work hard to become stronger. Sasuke's expression changed slightly, and he somewhat agreed with Irika's words. That's right, Sasuke. If you don't understand something in the future, you can just come and ask me. Even if I don't understand, I will help you find other ninjas to help you solve your doubts. Irika's expression softened, and he looked at Sasuke with a hint of pity. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Irika-sensei. At noon, Sakura left the ninja school directly. The class was still liberal arts in the afternoon, so it made no difference whether she went or not. What she needs most now is to do nothing and let this body grow up slowly. When she is 8 years old, she can consider graduation. But by the time one is 8 years old, there is only 1 year left to obtain the Yin seal. This is already the limit. It took 1 year to obtain the Yin seal, 3 years to gather chakra, and when he was 12 years old, he happened to meet Tsunade. Time is so tight. Sakura sighed and then walked towards the Hokage building. Half a month ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen said that if he had any questions about strange powers, he could go and ask him. Then Sakura would naturally not miss this opportunity. Sakura arrived at the Hokage building with ease and was stopped by 2 chunins guarding the door. Little sister, what's the matter with you? The ninja guarding the gate bent down and looked kindly at the little girl in front of him. In terms of appearance, Sakura is still very cute. After all, abused the word beauty to describe Harano Sakura. I'm looking for Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama said I could find him. Sakura tactfully took out the scroll of super powerful ninjutsu and showed it to the 2 ninjas. Each high-level ninjutsu has a special code, and the 2 ninjas could tell at a glance that this was the real deal. Is that so? Then little sister, you go in and wait for a while. I will go and inform the Hokage. Nothing dramatic happened. This is the normal way of doing things. Thanks for the tip from Chafin Renshen. Thanks to the monthly tickets from OTZ, 85445 Ruwa. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Shadow. Chapter 18 Shadow. Under the gaze of the 2 gate-guarding ninjas, Harano Sakura climbed the stairs leading to the Hokage's office. So good. It seems that an excellent ninja is about to appear in the village. The ninja who had just questioned Sakura spoke gently. The special coating on the scroll Sakura showed him was quite advanced. The significance of being able to obtain advanced techniques from Sarutobi Hiruzen at such a young age is self-evident. I remember your boy seemed to be only 2 or 3 years older than this girl. His companion next to him teased him with a mocking look on his face. The gatekeeper ninja twitched his lips when he heard this, thinking of his own brat, and then said with a dark face. Don't mention it. That kid has been pissing me off lately. You actually applied the depilatory cream to the Inuzuka family's ninja dog. Now, more than a dozen dogs in the Inuzuka family have become bald and hairless dogs. Every day when they see that kid, they chase and bite him. Sakura came to the 2nd floor of the Hokage building. Looking at the outdated decorations around her, she couldn't help but wonder if she had come to the core organization of KONOHA. No matter how you look at it, it looks like it's going to leak when it rains. The Hokage's office is easy to spot, as there is a sign with the words Hokage's office hanging on the door. The office door was ajar. Sakura just knocked and the door opened by itself. Is that Sakura? Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat old and weak voice sounded. Sakura pushed the door open and walked in. An old man in a red and white divine robe and a Hokage hat was sitting at the desk facing the door. Hokage-sama. Sakura bowed respectfully and was about to take out the scroll when she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen stand up and walk in front of her, laughing softly and saying, "Don't be so reserved, just call me Grandpa Hokage." "Okay, Grandpa Hokage." Sakura climbed up the pole without any hesitation. "Ha ha 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 ha, what do you want to talk to me about today, Sakura?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled Sakura to sit on the sofa beside him and spoke with a smile. He had thought that the child would come to him within a day or two after he gave Sakura the scroll. I didn't expect that it would take half a month before he came to my door. This made him a little curious. Could it be that the cultivation of supernatural powers was not difficult for her? Sakura took out the scroll given to her by Sarutobi Hiruzen and spread it out on the coffee table in front of her, pointing to the last point and asking how chakra works simply and effectively within the body. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the child in front of him in surprise. He did not mention any of the previous training methods and only asked about the final chakra training method. Could it be that the other party has already mastered the strange power in half a month? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his doubts and explained carefully to Harano Sakura. As a doctor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen is proficient in all the nature and form changes of the 5 elements ninjutsu. He was once known as the ninja hero on the battlefield for his exquisite ninjutsu and the Sarutobi clan's Ryuji stick. His understanding of techniques can be said to be outstanding even among the small group of people at the top of the ninja world. So, Sakura is still too young. If she grows up a little and makes her tendons stronger, the chakra will flow more effectively in her body. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently answered the child's question, but he still raised his doubts and spoke. Sakura asked this question. Has she already acquired superpowers? There was a hint of anticipation in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. If he could learn super strength in half a month, that would really be correct. Sakura looked matter-of-fact. Then the pair of emerald green eyes scanned around and fixed their gaze on the ordinary-looking tea set on the coffee table. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's shocked gaze, a dark teacup was crushed between Sakura's fingers. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless when he saw this scene. What is super strength? Tsunade's original famous technique is close to the difficulty of S-level techniques. Among A-level ninjutsu, its difficulty is definitely T0 level. This child only took half a month. At the beginning, I gave her the method of cultivating superpowers because I considered that this child had great strength and excellent chakra control that was very similar to Tsunade's. Unexpectedly, this really gave me a surprise. It's just a pity to waste my antique tea set. Sakura tilted her head as she looked at the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking that maybe he just thought that crushing a teacup was not a big deal. Then he reached out to the teapot, and with a click, the teapot was scrapped. Stop, stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the antique teapot that he had accidentally destroyed with some heartache, but it was too late. Grandpa Hokage, do you think I didn't do something well? Sakura's eyes couldn't help but fall on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, looking for some props that could test his strength. No, okay, very good. Sakura's excellence is beyond my expectation. Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked Sakura's gaze that was searching for prey. He felt that if he was a step slower, who knows what the child would have torn apart. At this moment, the office door was pushed open, and an old man and an old woman appeared directly in front of Sakura and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen. The old man, who was about the same age as Sarutobi Hiruzen, opened his mouth subconsciously, but noticed Sakura and stopped talking abruptly. Looking at these two people, Sakura probably guessed why Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he was coming so quickly. It turns out that other people didn't even knock on the door. If Grandpa Hokage has something to do, then I will leave first. When Sakura saw Midaman and Yutane Koharu, two old men who looked like they had one foot in the ground but could actually still live for a few more decades, appearing here, she knew it was time for her to go. Sakura, wait, I have something for you. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored his two old friends and went back to his desk to look through something. He then took out a scroll and handed it to Sakura. Go ahead, and come back to me if you've learned it. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Sakura's head and spoke with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. When Sakura saw the old man take out another scroll, her eyes lit up. She held the scroll and quickly disappeared in front of the three old men. Watching the pink little girl leave, Mito Kato and couldn't help but look at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. Monkey, who is that child? He had been observing Sakura since he entered the door. His old friend seemed to be particularly patient with this child. The future of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked through the window with some emotion at Harano Sakura, who was leaving the Hokage building. Would that be too much of an exaggeration, Hiruzen? Yutane Kohara standing by frowned slightly. It's no exaggeration. I see the shadows of Tsunade and Minato in this child. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Best Friend. Chapter 19 Best Friend Body Instant. It's a B-level technique, but a very practical one. This technique uses the burst of chakra to instantly accelerate oneself. However, because there is some lead-in time before it is activated, and there is also some after-swing after reaching the destination, many ninjas only use it to speed up their journey. Few ninjas can overcome this pre-swing and post-swing and use it in combat. Of course, it's not impossible. For example, the famous Golden Flash Minato Namikaze was able to overcome this back and forth sway and use it in actual combat, but after obtaining the Flying Thunder God, the effect of the instant body movement technique on him was not so great. There is also Shisui, who is able to teleport instantly, and has made a name for himself with this teleportation technique that is so ordinary that it could not be more ordinary. His teleportation technique was so fast that it could leave dozens of afterimages. Sakura sat by the river, flipping through the scroll that Sarutobi Hiruzen had given her. Judging from the technique the opponent gave him, he obviously wanted to transform himself into an indomitable being that combines speed and strength. Moreover, with the foundation of super strength, learning the art of teleportation is a piece of cake. The only difficulty is how to use it in combat. If Sakura cannot overcome this back and forth swaying, then this technique will be just like other ninjas and can only be used to speed up her journey. But if Sakura can overcome it successfully, you can imagine Tsunade with Shisui's speed. Beat the rascal snake to death with one punch. Sakura sat by the river, looking at the scroll in her hand, and before she knew it, it had darkened. Physical training has little effect on Sakura at this stage. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself said that he is too young and his meridians cannot allow chakra to flow too fast. Take it slow and let yourself grow up a little. Sakura. A familiar voice sounded in the distance. Sakura looked up and found a little loli with beige hair waving at her on the shore. At this moment, Sakura realized that it was getting dark. Sakura put away the scroll in her hand and walked towards Ino, laughing softly and saying, "How come my Miss Yamanaka has time to come to see me today?" Ino ignored Sakura's teasing, took Sakura's arm in a familiar manner, and said with some melancholy, "Sakura, Suzuki has been ignoring us lately." Sakura glanced at Ino, who looked sad and tilted her head and said, "Isn't Suzuki always like this?" "Oh, you don't understand. At least Suzuki used to be aloof, but he is completely different from now. Suzuki is like an ice cube right now. But this is even more stylish." Looking at the crazy Ino beside her, Sakura was a little speechless, and she chose her words carefully. Is it possible that he really doesn't want to bother with the people who are pestering him? If possible, Sakura didn't want Ino and Suzuki to have too much entanglement. After all, Ino and Suzuki are from two completely different worlds. Although Ino did abandon Suzuki in the end, only herself was licking his face and approaching him like a free gift. How come? Suzuki is so handsome, he must be annoyed by all the other people pestering him, so he ignores them all. Ino immediately refuted Sakura righteously. Well, appearance is justice. Sakura could only helplessly accept this, but unfortunately Ino's love for Suzuki was destined to end in vain. I remember Sakura seemed to like Suzuki very much before. Why do you suddenly not like it? Ino suddenly remembered something and let go of Sakura, looking at her best friend with a serious expression. Sakura's pretty pink hair, which Ino envied, was simply tied into a ponytail. She was wearing a simple black short-sleeved shirt and white ninja pants, and ordinary ninja shoes. If there was only one decoration that represented her girlish heart, it would probably be the red headband that she had given Sakura to show her forehead, which Sakura used to tie her hair. Moreover, because of her frequent training, Sakura exudes an inexplicable handsomeness. Yes, a girl was actually described as handsome by Ino. The kind of handsome that is heroic and dashing. Sakura looked at Ino with a pair of emerald green eyes full of helplessness and said, "That's because Ino likes it. I won't take anything Ino likes from you. Don't worry." Sakura smiled and patted Ino's head. "Wow, Sakura is so good. If Sakura were a boy, I would definitely marry Sakura." Ino threw herself into Sakura's arms. Ino was a little boyish when she was young, but now she is like a soft girl in front of Sakura. Hi. If I were a boy, I would definitely be jealous knowing how much Ino likes Sasuke. Sakura chuckled and patted the little loli in her arms on the back, speaking jokingly. He, then if it's a boy's Sakura, I might consider whether to choose Sakura or Sasuke. But it's a pity that Sakura is a girl. Ino in her arms winked at Sakura playfully, then pinched Sakura's nose under her gentle gaze. Then if I were a boy, Ino probably wouldn't hug me so recklessly, right? Sakura raised her beautiful eyebrows and grabbed Ino's waist with both hands. What? Ino screamed out in surprise, and then her waist felt extremely itchy. He thought about pushing Sakura away, but the strength disparity between them was too great. Ha, Sakura, that's too much. I was wrong. Ha. Let me go. Ha. Ino laughed so hard that tears came out. She lost her balance and fell onto the grass by the river with Sakura. Looking at Sakura, who was pressed under her, Ino's face was flushed, not sure if it was because of smiling or something else. Sakura bullied me. Ino pretended to look ferocious and looked at Sakura, but still had no intention of getting up from Sakura. It was Ino who pinched my nose first, wasn't it? Sakura couldn't help but laugh when she saw Ino pretending to be fierce. No matter how fierce the other party was, she was just like a little kitten. After listening to Sakura's words, Ino was stunned for a moment, then she said with a specious reasoning, "I don't care. Sakura is just bullying me." Yes, I bullied Ino. Sakura's attitude made Ino feel like she had punched cotton and she didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. Hey, I'm ignoring you. I am going home. Ino climbed up from Sakura, turned her head and spoke with a proud look on her face. Then do you want me to pick up Ino from school tomorrow? I'm not going tomorrow afternoon because we have liberal arts classes. Do not want. Really not. Want. If you want to catch up, just click on the last page to see how many readers there are. The operation does not take more than 2 seconds. This is very important for new books, especially important. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, the world is divided into 2 parts, and each is governed by its own river. Chapter 20, the world is divided into 2 parts, governed by the RIVER 5-7 years of KONOHA. Ninja Classroom. In the empty classroom, Sakura sat quietly alone, writing the test paper on the wheel of fire. In front of her, as always, were Irika and Mizuki, the 2 teachers from the ninja school. Irika looked at the little girl writing furiously in front of him with satisfaction, and couldn't help but think with some melancholy about how this child looked when she first entered the ninja school. She was very quiet and stayed quietly beside Ino the whole time. I seemed very timid, but I didn't expect that I would have to take the graduation exams after just 2 years. Although there is some gap between him and another genius in the village, Kakashi Hatake, he is still very good. After all, he graduated at the age of 5, became a chunin at the age of 6, and a jonin at the age of 12. This resume is really outrageous. On the contrary, he saw all of Haruno Sakura's efforts and witnessed with his own eyes how hard this child worked. Irika-sensei, I'm done. Sakura Haruno, now 8 years old, handed the test paper to Irika. "Oh, okay, this paper will be graded before the afternoon exam. Sakura, you can take this time to rest. Don't worry, the graduation exam won't have a physical fitness test like the promotion exam. It's just a test of the 3 body techniques." Irika put away the test paper and spoke gently. He just said it casually. He knew Sakura's situation very well. The 3 body technique was not difficult at all for Sakura. "Yes, I understand, Irika-sensei." Watching the pink girl leave the classroom, Irika didn't look at the contents of the paper, but quickly sent it to the Hokage building. "This is the paper that the Hokage has personally selected and marked, so we cannot be careless. What is the will of fire? Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding." But when he frowned and looked at the graduation test paper of Haruno Sakura in his hand, he felt that Haruno Sakura's will of fire was a little dangerous. Haruno Sakura's will of fire. Fire, the origin of civilization. Will is the unyielding spirit of human beings. In the past, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, gathered all the ninja clans in the Land of Fire to establish Konoha, in order to build a village where children would no longer have to go to the battlefield. This is the will of the first generation of fire. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, used all means to protect Konoha in order to bring peace and prosperity to Konoha. However, the Land of Fire is located in one of the 4 major war zones in the ninja world, with abundant grass and abundant resources. After the death of the first Hokage, a war broke out and the second Hokage sacrificed himself for this. Lord Tobirama sacrificed himself to protect Konoha, and his death was worthy. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was ordered to inherit the throne of Konoha in a time of crisis. He quelled the second war, stopped the third war, and during the Nine Tails Rebellion, he dragged his old body to prolong Konoha's life. Countless talents were born from the hands of 3 generations of adults, but they died due to various accidents, left the village, or defected. The ninja world has been at peace for nearly a decade now. The wounds of the battlefield are gradually healing, and a new round of war may come at any time. However, Konoha was located in a place where 4 wars were fought, and it bore the brunt of the attack. First, Konoha is worried because he is worried, and then Konoha is happy because he is happy. We must remember to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Man proposes, man disposes. Take advantage of the abundant resources of the Fire Nation. Most of the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Earth, and the Kingdom of Thunder are located in vast deserts, rocky cliffs, and high mountains. The 3 kingdoms were short of food, and most of the food had to be imported from the Kingdom of Birds, the Kingdom of Rivers, the Kingdom of Grass, and the Kingdom of Fire. They raised the price of grain, used merchants to lower the prices of ironware, medicines, and minerals, and purchased them secretly. By then, grain prices will be high and iron ore will be sluggish. The profit-seeking people in the 3 kingdoms will inevitably scramble for grain and sell off iron ore. You can take this opportunity to buy them and be prepared. Within 5 years, the domestic prices of the 3 countries of Feng, Lei, and Tu will be in chaos, and they will inevitably target the Fire country. At that time, you can use certain resources to win over one of the 3 countries, and join forces to oppress the other 2 countries. It is recommended to join forces with the country of Earth. The water country is located overseas and is closed to the outside world. There is no information about it, so we will not mention it for the time being. However, sending troops first requires crossing the vast ocean, which will inevitably cost a lot. Referring to the Second Ninja World War, the water country did not participate. By then, we will use certain resources to win over the Earth Kingdom, because the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom are in a pincer attack. If this trend is successful, we can cut off the connection with the Wind Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom and defeat them one by one. During this period, all the surrounding small countries must be quickly won over, and those that refuse to submit can be conquered by sending troops. During this period, there must have been wise men in the three kingdoms who saw this move. But it was too late and nothing could be done. By then, the land of Earth will certainly not stand for KONOHA to be the only dominant force, and will most likely stab KONOHA in the back. They can negotiate with the Tsuchikage and join forces to defeat the land of Wind. KONOHA will not take a penny, but will need help from KONOHA to defeat the land of Lightning. By promising huge profits and making extensive publicity to stir up public opinion, even if the Tsuchikage wants to stab them in the back, KONOHA will receive the news first and immediately cut off the supply of resources. The morale of the army and people of the land of Earth will inevitably be disordered, and the combat effectiveness will be reduced. The Tsuchikage will inevitably seek peace. At that time, we will join forces with the Earth Kingdom to defeat the Thunder Kingdom. The world's situation is all in the hands of KONOHA, and the remaining countries can be destroyed in a snap. The land of Earth can only become a sword under the land of Fire due to lack of resources. We can negotiate with the land of Earth to sign a non-aggression treaty with the grasslands Kamubi Bridge as the boundary. The world is divided into two parts and governed separately across the river. Within a few years, as resources became increasingly scarce, the Kingdom of Earth had no choice but to surrender. This is boiling a frog in warm water. Even if the Land Kingdom fights desperately, it can be easily suppressed. When you are strong enough, everyone in the world will be your friend. The will of Fire is to make the whole world friends, so that KONOHA can develop forever. By making KONOHA the strongest existence, we can protect every KONOHA citizen. Graduating candidate, Haruno Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the graduation test paper of Haruno Sakura in front of him, and his fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. Is this the will of Fire? This is clearly an ambitious strategic deployment plan by an ambitious person. Whose good guy will of Fire looks like this? Is this the will of Fire of that pink-haired little girl? Is she black when you cut her open? Sarutobi Hiruzen kept smoking, and the smoke filled the Hokage's office. Haruno Sakura's will of Fire is different from Danzo's constant shouting of "I am for KONOHA." Haruno Sakura has come up with a practical plan. Taking advantage of the Fire Nation's abundant resources, start with food prices and suppress the three nations of Wind, Earth, and Thunder. This action is very secretive and inconspicuous. At least when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in charge of the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, he never thought that war could be fought like this. This little girl even thought of the follow-up measures in case the land country betrayed her. Just relying on KONOHA's existing war history records, it is possible to come up with such a complete strategic direction. At least in Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, there is nothing wrong with it for the time being. If there were no people like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the success rate of this strategic deployment would be very high. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart beating a little faster. As an old man, he could not stand the ideas of young people. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 3 Question 3 Answer. Chapter 21 3 Questions and 3 Answers. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally sat in front of Haruno Sakura to supervise her graduation exam. The clone technique, transformation technique, and substitute technique were all completed perfectly in one go. When Haruno Sakura took the forehead protector handed to her by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, there was not much of a smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Instead, he looked at Haruno Sakura with a serious face and said, "Sakura, come with me." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Haruno Sakura was calm, having already expected this scene. She had no choice, she had already graduated but still couldn't get the Yin seal. During this year, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave her extraordinary strength and the ability to teleport instantly. As for the so-called Yin seal, there was not even a shadow of it. Obviously, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, it is enough for an 8-year-old child to master super strength and the technique of instant teleportation, and he can learn more slowly from then on. That's the truth. The extraordinary strength of an 8-year-old genin combined with the ability to teleport instantly is already the highest level possible. But Haruno Sakura is in a hurry, because there are only two people who can learn the yin seal. One is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other is Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very close, and Tsunade is probably running around the world hiding from her creditors at this moment. Where can I find Haruno Sakura? How an 8-year-old genin could acquire the S-rank secret technique yin seal within a year under normal circumstances? It's impossible to think about it. In this situation, Haruno Sakura can only take risky moves and win by surprise. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen's current actions prove Haruno Sakura's thoughts. I just don't know whether it's good or bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked with Haruno Sakura step by step, and he had no intention of speaking for a long time, which made Haruno Sakura's somewhat calm heart start to feel uneasy. Until they arrived at the highest point of Konoha, above the Hokage rock. The wind from high in the sky blew the hem of Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes and the ends of Haruno Sakura's hair. Sakura! Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded somewhat helpless. It can be seen from today's ambitious Haruno Sakura's will of fire that this seemingly well-behaved pink little girl is not as cute as her appearance. I'm here, Grandpa Hokage. Haruno Sakura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke with some hesitation. Can you tell me what a Hokage is? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly sat down on the ground, looking with his cloudy eyes at the village in front of him that he had protected all his life. He originally thought that his life would just pass by like this, and that he would train a pillar for Konoha in the final period of time, and then he could retire with honor. But today, a graduation answer sheet from Haruno Sakura made his normally law-abiding heart a little restless. Once upon a time, he was also known as a ninja hero. As time passed, ninja hero had long been a thing of the past, and the meaningless title of ninjutsu doctor was given to him. This also means that the heroic ninja who roamed the battlefield has disappeared from everyone's sight. A ninjutsu doctor who has been in the village for decades was born. Hokage. Haruno Sakura followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's example and sat next to him. She looked at the scene in front of her that she had only seen in anime and slowly spoke. The Hokage is the father of the family. The teacher in the class. The street director. The village chief. Head of state. But I prefer to be described as the father of the family. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed, and he spoke. I remember Sakura's goal was to become the first female Hokage. Why would she use the word father to describe her instead of mother? The pink hair fluttered gently. Haruno Sakura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke because compared to mothers, fathers are more rational and can make more effective judgments at times, even if this choice will hurt the interests of the family at present. But from a long-term perspective, from an overall perspective, this decision is undoubtedly the more correct one. Haruno Sakura's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen silent. He couldn't help but think of the time when he made Hinata compromise. Back then, the Hidden Cloud Village planned to use the peace treaty as a pretext to attack the Byakugan, but was caught red-handed by Hyuga Hayashi, and finally used Hyuga Hisashi's body to exchange for peace. This matter was secretly criticized by the senior officials in the village. But, what can he do? That was the end of the Third World War, and almost all of Konoha's capable ninjas were killed. The fourth Hokage had just died, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was only 3 years old, the Uchiha had been criticized for the Nine-Tails Rebellion, Danzo was eyeing them covetously, and Kakashi and other ninjas were still too young. If Kakashi's generation were to be wiped out, Konoha would really have no future. So this is what Sakura understands as Hokage. You're right. The Hokage is really helpless in many things. The Hokage who seems so high and mighty actually has many unspeakable secrets. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but touch Sakura's soft pink hair. He liked this child very much, but it was precisely because he liked him so much that he made this special trip. Any more? Sakura's understanding of Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the little girl in front of him kindly and continued to speak. Haruno Sakura blinked, and her brows relaxed a little. There is a play. You don't have to become a Hokage to gain everyone's approval. But you can become Hokage only after gaining everyone's approval. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then the question is, how to gain everyone's approval? Is it enough to just talk about it? Obviously that's impossible. Haruno Sakura stood up, facing the mountain breeze on the cliff, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad feeling. In this world, everyone speaks the same language, writes the same characters, and uses the same currency. Hokage-sama, don't you think there are too many countries in this world? Sure enough, this girl is not one to keep to herself. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Haruno Sakura in a daze, feeling complicated and not knowing what to say. Sakura asked, if you can make everyone in Konoha live a good life and everyone in the land of fire have enough food to eat, can such a person be called Hokage? The third generation replied, yes. Sakura continued to ask, if peace could come to Konoha for the first time, ending the suffering of war, can such a person be called Hokage? The third generation answered again, yes. Sakura then asked, what if everyone could travel around the world without worrying about their lives? Mountains, rivers, seas, ice and snow, deserts, they could travel freely. Can such a person be called Hokage? Sandy then answered, yes. Grandpa Hokage, I want to be Hokage. The Hokage who made all of this happen. My article The Will of Fire is the starting point and beginning of everything. Haruno Sakura turned her head and looked at the village below her feet, her tone light yet heavy. Thanks to book friends 20220303150823865, Emolianqua, 85445 Ruwa, and book friend 201902050954535050 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to 85445 Ruwa and Chafin Renchen for the rewards. Please read. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Determination. Chapter 22 Determination. The mountain wind was howling on the cliff, and the somewhat loose red hairband was separated from the cherry pink hair by the wind. When it was about to fly away, a white and delicate hand grasped it. Xiaoying, your idea is indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen weighed his words, unsure how to evaluate Haruno Sakura's will of fire. I know, Grandpa Hokage. Because Grandpa Hokage is quite old after all. If Grandpa Hokage has to worry about us juniors all the time, wouldn't it make us juniors seem useless? So, I want to achieve it step by step. Looking at the serious look on the pink girl's face in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but remain silent and stopped himself from speaking. The pink hair is all black when cut. Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the little girl in front of him, his eyes no longer cloudy as before, as if he had made an important decision. What's wrong? Grandpa Hokage. Sakura tilted her head. The old man's slightly dry lips moved a little, and the words he spoke made the girl's emerald green eyes like gems slightly widen. Great success! Sakura weighed the purple scroll in her hand and felt that the huge rock pressing on her heart finally fell steadily to the ground. The sword of Damocles hanging over my head was finally removed. The unexpectedly great success was worth the effort she put into creating Haruno Sakura's will of fire. Yin Seal, the art of 100 heroes, get it? It took him 2 full years to skip a grade from a civilian ninja school student to the 6th grade, and he successfully passed the graduation exam with a paper on the will of fire. I am so strong. At this moment, Sakura just felt relaxed all over, without the shackles on her body anymore. Even the air seemed fresher and more comfortable to Sakura. At this moment, Sakura just wanted to find someone to share her joy with, but this joy was destined to be buried in her heart and digested slowly. Sakura kept jumping on the houses in Konoha, not knowing where she was going. But does it matter? It does not matter. She just wanted to find a place where no one was around to vent. After 2 years of hard work, she didn't have a single good night's sleep. He was afraid that at any time, the Yin Seal would be revealed and the torture department would capture him. Sakura didn't know where she was. She just looked at the lake in front of her and thought the scenery was nice, so she stopped here. Open the scroll in your hand with a special code that indicates top secret. Lines of text appeared before her eyes. It was like the most familiar stranger. Even though it was the first time she saw him in person, Sakura almost immediately understood the various meanings. Sakura read it quickly and understood it quickly because this was knowledge she had forgotten. Theoretically, there is no shortcut to the yin seal. Only by accumulating chakra step by step can the practitioner gradually master it. Closing the scroll in her hand, Sakura looked at the clear lake. Her face was reflected on the calm lake surface. Pink carving and jade carving. He picked up a stone beside him and threw it down. The ripples created shook, and soon returned to their original state again. But this time, the face reflected on the lake was not as happy as before. Sakura felt empty inside. He had clearly obtained the yin seal, but after the joy, he did not look happy at all. She thought of what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said to her before. The old man moved his lips, and his eyes, which should have been cloudy, forced Harano Sakura to not dare to look directly at him. Sakura, will you be my disciple? The last disciple. The pink ends of her hair fluttered in the wind, and Sakura couldn't quite believe what the old man said. But after being in a trance for a moment, he spoke quickly and eagerly. I am willing. Master. Looking at the purple scroll in her hand, which was given to Sakura by Sarutobi Hiruzen when she said she wanted to become a ninja like Tsunade-sama, her emerald green eyes were a little dim at the moment. Myself, is this cheating? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen a good guy? Sakura couldn't help but ask herself. To his enemies, he was not. To his political opponents, he is not. But Sakura pursed her lips. To her, he was indeed a very good elder. Maybe he had some purpose, just wanting Naruto to have some kind of bond with Konoha, with himself being one of them. But does it matter? A gentleman does not care about his deeds. Now, for the sake of the yin seal in his hand, he had deceived this old man. This old man probably saw himself as the future of Konoha. And he accepted me as his last disciple. In this world, master and disciple, teacher and student are two completely different concepts. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are teacher and student. Jiraiya and Naruto, Tsunade, and Sakura, are master and disciple. One is an institutional arrangement, and the other is real inheritance. Naturally, they are not the same. In a sense, the master-disciple relationship is more solid than the blood relationship between relatives. At this moment, Harano Sakura stood up suddenly, and her pair of emerald green eyes looked fiercely at the lake in front of her. Sakura knew that this might be stupid, self-righteous, or even inexplicable. You put shackles on yourself and burden yourself. The little girl in pink stood up, picked up a stone at her feet, and threw it hard into the lake. According to common sense, how much power can a stone thrown by an 8-year-old girl have? But the wind is roaring and the water is wailing. The entire lake surface was directly stirred up by the stone, and with a crackling sound, a thick tree on the opposite side of the lake slowly fell to the ground. A half-man-high stone behind the tree was broken into half by that stone. This is a strange power. Absolute violence. The extraordinary strength bestowed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, since you think I can do it, then I will become the kind of person you think I can be. Ah! Sakura! A surprised voice behind her brought Sakura back to her senses. A golden-haired boy holding a fishing rod appeared in the field of vision. Naruto! Are you fishing? Looking at the thing in the other person's hand, Sakura was a little surprised. Yeah, I didn't expect to meet Sakura here. Naruto smiled at the girl in front of him and approached her without hesitation. Sakura, do you want to go fishing with me? I can make another fishing rod. Looking at Naruto's expectant expression, Sakura scratched her head. Forget it, there is nothing to do today anyway, so just accompany him for a while. That's fine. By the way, do you make a nest? Making a nest? What is that? End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Strange Strength. Chapter 23, Percent Superpower. Wow, this fish is so big. Thanks to Sakura. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to catch it. In an open area in the woods, Naruto couldn't help drooling as he watched a fish that was bigger than him and rolling its eyes and being roasted over a fire. Haha, is that so? Sakura sat on the side, propping up her cheek, looking at the big fish in front of her speechlessly. She fished all afternoon today but didn't catch any fish. However, Naruto caught a big fish as soon as he hooked it. If Sakura hadn't knocked the fish unconscious with one punch, Naruto would have been dragged into the lake by the fish. Then, fish kept biting Naruto's hook, even though Sakura's hook was right next to him, and the bait was all earthworms. Why am I an Air Force guy? Later, because the fish was too big, it was impossible for Naruto and Sakura to finish it, so Naruto let go of all the other fish. The night has gradually darkened, with only the jumping flames swaying continuously. Hey, Sakura, it looks like it's ready to eat. Naruto now has some knowledge of cooking, so he can naturally tell whether the food is cooked at a glance. He diligently dug out a piece of fish meat, put it on a clean branch and put it in front of Sakura. Thank you. Sakura didn't bother to be polite with Naruto. She just thanked him and took it. It has no flavor, just a light salty taste and the aroma of fish. But compared with the previous Tianluo woman, it is already an improvement. It tastes pretty good. Your cooking skills have improved quite quickly. Sakura praised Naruto. He, of course, I've been studying very hard on the cookbook Sakura gave me. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but stand up, put his hands on his hips and spoke proudly. His face was full of pride. Yeah, Naruto is the best. Sakura bit the fish in her mouth and praised nonchalantly. Right. I'm awesome too. Not only the recipes, I'm going to defeat that stinking Sasuke one day too. When Naruto heard the praise, he felt like he was injected with chicken blood and was full of energy. Naruto, if you don't eat it now, the fish will burn. The news that Sakura was accepted as Sarutobi Hiruzen's last disciple spread very quickly. The name of Haruno Sakura quickly entered the vision of Konoha ninjas. Haruno Sakura. 8 years old. He entered the ninja school at the age of 6, graduated at the age of 8, and was accepted as a disciple by the third Hokage on the day of graduation. The third Hokage, who once trained the legendary 3 ninjas, is accepting disciples again after several decades. An ordinary civilian ninja could actually gain the favor of the Hokage. This has aroused the interest of many people. Ha. I told you my Sakura is the best. I can actually become the disciple of Hokage-sama. Really? At lunchtime, Haruno Zhao stayed at home for a rare lunch, and the 3 of them ate together as a family. The ancestral graves should be filled with smoke. Mako Haruno tapped her husband on the head, interrupting his exaggerated laughter. Then he looked at Sakura, who had been eating quietly, and spoke gently. Sakura, work hard and don't let the Hokage down. Yeah, Mako is right, but this is Sakura after all. It will definitely scare everyone. Haruno Zhao echoed his wife's words and shook his starfish head. I'm stuffed. By the way, Dad, please try to keep a low profile when you're working. Sakura put down her bowl and chopsticks, waved to her parents, and prepared to go out. Watching Sakura leave, Haruno Zhao and Haruno Mako couldn't help but look at each other. I don't think Sakura is very happy. Do you think it's you? You act like an idiot all day long. I don't know why I fell in love with you back then. Hey? Weren't you the one who chased me back then? Shut up. Mako Haruno covered Haruno Zhao's mouth in embarrassment. Hokage's office. Hiruzen, why don't you discuss this with us? Yes, Hiruzen, what Kohara said is right. You are already this old and you still accept disciples. Are you busy enough? If you ask me, if you really think that girl is good, just let Kakashi teach her. Yeah, Hiruzen, what Kohara said makes sense. It's still. Before Sakura pushed the door open, she heard the two old guys chattering inside. It's Sakura, come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly rang out, and some of the harsh sounds inside also died down. Master. Sakura glanced at the two annoying old guys beside her and didn't care. He just called Master obediently, which made the two men look a little unnatural. Good boy, come on, let's go out for a walk and test your homework. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sakura, who was as quiet as a doll, with satisfaction. He chuckled, walked up to Sakura, patted her on the head, and took her away from the two of them. Watching the master and disciple disappear before his eyes, Utane Kohara spoke. Hiruzen is still accepting apprentices at this age. Do you think he wants to train a group of talented students? Midaman Yan sighed and spoke helplessly. I've already told you that Hiruzen and Danzo are different. Next time something like this happens, you have to do it yourself. I can't afford to lose face. After saying that, he turned away. Didn't you promise me before? You old thing. Konoha Third Training Ground. Sakura, are you feeling stressed? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the little girl in front of him and spoke gently. That's not the case. Someone else's mouth is on someone else's body. Can I sew it up? That being said, Sakura's expression gave Sarutobi Hiruzen the illusion that she would really do that. Haha, just a joke, don't take it seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen played a blind eye and got away with the matter. Now that he has accepted the child as his apprentice, Sarutobi Hiruzen will certainly not waste time. Even if he has to squeeze in, he will squeeze out from his few free moments to teach Sakura. Sakura, show me how well you have mastered your super strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a smile, looking forward to Sakura's performance. Sakura looked around and found nothing. Then she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said hesitantly. Do you want to use all your strength? With all my strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered in the affirmative. After getting the answer, Sakura's eyes became stern, and even her somewhat soft eyebrows looked a little dangerous. She clenched her fists, and her fierce gaze startled Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be a serious punch with 100% super strength? Target, the master I just worshipped yesterday. Thanks to 85445 Ruwa for the reward. Thanks to the last numbers 8369, 5182, 6247, 3666, 4419, Yoxelskia, DI19963, Sunhee, Venus's Silk, Distant Time and Space, Fan Lover OTZ, Tears of the Blue Moon, Lost Memory 123, and the first monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Ape Demon King. Chapter 24 Ape Demon King. Boom. The entire third training ground seemed to have experienced a small earthquake. The ground cracked, and rocks and dirt splashed everywhere. With Harano Sakura as the center, the cracks on the ground spread out like a spider web, several huge trees around it collapsed, and even the water from the lake not far away flowed back into the crack. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes and hid in a tree, watching everything in front of him in fear. Picture. So damn similar. If he didn't know Sakura's background, he would have thought that this pink-haired girl was Tsunade's illegitimate daughter. Sakura gasped, feeling the chakra in her body drained away with the punch. In the future, if you fight with others and you are not sure of hitting the target, you should control the amount of chakra. After all, there is no difference between being hit on the head by a 100-pound iron block and being hit on the head by a 10-pound iron block, except that the death will be miserable. Master. Why are you running so high? Sakura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen hiding in the tree and couldn't help but waved to him. When Sakura's punch was about to land, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt something was wrong and ran away, hiding in a tree without even looking back. Afraid that he would be hit by that little pink fist, he went to have tea with the first-generation master in advance. Xiao Xiaoying, next time you have this level of supernatural power, remember to let me know in advance. Otherwise, my old bones can't stand your torture. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the messy training ground with some toothache. It was you who said you should do your best, master. And there's nothing to fight around. Sakura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of her seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen, okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided not to talk about this topic anymore. I was really confused. I went to talk to a person with super strength to see how strong she was. However, being able to master supernatural powers to this extent at this age can no longer be described as genius. It seems like the strange power was tailor-made for this child. Looking at the pink little girl in front of him, the little Tsunade in Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory couldn't help but slowly overlap with the little Sakura in front of him. Sakura, since I have decided to accept you as my apprentice, I, the old man, have a technique that you must learn. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook off the legendary fat sheep in his mind and looked at Sakura in front of him again. What kind of technique? Sakura felt a little strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger and made seals one by one. Sakura couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she saw this scene. The art of spiritualism? The old man is planning to hand over the ape demon clan to me? But it is very likely that I have already signed a contract with the slug. It's not that the ape demon clan is not strong. On the contrary, the Saruman clan is the strongest summoning beast even acknowledged by Orochimaru himself. You know, Orochimaru personally witnessed the existence of the so-called three holy places. The toads of Miyaboku Mountain, the slugs of the Wet Bone Forest, and the giant snakes of Ryokai Cave. In Orochimaru's opinion, none of them are as good as the Monkey King. The Ape Demon King not only has an indestructible body, but can also transform into a big stick. If you think about it carefully, the combination of super strength and a big stick is quite exciting. But is this the point? What if I sign a contract with the ape demon and it summons a slug? Sakura's brain circuits were spinning rapidly at this moment, and soon a finger was raised in her heart. At this point, all we can do is, strike first. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed the hand seals very slowly so that Sakura could see clearly what the seals were. Haisuyu Shenvai Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the seal and pressed it suddenly to the ground. Psychic Art. Ape Demon King. Bang! A fierce burst of white smoke suddenly exploded, and a majestic black shadow with his arms crossed covered Sakura's small body. Hiruzen, the enemy this time is, a little girl. Before the smoke had cleared, the Ape Demon King's heavy voice rang out. But he was a little dazed when he looked at Sakura in front of him, and even his serious expression couldn't help but fall. As the smoke cleared, the figure of the Ape Demon King finally appeared. He wore a KONOHA forehead protector, his burly body was covered in leather armor, he had white hair and a long white tail, and he was at least 2 meters tall. Definitely a white-haired monkey. This is my new disciple. Isn't he cute? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be showing off in front of his old friends. Hey, Sakura doesn't seem surprised at all. Is it my spiritual beast, the old man, who knows about the Ape Demon King? Seeing that Sakura in front of him did not look as shocked as he had imagined, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Wow! Master has a very big monkey. Sakura showed her support at the right time. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but fall in despair when he saw the little girl in front of him with such a fake expression. Ha 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 ha, Hiruzen, your new disciple is really interesting. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Monkey Demon King laughed loudly. He didn't mind at all when Sakura called him monkey. Ahem, Sakura, this is my old man's comrade and friend, the Ape Demon King. You should get along well with him in the future." After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Monkey Demon King also understood at this moment. This is the time to choose a successor. Before, none of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were descendants of the Saruman clan. This little girl in front of you is the successor chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Ape Demon King had no objection to this. An old man and a pretty and lovely little girl. Everyone knows how to choose. What's more, this is the successor chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the Monkey King did not sense the darkness of Orochimaru and Sakura. When it comes to judging people, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that he is much more reliable than Sarutobi Hiruzen. "My name is Harano Sakura, Sarumo-sama." Harano Sakura reached out her hand towards the Ape Demon King and hesitated for a moment. "Ha ha ha ha, just call me by my name. Don't call me adult. It sounds unpleasant. I am the leader of the Ape Demon Clan, the Ape Demon King." The Ape Demon King sat down cross-legged in a heroic manner. Even when he sat down, his huge body was still much taller than Sakura. "Please give me your guidance in the future, Sakura." The Monkey King stretched out his hand, which was bigger than Sakura's head, and gently held Sakura's hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood aside and watched all this with a smile on his face, then he said to the Ape Demon King. "In that case, let Sakura try to summon other monkeys from the Saruma clan and get that scroll." Before he finished saying the word scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen heard a crisp low growl. "Psychic art!" Bang! Sakura's entire body turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared in front of the man and the monkey. Oops, oops. Ruined. The man and the monkey were stunned at the scene before them. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Shija Forest. Chapter 25, Shija Forest. Wind. The wind is calling in my ears. The grey sky. Sakura felt herself falling in mid-air. She tried hard to balance herself and looked down. Nothing at all? No, it shouldn't be nothing. But white, pure white. Ah! It seemed like something had discovered Sakura, and then a clear puff sound was heard. Sakura just felt like she fell on something soft. Sakura covered her dizzy head and finally had time to look around. White, only white, and at the end of the sight there is a long blue river. Oh my, I never thought that after all these years, there would be guests. He's still a very cute little guest. A soft and gentle female voice sounded, and in front of Sakura, a palm-sized slug appeared. It has 2 tentacles on its head and its whole body looks soft. This is Lady Tsunade's slug. Alara, it looks like you're still a little guest of Konoha. How to do, how to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen was turning around in circles anxiously, and the Monkey King who was sitting next to him was counting how many circles Sarutobi Hiruzen turned. 320. 321. 322. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely anxious at this moment. If you rashly use psychic techniques without a psychic contract, you may be teleported to an unknown space. He didn't expect that Sakura, who was usually steady, would be so abrupt at this moment. It's comparable to Jiraiya back then. But Jiraiya was just lucky, and was teleported to Miyaboka Mountain by accident. But if he was lucky once, could he be lucky twice? In this situation, only space-time ninjutsu can bring Sakura back. But even if the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze was resurrected, he would be powerless without the Flying Thunder God coordinates on Sakura. Wetbone Forest. So that's how it is. Sakura actually used the summoning technique without signing a contract. This is very reckless. Slugs not only have gentle voices, but also gentle personalities. It is a very easy to get along with creature among the psychic beasts. How about this? I'll send Sakura back first, then explain to the 3rd Hokage, and that should be all. Even if Sakura signs a contract with the Monkey Demon clan in the future, I can still help you if you need it. The slug, which was as big as Sakura's forearm, slowly crawled onto Sakura's shoulder, and Sakura's heart melted when she heard its gentle voice. Yet. Thank you, Mr. Slug. With a bang, the slug and Sakura disappeared from the spot. The moment Sakura left, the entire wet bone forest began to tremble slightly. Although he is a lying little guest. But it's unexpectedly cute. There is only one slug in the entire wet bone forest, and that is the slug immortal. All slugs are clones of the slug sage, even the slugs summoned by Tsunade. How could the slug sage, who has lived for thousands of years, not notice Sakura's clumsy deception? But the slug sage didn't care. Although she didn't know how Sakura had accurately arrived at the wet bone forest without a contract. However, this was not important to her. Sakura was able to find this place without a contract, which meant that she and Sakura were destined to be together. Bang! A small puff of smoke rose up from where Sakura disappeared, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to leave to look for information on summoning techniques, stop in his tracks. Sakura! Do you know what you just did? As soon as he saw the little pink girl, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost went berserk. He had finally chosen an heir, and a genius finally appeared in the village, but it would have died just because of a spiritual skill. This will make him regret for the rest of his life. What? Hey, I was wrong. Master. Sakura wanted to just laugh it off, but when she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, she lowered her head obediently and admitted her mistake. Third generation, we meet again. A familiar voice sounded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Only then did he notice the presence on Sakura's shoulder, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Slugs. The slug fairy of the wet bone forest. Did Sakura throw herself into the wet bone forest? This is a blessing. Fortunately, I didn't throw myself into the dragon cave, otherwise, you will turn into snake poop in less than 3 hours. Slug immortal. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with some disbelief. Long time no see, third generation master. I was sleeping, but this child fell from the sky onto me. The slug's words slowly calmed Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. The sky has eyes. Damn luck, it happened twice. It seems that this child is destined to be with the wet bone forest. The ape demon king at the side touched his chin and spoke thoughtfully. Yes. This child is so cute. The slug's gentle words tickled Sakura's ears. Well, in that case, I'll leave first. The Monkey King sighed and looked at Sakura with regret. He also likes Sakura as a psychic, but since she chose the slug, it can only be said that they are not destined to be together. Besides, the slugs are considered to be on good terms with Konoha, so there is no need for the Saruman clan and the Wetbone Forest to become enemies because of a child. Sakura hasn't signed a contract with me yet. The slug's words stopped the ape demon king in his tracks. Slug immortal, what do you mean? The ape demon king looked at the slug with some confusion. Even though he was the leader of the ape demon clan, he was still just a junior compared to the slug. If Mr. Saruma wants to make a contract with Sakura, that's fine. After all, Sakura is the successor chosen by the third generation master. The slug glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was silent beside him, and spoke gently. Because Sakura can communicate with me without a contract, I don't need a contract. Don't worry, Mr. Yuanmo. The slug's words made the ape demon king slightly stunned. Basically, most ninjas can only summon one group of summoning beasts. Unless a ninja raises a summoning beast himself, or uses some other method, he can summon a summoning beast of a different race. However, the psychic beast tribes that have formed civilizations all have their own pride. Normally, they would not sign a contract with a ninja that had already signed a contract with another clan. But what the slug meant was that the other party obviously didn't mind that the little girl had a psychic beast from another tribe. This made the ape demon king ponder. Since the slug immortal doesn't mind, then, should he mind, As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he followed his heart with his eyes and his nose with his heart. Ape Demon King, you old thing, why are you still standing there? Even the slugs don't mind, so why should you mind? Sorry, I played too much in the Trial of Illusion today. I will update before 7 o'clock next time. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 You Regret My Shadow. Chapter 26 You Regret My Shadow Harano Sakura. Looking at the giant scroll summoned by the Ape King in front of her, Sakura pricked her finger and wrote her name on it. In this case, you are the psychic of my Saruman clan, Sakura. The Monkey King looked at the name that followed Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help but speak. It turns out that he can possess dual psychic powers with the ape demon and the slug. This child is so lucky. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sakura in front of him and couldn't help but touch the short beard on his chin. Since the contract has been successfully concluded, Sakura will try the psychic summoning technique. The slug on Sakura's shoulder spoke softly. As long as you use the summoning technique, just silently think of the summoning beast you want to summon in your heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen added another sentence. Harano Sakura nodded when she heard that, and while the blood on her fingers was still wet, she quickly began to make seals according to the instructions. Haisuyu Shenwei Psychic Art. As a puff of white smoke dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Demon King both looked downcast as they looked at the little creature summoned by Sakura. Allah, it's a very cute little monkey. The slug on Sakura's shoulder couldn't help but laugh at the little guy being summoned in front of him. Hee, I think I ran out of chakra, so. When Sakura saw the being she had summoned, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and scratched her head in embarrassment. The reason was simple, what Sakura summoned was a little white monkey that was still in its cradle. God knows how this little guy responded to Sakura's psychic call. Abba Abba. The little monkey opened his bright eyes and stretched out his hands for a hug. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't help but feel like crying. This was like summoning a father for herself. But even so, Sakura still picked up the little monkey carefully. I didn't expect that you would call out my 1-month-old son. It's really surprising. The Ape Demon King sat aside and looked at the little monkey in Sakura's arms helplessly. He never expected that his son would respond to Sakura's spiritual communication. Son. Sakura couldn't help but look at the Ape King in confusion. At this moment, the little monkey had already broken free from the swaddling clothes and climbed onto Sakura's head. Well, this is my newly born son, Saru. Sakura was stunned by the words of the Ape Demon King. It turns out that the guy on his head is the naughty monkey who throws banana peels and bombs everywhere in the duel arena. But it doesn't matter, Sakura will block it. It seems that you don't have enough chakra to communicate with other monkeys, so I called my son out. Once the chakra is restored, you should be able to communicate normally. The Monkey King held the monkey on Sakura's head in his palm and began to explain. In that case, can Sakura grow up with Saruro? The slug looked at the little monkey in the palm of the Ape Demon King. Not really. Because our Ape Demon clan has an indestructible body, our growth cycle is very slow. If this little guy grows up, Sakura's child will probably be old enough to help with cooking. The Ape Demon King fiddled with his son in his palm, causing the little ape Luo to grimace. But if you need my help in the future, Sakura, just tell me. I'll be there whenever you ask. I don't have much to do at home anyway. The Ape Demon King picked up the swaddling clothes that Saruluo had broken free from and put them on him skillfully. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Thank you, Master Ape Demon. At this moment, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was teaching Harano Sakura, a one-eyed man wearing a black and white robe and with one eye bandaged was sitting in the Hokage's office, in the seat that belonged to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This feeling. The man named Shimura Danzo leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes, looking inexplicably refreshed. Hiruzen was really old and confused. He should have thought about retiring early at his age, instead of imitating the young people to take in disciples. I really don't know what to say. Danzo Shimura glanced at Konoha outside the window from the unique perspective of a Hokage, and his expression changed. He saw a test paper buried under several documents. The handwriting revealed is Harano Sakura's Will of Fire. The disciple that old guy Hiruzen accepted seems to be called Harano Sakura. Haha, I'd like to see the quality of the disciples accepted by this old fellow Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura thought so and casually pulled out the test paper that was pressed underneath. As time passed, Shimura Danzo's expression kept changing. Disdain, raised eyebrows, serious, solemn, trembling. This is genius. The world is divided into two, and governed separately across the river. It is said that the world is divided into two, but if this strategic deployment plan is followed, the land of Earth will be in Konoha's pocket. By then, the ninja world will be unified, and the water kingdom far away overseas will be like a turtle in a jar and a frog in a well. If you want to get it, it's effortless. Sarutobi Hiruzen has found a good disciple. Shimura Danzo's eyes were wandering and his mind was racing. Wouldn't it be a waste if such wisdom was given to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Only he can lead Konoha onto the path of becoming truly strong, only he is the most suitable candidate for the position of Hokage. Danzo Shimura put the test paper into his sleeve and was about to leave, but at this moment the office door was pushed open. Danzo! What are you doing here? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just finished training with Sakura, frowned as he looked at Shimura Danzo, who had obviously just stood up from his seat and spoke. Oh, can't I come? I heard that you accepted another disciple. Danzo Shimura was not at all panicked. Instead, he sneered at Sarutobi Hiruzen. So what? Hiruzen, you can't control the genius of the village, so the best way to deal with it is to leave it to me. Listening to Shimura Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost laughed out of anger. So what? What do you want to do? Leave the child named Harano Sakura to me, I can make the best use of her. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he looked at Danzo Shimura in front of him. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today? Why do you keep talking nonsense? Impossible, Sakura is my apprentice, you'd better not touch her. If anything happens to Sakura, you're the only one I'll ask. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately and directly rejected Shimura Danzo's words. Danzo Shimura looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen and subconsciously said the words he had said countless times. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen blurted out the words almost as if it were an instinctive reaction. Bang! With the sound of a door slamming, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one left in the office. Looking at his desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like a beat was missing in his heart. Not good. Sakura's test paper is gone. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Muddy Waters. Chapter 27 Muddy Waters. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned over the entire desk for a long time before he was sure that Sakura's copy of Harano Sakura's Will of Fire was taken away by that guy Danzo. But even going to find Danzo would be of no help at this moment. Since he took it away, it proves that the other party has seen it. It doesn't matter whether you hand it over or not. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. He knew Danzo Shimura's character too well. If he were to see such a strategic deployment and say that he was not tempted, it would be like sows lining up to jump into a river. Shimura Danzo's behavior really caught him off guard. He hadn't expected this guy to be so idle as to flip through the examination papers of a recently graduated genin. But, what should we do now? Stop Danzo Shimura? Prevent the other party from starting to implement this plan. Only a person who commits 1,000 days can be a thief. How can a person who can spend 1,000 days guard against thieves, or make up a trumped-up charge and confine him at home? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Mito Kato and Enyutane Koharu. Although these two alone cannot compete with himself or Danzo, the difference is when they are combined. These two people would definitely not sit idly by and watch Danzo Shimura being imprisoned for no reason. What can we do about it? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the position that belonged to the Hokage, tapping the table with his dry, old fingers. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to do anything else now. He just wants to raise Sakura and he doesn't bother to care about what happens in the future. He has devoted his entire life to Konoha, and he is really tired and wants to have a good rest. Unexpectedly, such a terrible thing happened at this point. Someone is coming. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, an Anbu member half knelt in front of him. Call Sakura over here. Even if he doesn't want to implement Sakura's will of fire, he cannot deny that Sakura is extremely intelligent. He once said that Uchiha Itachi had the thinking of a Hokage at the age of 7. Now it seems that I was deceived by his calm appearance. After all, normal people can't do that, and they can't see through the essence of things. The direct extermination of the entire clan caused Konoha's strength to drop sharply. But Sakura is different. Relying solely on the history of the Konoha War recorded in the school, she can keenly detect the weaknesses of each country and use her own advantages to plan the entire ninja world. With this kind of mind and this kind of pattern, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is unwilling to admit it, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, cannot compare to Sakura in this respect. Not long after, Sakura, who was about to pick up Ino from school, came to the Hokage's office again. Master. Sakura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. Is there anything else going on? Xiaoying, your test paper. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hide anything and stated everything directly. He even told Sakura about the existence of Danzo Shimura and the fact that they were not on good terms with each other. Sakura widened her emerald eyes slightly. No. Did that guy Danzo Shimura take my test paper and run away? At this moment, Sakura was slightly broken inside. The reason is simple, there is something wrong with the test paper. From beginning to end, Sakura deliberately ignored one existence. Xiao Organization. This underground organization is dedicated to achieving peace and is composed of a group of rebellious ninjas. It is impossible to say that Akatsuki is not strong. Sakura believes that as long as all Akatsuki members are mobilized, conquering any of the 5 major ninja villages will not be a problem. Even 2 of the 5 great ninja villages could be conquered. If Shimura Danzo really did what was written on the test paper, the first step of raising food prices could be passed smoothly, but the problem appeared in the second step. At that time, the 3 kingdoms of wind, earth, and lightning will turn their spearheads towards Konoha, and it will be necessary to join forces with the kingdom of earth to form a pincer attack. In addition to the grass kingdom, there is also a rain kingdom between the earth kingdom and the fire kingdom. It would be impossible to hide such a big commotion from White Zetsu in the Akatsuki organization. It is unknown what Uchiha Obito or Uzumaki Nagato will do at that time. There is a high possibility that the water will be muddied in order to fish in troubled waters. Although Uchiha Obito is also an ungrateful guy, his fist is bigger than his. If White Zetsu acts as a liaison between the Wind Kingdom and the Lightning Kingdom, then the entire Fire Kingdom will be directly dragged into the quagmire of war. The threat posed by just one White Zetsu is so great, let alone the entire Akatsuki organization. You have to know that at this moment Rosa of the Wind Country is not dead yet, and there is also Gaara's Shikaku, Granicho, the Raikage of the Lightning Country, and 2 perfect Jinkraki, which add up to 6 cage-level people. Moreover, the 8 tails is the strongest tailed beast besides the 9 tails. Without 2 cage-level beasts to stop Killer Bee, it is impossible for him to win, even if the Uegakure village of the Land of Earth and Konoha join forces. So what? Will be trapped in the quagmire of war. Just adding one more White Zetsu is enough to put Konoha into a completely passive position. The reason why Sakura created Harano Sakura's Will of Fire was because she knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality would not allow him to carry out this plan. Unexpectedly, it has now fallen into the hands of Shimura Danzo. Given his temper, you can tell with your butt that he will definitely do this. Master, are you saying that my plan fell into the hands of a very tough and powerful elder in the village? Calm down. There is no way to be anxious. At this moment, Sakura just feels that she is so damn calm. Yes, Sakura, do you have any ideas? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the little girl in front of him with some anticipation. From the moment he saw the plan, he had already acknowledged Sakura's intelligence, so he specifically called Sakura over to ask if she had any good suggestions. Sakura sat on the sofa at the side, constantly thinking about how to break the deadlock. In fact, the easiest thing is to defeat Danzo Shimura. But this is obviously impossible. Since Danzo Shimura has been able to live safely for so many years, he must have his own set of skills. What's more, they want to arrest him without any crime. If they really do this, with any random operation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation will be ruined. Moreover, the early stages of the plan were to manipulate food prices, so even if it was discovered, it wouldn't mean anything. Moreover, the initial plan lasted for 5 years, which makes it even more difficult to explain. It would be nice if I had someone like me in Akatsuki. Sakura thought of this subconsciously. If there was someone from Akatsuki, they could immediately make targeted arrangements. Own people. Sakura's eyes lit up slightly. Uchiha Taki. In a sense, they are our own people, the head follows the butt. Now that we're on the Konoha ship, we'd better make full use of this weasel. Thinking of this, Sakura felt a little relieved. Then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Since it cannot be stopped, then don't stop it." Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead with a headache. The instigator of this plan was right in front of him, and he even asked her to discuss the plan. I'm afraid I'm really old. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Where did this pervert come from? Chapter 28. Where did this lewd thief come from? No, Shimura Danzo is sick. In the middle of the night, Sakura, who was half asleep, suddenly sat up in bed, still feeling upset about Danzo's behavior. He was just a graduate of the ninja school and a genin who had just received the forehead protector. It's just a graduation paper, I wrote casually. Who the hell stole my test paper? There is no hope, no hope. You deserve to be oppressed by 3 generations your whole life. Just when Sakura was about to continue sleeping, a dark figure suddenly appeared at the window. The man was dressed like an anbu, with a mask with twisted stripes on his face. He squatted on the windowsill of Sakura's bedroom and knocked gently on the window. Late night Sakura stared at the man in a daze, then suddenly picked up the alarm clock on the bedside table. Bang! The sound of broken windows, mixed with wood chips and glass shards, erupted in Sakura's bedroom. The man felt as if he was hit hard in the chest by a huge hammer coming at him from the front, and he flew backwards. The man was completely unprepared and took the hidden weapon that was the alarm clock head-on. In an instant, with the help of that terrifying power, the alarm clock that can be found in ordinary stores has become a deadly weapon. The figure was knocked directly to the ground from the second-floor windowsill in a mess. Jingle bell, the hidden weapon that hit him fell from his body to the ground, making a loud noise that was enough to disturb one's sleep. Where did this pervert come from? How dare you come and attack a powerless little girl like me in the middle of the night? A clear and transparent voice echoed in the streets and alleys. Sakura crossed her arms over her chest, standing on the window in her pink pajamas, looking down at the guy who fell to the ground in front of her with a righteous look on her face. The noise Xiao Ying made was so loud that every house nearby turned on their lights. The guy who looked like an anbu couldn't help but spit out blood when he heard this, and red liquid flowed down his mask. Don't have the strength to restrain a chicken? But at this moment, looking at the lights on in every household, he knew that the matter was urgent. This was the task assigned to him by Lord Danzo. We need to invite this little ancestor in front of us to come over. What are you? Thief. Take my kick. Tian Xiaojiao. Sakura didn't give the other party a chance to speak. She jumped down directly, barefoot, raised her kick 180 degrees in the air, and chopped down the terrified unfortunate guy. The unlucky guy couldn't help but panic when he saw this, and tried his best to dodge to the side. At this moment, there was a loud noise where Sakura stepped, the ground cracked, and soil and rocks burst out. Who? Where did this thief come from? You came to steal things in the middle of the night. I think he's tired of living. Where is the thief? At this time, every household had opened their doors, and the nearby villagers all came out in pajamas and coats, holding things in their hands. There were even some burly guys who rushed out shirtless. Oh no, no! The unlucky guy couldn't help but get anxious when he saw this, and turned around and ran without caring about Sakura. The existence of the root was a top secret to the common villagers and even the common ninja. He couldn't be caught here by these excited villagers. Don't leave. There, catch him. Sakura pointed at the unfortunate guy who was running away with a slight smile on her face, and had no desire to chase after him. Sakura recognized the other person's identity at first sight. It can't be the Anbu are directly commanded by the old man. Why would an old man who has nothing to do after eating look for Sakura in the middle of the night? Besides, it wouldn't be that difficult for the old man to find Sakura. He could just knock on the door. Unlike this sneaky guy, you can tell at first glance that he's not a good person. Moreover, the masks of the Anbu are all animal masks, but this guy is wearing a striped mask, so he can only be Danzo's root. In the middle of the night, the nearby villagers were in a mess and rushed towards the member of the tribe with laundry sticks, thermoses, table legs, benches, and frying pans. The poor root member was caught off guard at the beginning and was hit directly in the chest by Sakura's alarm clock. Several bones were broken and he couldn't run far at all. Forward! Anbu people! The villagers who surrounded the root member couldn't help but hesitate when they saw that the guy in front of them was wearing the same clothes as the Anbu members. He's not an Anbu. Anbu's mask doesn't look like his. He's a fake. Sakura was jumping around on the outskirts of the crowd, fanning the flames. It's Sakura. Sakura is the disciple of the third-generation master, there is no mistake. The surrounding villagers obviously trust Sakura more than this unlucky guy they don't know. You guys. I'm not a thief. The member of the tribe was furious when he saw this and tried to explain himself. Looking at the villagers who surrounded him, he didn't dare to take any action. Once this starts, it will be difficult to end. What are you? You said you are not a thief, prove your identity now. Sakura continued to add fuel to the fire outside. Yeah, Sakura is right. Prove your identity, or I will hit you with this frying pan. He's spying in the middle of the night, so he's definitely not a good person. My spatula is already thirsty. The unfortunate root member was speechless for a moment. Prove identity? How does he prove his identity? Where do the people at the root get their identities? Seeing that this guy was stunned and couldn't explain anything for a while, everyone understood. This guy is a thief, pretending to be a Anbu. How brave of you to pretend to be an Anbu in Konoha. Take my laundry stick. No one knew which lady started the fight first, but the surrounding villagers all rushed forward. For a moment, the sounds of benches, mallets, and iron pots mixed with cries for mercy merged into one. Everyone, please don't hit him in the waist, that's the most vulnerable part. Also, don't pull his hair or step on his fingers. Sakura was at the outskirts of the crowd and couldn't even squeeze in, so she shouted loudly without thinking too much of it. Sandame-sama. Third generation, something happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sleeping and was awakened by a shout. As people get older, they sleep lightly, and any slight noise can wake Sarutobi Hiruzen up. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his nose and looked at the Anbu member in front of him sleepily. Villagers, we caught a guy pretending to be an Anbu. The Anbu member hesitated for a moment and spoke. Fake Anbu? Who is so bold as to pretend to be an Anbu in Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a little confused. If the patrol hadn't arrived, that Anbu would have been beaten to death by the villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Fake Anbu? Not a member of Shimura Danzo's route. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Konoha Chief Architect. Chapter 29 Konoha Chief Architect. Next day Hokage building, a one-eyed old man dressed in black, emitting a terrifying aura, stormed into the Hokage's office. Hiruzen. That little bastard of yours. Yesterday. Shimura Danzo choked on his words before he could finish. In front of me, a little pink girl was complaining to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a bitter face. Master, that guy was scary last night. He climbed up my window in the middle of the night and refused to tell me who he was when I asked him. I was scared to death. That pink girl looked so hateful to Danzo Shimura at this moment. Last night he had clearly sent one of his men over to try to invite Sakura over, but who knew that this damn girl wouldn't play by the rules. He first hit someone with an alarm clock and sent him flying, then incited the villagers to beat up the injured root member. I didn't expect that the bad guys would be the first to complain. Damn, does pink hair turn out black when cut open? Danzo, that's exactly what I was going to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and he looked at Shimura Danzo with dissatisfaction and said. Why are you not at home sleeping in the middle of the night and asking someone to look for Xiaoying? Shouldn't I give your new apprentice a look? Danzo Shimura couldn't help but glare at Sakura and spoke in a cold voice. Seeing this, Sakura glared back without showing any weakness, but no matter how she looked at it, she was not as intimidating as Danzo Shimura. I've already told you about Sakura, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Sakura who was hiding behind him, and then glanced at Shimura Danzo who was full of gloomy aura, and his eyes couldn't help but become a little sharper. At this stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want Sakura to be exposed to these things. Xiaoying, go back first. Someone will come to look for you soon, and no one will come to climb your window in the middle of the night anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed Sakura's head and spoke gently. Yes, master. Sakura then stopped hesitating and simply raised an eyebrow at Danzo as she passed by him. When Danzo Shimura saw this scene, his face darkened even more. Watching Sakura leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly turned cold. Danzo, do you remember what I told you yesterday? When Sakura left the Hokage building, she looked back at the office on the 2nd floor. She could still vaguely hear an argument, and then something like I'm buried deep underground. These are all old-fashioned excuses. Really, can you change them? But now that the old man has asked me to leave, where should I go? After graduation, the old man didn't assign me to a class. Will someone come to see me soon? Who is it? Just when Sakura was doing nothing, a figure appeared behind her. Harano Sakura, hey! Sakura looked back and saw a woman dressed as an Anbu with long purple hair, a ninja sword on her back and a bird mask on her face appeared in front of her. You are? Sakura looked at the person who came with some confusion. Nightingale, a member of the 3rd ANBU team. According to the Hokage's decree, Harano Sakura, you have been assigned to our team. The purple-haired woman looked at the little girl in front of her calmly. Is this the old man's arrangement? Just put me into the Anbu, so that I don't have to worry about Danzo Shimura causing me trouble? Then you lead the way. Follow me. Nightingale glanced at the little girl in front of her, not quite understanding why the Hokage wanted to stuff such a newly graduated genin into the Anbu. After saying that, Nightingale disappeared from the spot, and Sakura immediately followed using the instant body movement technique. She had mastered the art of teleportation for some time, and she had tried her best to eliminate the back and forth swaying of the art. But the prelude is easy, it's nothing more than hand seals, which makes it easy for Sakura, who has already mastered the supernatural power, to solve it. As for the backswing, she really practiced as much as possible, but after accelerating to the destination, there was still 1 to 2 seconds of reaction time. She must observe the surrounding situation before taking the next step. All I can say is that this is a problem of reflexes. If she had the same reflexes as Minato Namikaze, it would be a piece of cake and she could solve it with ease. In fact, there is another way, which is to put a pair of Byakugan or Sharingan into your eye sockets. But it's impossible to even think about it. It can only be said that it is a fantasy. Besides, Sakura still prefers her original eyes, and she feels a little numb at the thought that there are other people's things in her eye sockets. Reflex nerves and the like can only be trained slowly. But now they were just traveling, not fighting, and she could easily keep up with Nightingale's pace. Uzuki Yujao, codenamed Nightingale, looked back in surprise at the little ninja behind her. Even though she slowed down to take care of the other person, she didn't expect that the other person could keep up with her so easily. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but speed up, and Sakura behind her also quickly caught up without blushing or panting. As the speed of the two people increased, Uzuki Yujao felt that her speed had reached its limit, but Harano Sakura behind her was still following steadily. Another genius. Mao Uxian couldn't help but think of the guy who had become the captain of the dark department at the age of 13. However, the young Anbu captain back then is now an S-rank rebel ninja of Konoha. Arrive. Mao Uxian brought Sakura to a cave. She first slowly slowed down her rapid breathing and looked back at the little girl behind her. Sakura looked at the cave in front of her with some confusion. This was the site of the Hokage Rock. She had never been here before. Follow me. Sakura didn't say anything, but just followed Uzuki Yujao silently, acting like a newbie. As the two of them continued to go deeper, a different scene appeared in front of her. The crisscrossing attics make the entire mountain seem hollowed out, and one can vaguely see human figures passing overhead. Sakura followed Mao Yujao step by step, and under her guidance, Mao Yujao came to a room similar to a changing room. This is the cabinet prepared for you. It contains your equipment. After you change into it, follow me to find the captain. After saying that, Mao Uxian pointed to the wardrobe marked with number 233 in the corner of the room. Sakura didn't suspect anything and changed her clothes without hesitation. Then he followed Mao Uxian to meet the so-called captain. But when she saw the captain, she was stunned. What was this guy? Oh, what a cute junior. Nice to meet you. My code name is Tianzang. The man with short hair looked at Sakura in front of him and waved in a friendly manner. Konoha's chief architect and the only wood-release user in Konoha. Hello, I'm Harano Sakura. Sakura looked into the other person's big eyes and spoke. Please read on. Click on the last page to see how many readers you have. Tuesday is a very important day. It determines whether you can be recommended next week. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Codename, Mountain Beaver. Chapter 30 Codename, Mountain Beaver. Name, Harano Sakura. Ninja number, 012601. Position, current member of the 3rd team of Anbu. Codename, Mountain Beaver. Fires blazed and mountain winds howled. The dilapidated village wailed in the flames, and faintly one could see a struggling figure inside the village. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the flames, wrapped in wet bedding, and ran out in panic from the burning village. But before he had gone far, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The man gasped heavily and looked at the figure in front of him in horror. He was wearing a black ninja outfit, a black and grey standard vest, a raccoon-like mask on his face, and a small sword unique to Konoha on his back. The cherry-pink hair fluttered in the mountain breeze, and through the pupils of the mask, a hint of green seemed to be faintly visible. It's just a child. But when that person saw this child, his face was filled with fear, and he even gasped because of extreme fear. Don't kill me. I haven't done anything. It's all their fault. It's all those people who did it. I've never killed anyone. Please let me go. The man was in tears and knelt down without hesitation, begging for a way to survive. Click! The ninja sword behind the child was pulled out, and the cold light cut the opponent's throat without hesitation. At this moment, 3 figures dressed like the children appeared behind the raccoon. It's the first time for the mountain beaver to carry out a mission. It did a good job. Tianzang praised the mountain raccoon. It has been 3 days since Sakura entered the Anbu, and this is Sakura's first mission. It is a B-level mission. This fortress is full of bandits. In addition to the daily robberies and highway interceptions, they seem to have connections with a foreign chamber of commerce and are suspected of smuggling. But Sakura understood that this kind of mission was actually meant to make her bleed. The essence of a ninja is a killer. The employer pays the money and the ninja does the work. As a ninja, if you don't have blood on your hands, you might as well find a country place to farm. What are you thinking about? As the captain of the team, Tianzang not only likes to complain, but also has a relatively gentle and friendly personality. No, I'm wondering who is behind this gang of robbers. Sakura shook her head slightly. Since the mission states that this gang of bandits is suspected of being associated with a foreign chamber of commerce, then they must have contact information with them. Unfortunately, Tianzang did not arrange for her to go to the leader of the gang to gather intelligence. Don't think too much, this is not something we should think about. Uzuki Yujao, codenamed Nightingale, patted Sakura's shoulder and reminded her. Let's go. Today is the first mission for the beaver. I'll treat everyone to a barbecue when we get back to the village. Tianzang looked at Sakura in surprise. He thought that Sakura would feel some physical discomfort since it was her first time killing someone, but he didn't expect that she would actually be thinking about the existence behind this mission. But this couldn't be better. He didn't have to bother guiding this new ninja who was assigned here right after graduation. As expected of the captain, you are really generous. The last member of the team, codenamed Black Knife, is similar to him. In the original work, he was a member of the undead duo who participated in the siege of Akatsuki. He had fought with Kakuzu and, with the cover of Yamashiro Aoba, he cut through Kakuzu's mask with a knife. He can be considered a good player. And Uzuki Yujao is skilled in swordsmanship and has mastered Konoha's crescent moon dance. She is also a sensory ninja and a medical ninja. He is a jack of all trades. Tenzo Yamato, Nightingale Uzuki Yujao, and Black Blade are all similar. The Anbu team that Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for Sakura to join was a very elite team. As for her seeing blood, Sakura didn't feel anything. Maybe it's because she has everything that Ninja War Sakura has, so even seeing blood seems to be commonplace to her. Sakura understood that even though the original Sakura looked like a nympho, the optimistic and cheerful Naruto had definitely seen blood on his hands, it was just that the production team did not show this part. When we returned to Konoha, it was almost noon. Looking at the Konoha gate that was so close, the 10,000-year-old gatekeeper ninjas, Gang Ziitai and Kamijo Izumo, also took up their posts early with honor. Tenzang and 3 team members flew directly into the gate of Konoha. Gang Zisha was still thinking about stopping a few people as usual, but a kunai with a pass embedded in it was nailed directly onto the gate with a sound of breaking through the air. The 4 men ignored the 2 people guarding the gate and jumped directly, leaving only their graceful backs behind. These guys are enough. They always try to show off like this. The Anbu are really great. Gang Zisha walked forward and pulled out the kunai with some difficulty, then couldn't help but complain when he looked at the pass with all the necessary procedures. Don't say that. At least we have more kunai than we can use up. You can make some money by taking it to a ninja tool shop. Shen Yuchuiun's train of thought is outstanding. Sakura followed Tenz and the other 2 as they flew quickly over the rooftops of Konoha. But when passing a river, Sakura couldn't help but take another look. Why is this guy always sitting there doing nothing? Naruto seemed to sense something and looked back subconsciously, but found nothing. Did you run into anyone you know? Uzuki Yujao, who was standing in front of Sakura, seemed to notice that Sakura was distracted and couldn't help but ask. "I met a classmate from the ninja school." Listening to Sakura's words, Bingzu Lietong couldn't help but interrupt. "It's only now that I remember that Shan Li is also a genius. It's rare to see a ninja graduating from a ninja school at the age of 8, even in times of war. The only one who is stronger than the raccoon is probably Hotaki-senpai. The Anbu ninjas are not as strict as everyone imagines. In fact, they are quite relaxed. At least in the original work, Uchiha Weasel once appeared at home in an Anbu uniform. It's just that the tasks they carry out are somewhat shady. Is it Kakashi-senpai?" Seeing that the other party mentioned the teacher who would be her future Class 7 teacher, Sakura also followed suit. "Yes, it's Kakashi who has the nickname of Copy Ninja. But he is a very powerful person. If Shenli has the chance in the future, he can go and get to know him." Seeing that several people had opened up their conversation, Tianzang said, "Okay, enough small talk. We've arrived at the Hokage building. The missions performed by the Anbu are not under the jurisdiction of the mission department, but are directly reported to the Hokage. Therefore, every time he reports on his mission, he must meet with Sarutobi Hiruzen." Tenzang and his 3 team members did not go through the main entrance, but went directly to the rooftop of the Hokage building and entered the Hokage building from the rooftop. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Undecided about Foreign Affairs, Ask Sakura. Chapter 31, Undecided about Foreign Affairs, Ask Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly as he looked at the mission report handed to him by Tenzang. "Okay, you're tired too, go back and rest. Sakura, stay." Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tenzang and his companions retreated without hesitation and very quickly. Only Sakura remained. When Sakura saw the few people leaving, she directly took off the mask on her face. This thing was not breathable and it made her head uncomfortable to wear it all the time. She sat down on the sofa next to her, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it down directly. Sakura had hardly had a sip of water since completing the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to Sakura's actions, but looked at the mission report in his hand. Normally, he didn't pay much attention to these smuggling bandits. However, Sakura's will of fire made him realize that he could suppress the opponent in terms of resources, which is the so-called economic war. And now that Danzo Shimura also knows about the will of fire, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to remain indifferent. Since we can't stop Danzo, we have to think about this matter carefully. Sakura, what do you think of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen came over and sat next to Sakura, handing her the mission report. Sakura took the mission report written by Tenzang and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She is just a genin who just graduated less than a month ago. The path you choose, you must walk on even if you have to kneel. Emerald eyes quickly scanned the mission report in hand. The force behind that group of robbers was a fairly large chamber of commerce in the Kingdom of Wind, and it was also connected to a chamber of commerce in the Kingdom of Fire. At the same time, domestic chambers of commerce also need the help of this group of bandits to sell goods to the Kingdom of Wind. Just a middleman. Judging from this mission report, this group of bandits is just one of the minions of these 2 chambers of commerce. There are probably quite a few such people. Things from the Wind Country were delivered through the mountains and forests. They would pick them up and then hand them over to the Chamber of Commerce of the Fire Country to make some profit in the middle. Master, are you planning for the future? The plan that Sakura was talking about was naturally the incident in which Danzo Shimura stole Sakura's test paper. Since we can't stop him, we can't just let Danzo do whatever he wants. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had his own considerations on this. A plan like this naturally required the deduction of various unexpected plans, and the time required would naturally not be short. Since he cannot stop Danzo at the moment, the balance of the market must be in his hands. If he wants to increase the value of a resource, the value of that resource must be increased, if he wants to reduce the value of a resource, the value of that resource must be reduced. Sakura also understood at this moment and immediately knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. Then master, please wait for 2 days. I need some time. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally could not deny this, but it would be strange if Sakura came up with a perfect plan on the spot. Of course, I'll wait for good news from Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked Sakura's soft hair and spoke with a smile. Sakura quickly returned to the Anbu base. She was really speechless about this. She is just a genin, why does it feel like Sarutobi Hiruzen treats her like Joyu? Take care of internal affairs yourself, and ask Sakura for help with external matters? When Sakura came to the changing room, she found Uzuki Yujeo was changing clothes. Uzuki Yujeo's appearance is quite amazing. She can be said to be the only one in Konoha who can be compared with the village beauty Yui Kurane. Unexpectedly, the other party's figure is also quite good. No wonder Moonlight Gale looks exhausted all day. If you have a girlfriend of this level, you have to stick to her every day. Sakura couldn't help but think with evil humor. Sakura is back, remember to have dinner together later. This can be considered a welcome party for Sakura to join our team. Mao Uxian gathered her beautiful long purple hair behind her head and tied it into a neat ponytail. She didn't care at all about Sakura's scrutinizing look. Women always care about their figure. Mao Uejeo was quite satisfied with her figure and thought Sakura's eyes were just envious. Sakura took a last reluctant look at Mao Uejeo and then lowered her head regretfully. She naturally would not think like Mao Uejeo. She was just recalling her lost happiness. When Uzuki Yujeo and Sakura left the Anbu base, they found that Captain Tenzo and Bingzu Lido had been waiting for a long time. Sakura also changed into her casual clothes. Uzuki Yujeo also complained about Sakura's dressing style, thinking that Sakura looked too much like a boy. Sakura simply ignored the other person's muttering. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go eat barbecue. Tenzo is still dressed the same as in the original work, wearing a ninja uniform and a forehead protector similar to the one worn by the second generation. Several people were wise enough not to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen why he left Sakura behind. After all, it's no secret that Sakura is Sarutobi Hiruzen's last disciple, and any ninja in the village who has some information channels can know it. What's more, they are ANBU. A girl in pink pajamas with shoulder-length cherry pink hair sat at the desk in her bedroom, twirling a pencil in her hand, with a blank piece of paper in front of her. There is an eye-catching title on it. Ninja World Food Price Increase Plan. Sakura also has a few policy reports on food prices sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the current domestic and international situation in Fire Country. Looking at the blank paper in her hand, Sakura thought for a long time and finally picked up the pen. The rise or fall of a certain resource will affect the interests of many people. Cutting off someone's money is like killing one's parents. This sentence is applicable everywhere. Moreover, the price of grain is just the beginning. The subsequent ironware, medicine, and minerals will be the real big moves. By then, there will definitely be considerable resistance. However, do these things have anything to do with Sakura? They are nothing but corrupt officials with fat brains and greasy intestines and unscrupulous businessmen who are only interested in profit. In front of the ninja, Sakura believed that even if there were some twists and turns, everything would be resolved soon. However, the information sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen was not comprehensive, and Sakura needed more information for reference. Not only the Fire Kingdom, but also the Wind Kingdom, the Earth Kingdom, and the Lightning Kingdom need a considerable amount of information. And for now, there is nothing wrong with the increase in food prices. At least the people at the bottom of the society who make a living by farming can earn a little more. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen and the daimyo of the Land of Fire have their heads clear, they will never let this money-hungry guy interfere in this matter. After all, this is an economic war, so this matter must have the support of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 2.5 years. Chapter 32 2.5 years. Kakashi is not in a very good mood right now. I originally thought that I had experienced some ups and downs, and that no matter what I faced, I would not be too moved. Now it seems that maybe he was wrong. Because sitting in front of him was a pink-haired loli who was drinking tea from a cup. Honestly, she looks kind of cute. But Kakashi would not be fooled by the other party's appearance. This pink-haired creature looks harmless on the outside, but is absolutely evil on the inside. In the 2.5 years since the third Hokage accepted the child as his disciple, the entire Konoha, the Land of Fire, and even the ninja world have undergone significant changes. The most obvious change is that the price of grain has been raised to a previously high level, while ironware, medicine, and minerals have all depreciated. And all this started when the third-generation master accepted the little girl in front of him as his disciple. Even though Kakashi didn't want to get involved in these things, he had to get involved now. Because food prices gradually increased 2 years ago, many speculators seized the opportunity and became extremely wealthy, but the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Earth, and the Kingdom of Thunder were in trouble. They don't produce much grain to begin with, and rely entirely on imports from surrounding small countries and the Fire Nation. Now their life is not easy. Of course, they can't just sit there and wait for death. Right now is a meeting between the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom to discuss cooperation. Kakashi and several ninjas need to act as bodyguards to maintain the safety of this meeting. In other words, they came to protect the pink-haired creature in front of them. Sakura sat behind the screen, listening quietly to the meeting outside the screen. He simply chose to ignore Kakashi's gaze behind him. The world doesn't care much about the economy, which makes her approach almost ineffective. After all, this is a world that has great power in itself. Everything was going according to her idea. It's like a puppet. If you randomly pull the string that controls it, the puppet will perform various actions. However, Sakura didn't dare to press too hard, for fear that these simple-minded and strong-limbed reckless men would directly overturn the chessboard. That would be a complete mess. Listening quietly to the growing silence of the Earth Kingdom delegation outside, Sakura realized that everything was settled. Konoha! A sharp and loud eagle cry sounded in the sky, and a majestic black falcon was seen flying through the air like a sharp arrow. Then it landed steadily on the windowsill of the Hokage's office. The old man in a red and white imperial robe took down the letter tube tied to the eagle's claws, took out a piece of paper from it and read it quickly. A look of relief appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. It looks like we can take a break for a while. We have successfully reached cooperation with the Land of Earth. The pressure from the Land of Earth can be put aside for the time being. For now, it's good to maintain this balance. Thanks to Sakura. Otherwise, if we rely on that guy Danzo, who knows what will happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his special seat, leaned back, and relaxed for a rare moment. Choosing Sakura was a gamble. But from the current perspective, he made the right bet. But this does not mean we can relax. What is more important is the future. Wait for Sakura to come back, and let this child rest. Mom! I am back. As soon as she got home, Sakura kicked off her shoes and shouted into the house. You kid, just come back, why are you making such a fuss? Mako Harano came out of the house and spoke with dissatisfaction when she looked at her daughter. Put your shoes in order. I always put them in order for you. I really owe you that. I don't know who will want a girl like you in the future. Mako Harano looked at the shoes that were tilted at her daughter's feet, and a cross appeared on her forehead. No one wants it. Then forget it, I'll just stay at home. You support me anyway. Sakura put her shoes in place under Harano Mako's gaze and spoke with a nonchalant look on her face. Hey, you kid. The pink figure rushed into her bedroom quickly, leaving only the words I want to eat fish tonight and quickly closed the door. Mako Harano looked at Sakura's closed door helplessly, muttering to herself, have I entered the rebellious stage early? Puff. Back in her bedroom, Sakura buried herself in the quilt. A pair of emerald eyes looked at the two orioles chirping in the tree outside the window. A pencil pierced through the two orioles and then embedded itself directly into the tree trunk. The two orioles were suddenly frightened and could not help but fly away in a panic as if to escape. I'm ready to be single for the rest of my life, and no one is allowed to show affection in front of me. Even a bird. Watching the two birds fly away, Sakura couldn't help but smile with a wicked smile. As expected, when disaster strikes, everyone flees. The ancients never lied to me. The pink girl buried her face in the blankets and closed her eyes involuntarily. Time passed minute by minute, and that ordinary chest rose and fell evenly, and it was obvious that he had fallen asleep without realizing it. Sakura was really tired during this period of time. I always go to her for everything. Sakura. Sakura. Sakura was gently woken up by Harano Mako while she was drowsy. Mother. Sakura opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Mako Harano in front of her. Why did you fall asleep, kid? Get up and have dinner. As for Sakura, Harano Mako had no idea what her daughter had been doing during this time. I just feel like after Sakura became a ninja, she seemed to suddenly become busy. But considering that her daughter was the disciple of the Hokage, Harano Mako did not care about Sakura. She believed that the Hokage would teach his daughter well. Don't you want to eat fish? Mom bought it specially. Mako Harano ruffled Sakura's soft pink hair, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. I'll be up in a minute. Sakura covered her forehead. Suddenly, I sensed it almost subconsciously. Most of the chakra needed for the yin seal on the forehead has been accumulated. Within 2 years, the S-level technique should be able to manifest. It took a total of 6 years, from the beginning when I was 6 years old to 2 years later. What are you thinking about? Mako Harano looked at her daughter sitting on the bed in a daze and couldn't help wondering. Just as Sakura was about to answer, Harano Zhao's funny voice came from the living room. Sakura must be in need of Daddy's care. Dad will be here soon. The pink girl's mouth twitched, her emerald eyes revealed helplessness, and she spoke expressionlessly. No, I refuse. Ah? Why is this happening? Harano Aki, who was about to walk into Sakura's bedroom, turned grey and looked heartbroken. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Reunion. Chapter 33 Reunion. Ninja School. The girl with beige hair propped up her cheek and looked at the blue sky outside the window, her thoughts becoming a little dazed. Sakura has graduated for 2 years. I haven't seen Sakura for a long time. What is Sakura doing at this time? Really, Sakura doesn't know how to come and play with me. Sakura is so annoying. But Sasuke is so handsome. Ino. Answer the question I just asked. Irika's voice rang out from the podium, causing Ino to blink. Problem? What is the problem? Ino looked at Irika on the podium in a daze, looking both innocent and stupid. Seeing Ino's clueless look, Irika's eyes narrowed. Stand out there as punishment. Hi. Ino walked weakly outside the classroom and was greeted by 4 smiling faces. Naruto, Kaiba, Koji, Shikamaru. Looking at those 4 heartless faces, Ino twitched the corners of her mouth. I actually got mixed up with these people. After finally getting through school, Ino walked out of the ninja school as usual. Ino, this way. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded. Ino was a little dazed. The touch of pink in the field of vision is so dazzling. Sakura? Sakura is here to pick me up from school? Ino was about to pounce, but someone was faster than her. A golden figure rushed past her with a gust of wind, shouting. Sakura-chan. Ah! Naruto, you bastard, stay away from my Sakura. Idiot. Sakura. You haven't come to see me for a long time. With one hand pressing on Naruto's forehead, Naruto couldn't move forward no matter how hard he tried. Sakura, who was trying to stop the other party from hugging her, looked at her like an abandoned child, with a pitiful look. Sakura couldn't help but feel helpless. "I'm sorry, Naruto. Because there were indeed a lot of things going on some time ago. But in the future, there should be more time." Sakura touched the other person's golden hair. "Hey, then Sakura has to come find me. I just learned how to cook a delicious dish." Even Koji is full of praise. "Koji? Doesn't that guy accept anything as long as the taste is acceptable?" Seeing Naruto presenting a treasure, Sakura's expression softened. "I will, Naruto." "Sakura." Before Naruto could react, a figure jumped into Sakura's arms. "Sakura is an idiot. You haven't come to see me for so long." Ino put her arms around Sakura's waist and rubbed her like a cat. "Why can Ino hug me but I can't?" The golden-haired boy couldn't help but pout when he saw Ino hanging on Sakura. "What? Sakura and I are both girls. Naruto, how could you hug Sakura?" Ino turned her head and looked at Naruto with disgust. Before Naruto could refute, Ino clung to Sakura like a kitten and said, "Xiaoying, you haven't come to see me for such a long time. I thought you had forgotten me." Sakura rubbed Ino's head and said helplessly. "Because I'm too busy. There are too many things to do as a ninja. I can't get away from it at all. Training, carrying out Anbu missions, and helping Sarutobi Hiruzen formulate strategies made Sakura wish she could use one day as 3 days. I don't have time to look for Ino at all. Fortunately, everything has stabilized temporarily for now, and Sakura can have some time for herself." "Okay then." Ino pursed her lips and spoke reluctantly. "Sakura seems to have always been like this. I never saw her have any time for herself when she was in the ninja school. Either I am reading a book or I am practicing. I didn't expect that Sakura would be like this after becoming a ninja." Suddenly Ino saw the pink ponytail behind Sakura's head that had gone past her shoulders, and the red headband had turned into a black one. "Where's the headband I gave Sakura?" Listening to Ino's question, Sakura looked apologetic. "Sorry, Ino, we were interrupted during a mission." Sakura didn't lie to Ino, it was indeed damaged during a mission with Tenzo and the others. "Then I'll get another one for Sakura. What color do you like?" Sakura tilted her head, thought for a while and then spoke. "Black, please. Red is too conspicuous, black is more concealed." Although her pink hair is not concealed. Why is it black again?" Ino let go of Sakura and looked closely at her outfit. Compared to when she was in ninja school, Sakura is now dressed completely in black. The clothes couldn't be simpler, just the black ninja uniform that ninjas often wear, and a pair of black ninja shoes on the feet. She looks exactly like a boy. I also want. Naruto danced aside to show his presence. "What? Naruto, what do you want?" Ino put her hands on her hips and looked at Naruto with some dissatisfaction. Could it be that Naruto also wants to give him something himself? She doesn't want to, of course. If Naruto could say something nice, that would be fine. "I want to give Sakura a present too." Just as Naruto was about to continue speaking, a few more people came over. Shikamaru, Kaiba, Koji, and Hinata were hiding aside and looking at them with envy. "Oh, by the way, there is also Shino." If Sakura hadn't been sharp-eyed, she would have almost missed him. "That's too ostentatious, idiot." Shikamaru looked at Naruto helplessly, but he couldn't help but look at Sakura. To be precise, he was looking at Sakura's clothes. This is the ninja outfit that only the Chunin in the family will wear. In other words, Sakura has been promoted from a genin to a Chunin during this period of time. "Everyone is here, how about I treat everyone to a meal? How about barbecue?" Sakura looked at the people in front of her and chuckled. "Great! Sakura is the best and hottest." Koji, who was chewing potato chips nearby, cheered. Wang Akamaru, who was on top of Yato, immediately agreed. "Hinata, do you want to come together?" Sakura looked at the girl who had been hiding behind and waved to her. Kin, is it okay?" Hinata's cheeks turned red, and she was a little afraid to look directly at Sakura. "Of course." Sakura didn't hesitate and grabbed Hinata's hand, leading a group of classmates around her to the barbecue restaurant in the village. After all, the benefits of Anbu ninjas are quite good, and in terms of salary alone they can be said to be a high-income group. On the way, Sakura specifically asked about Sasuke's situation, and Kaiba told her that Sasuke went straight home after school. Sakura's plan to invite him was thwarted. After all, from Sakura's perspective, this is a rare class reunion. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Party. Chapter 34 Party. She is so dazzling. She always feels like she is bathing in the sunday. Everyone likes her very much. Even Naruto is the same. The girl with rolled eyes looked enviously at the pink girl in front of her who was pulling her. Hinata. As if noticing something was wrong with the girl, Sakura turned around and looked at her. "No, no, no, no." Hinata's cheeks immediately turned red when she saw Sakura looking at her, and she shook her head. I haven't asked anything yet." Sakura leaned over, touched her chin, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her emerald green eyes flashed with a mischievous look. Soon, Hinata will be placed next to Naruto so that he can escape from the suffering. Xiao Ying, you're too close." The girl with a rolled eye shrank her neck and spoke hesitantly, the redness on her face still not fading. "Ah, so cute." The pink girl pinched Hinata's hot cheek mischievously, which made Hinata almost blush. Xiao Ying. "Ha ha ha, I won't tease Hinata anymore, let's go and eat." Seeing that Hinata's face was as red as an apple, Sakura stopped teasing her and took Hinata and a group of classmates to the barbecue restaurant in the village. In the barbecue restaurant, Sakura saw that there were quite a few people there, so she asked the boss for a private room. Naruto originally wanted to squeeze next to Sakura, but Ino directly and forcefully snatched the seat next to Sakura away. "What? Ino always steals Sakura from me." Naruto pouted and looked at Ino with an unhappy look on his face. "What? Sakura is mine. It's Naruto who has been stealing Sakura from me." Ino put her hands on her hips and looked at the golden-haired boy with an unhappy look on her face, defending her sovereignty. "Wow, barbecue! Koji and Kaiba looked at the sizzling meat in the oven with shining eyes. Women are such trouble. Shikamaru sat aside and looked at Sakura and Hinata who were quietly sitting opposite him, and pursed his lips. In the future he must marry a quiet, non-noisy, neither ugly nor beautiful wife, and live a leisurely life without conflict with the world. Although Sakura and Hinata are also quiet, one of them is a famous genius in the village and a disciple of the Hokage. The other is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan in the village. There will definitely be a lot of troubles in the future, and they are not within his range of choice for a partner. If possible, just marry an ordinary woman who can take care of your husband and children. Shikamaru couldn't help but daydream, and when he came to his senses, he looked at the empty oven in front of him. "Where's my barbecue?" "Hee, Shikamaru, if you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it for you." Koji chewed the delicious food in his mouth and looked at Shikamaru with a smile on his face. "Wong. Well, Akamaru agrees too." Ye touched Akamaru on his leg, then threw the meat slices in his bowl into Akamaru's mouth. "Alas, I always feel that if I were born in the same year as these people, my leisurely life in the future might no longer exist." Shikamaru continued to grill the meat helplessly. This time he stared closely at the slices of meat in front of him, fearing that it would be gone before he could even take a bite. "Naruto, sit next to Hinata." Just in time to grill some meat for Hinata. Sakura looked at Ino and Naruto who were still arguing with each other, and Sakura spoke directly. "Okay then." When Naruto saw Sakura speak, he sat down next to Hinata with a little displeasure. Hey, Ino wins. Seeing this, Ino couldn't help but raise her scissors hands to Naruto and looked at him with a mocking expression. Naruto-kun. Hinata tapped her finger and looked timidly at the blonde boy next to her. Hinata, what do you want to eat? I'll help you bake it. Naruto simply ignored Ino's taunting of him and turned to ask Hinata. I can do it, by myself. The black-haired girl was a little afraid to look directly into Naruto's blue eyes. Ah, it's so noisy next door. I finally got back to the village and wanted to relax. The bearded man drank the wine in his glass and spoke helplessly. Because there is only one door between the two private rooms, and the door is covered with paper, the sound insulation effect of the private rooms is particularly poor. Any movement next door can be easily heard. Why are you competing with a bunch of kids? The female ninja opposite the man rolled her eyes at him, then put the food in front of her into her mouth and chewed it gently. But Asuma, why did you suddenly come back? Kakashi, with white hair, a mask, and a forehead protector covering his eyes, fiddled with the barbecue in front of him and looked at the man next to him. Asuma Sarutobi, son of the Hokage. He had previously served as one of the 12 guardian ninjas for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. My 5-year term here has expired. Otherwise, I don't know how long I will be here. Asuma poured himself another glass of wine, but his eyes couldn't help but drift towards Yui Kurane sitting opposite him. But, having said that, there has been quite a lot of commotion in the village in the past 2 years. Can the old man grasp it? It goes without saying who the old man Asuma is referring to is. It's a long story. As the temporary bodyguard of the person who started this incident in the past 2 years, Kakashi naturally knows all about these things. Oh. Speaking of which. Asuma looked interested. The biggest change in the Fire Nation in the past 2 years has been in the lower class people. The increase in food prices has made their lives much better than before. Wow! Naruto, don't steal my meat! Before Asuma could finish his words, there was a sudden exclamation from next door, which made Asuma swallow his words. Asuma suddenly looked speechless. He opened the paper door separating the private rooms and said impatiently, "Little ghosts, can you be quiet while eating?" But when he opened the paper door, he couldn't help but be stunned. A little golden-haired kid was holding a plate of roasted meat high up, and a little fat man was trying to snatch it from the little golden-haired kid. The pineapple-headed boy was grilling his own meat out of boredom, and the boy with red paint on his face was feeding a puppy. The pink-haired girl was chewing her food quietly, and the beige-haired girl next to her was smiling and trying to get the pink girl to eat more. The girl with the rolled eyes looked at the blonde kid in panic. These are supposed to be what's happening. But with the appearance of Asuma, this group of children who were obviously still students of the ninja school couldn't help but turn their eyes to him. Ah, this! I mean, could you please be a little quieter? After all, it's not very polite to disturb other people's meals. Asuma broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but speak awkwardly. What did he see? All the second generations in the village gathered together. I'm almost done writing this chapter, but I just realized I forgot about Shino. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Unii-chan. Chapter 35 Unii-chan. Who are you, uncle? Naruto held up the barbecue and looked at Asuma with an unhappy expression. That's right, we are eating our own food, what does it have to do with you, an old man? Wang. Kaiba has the same personality as Naruto and naturally refuses to give in. Moreover, there are so many people on our side, and there are only 3 on the other side. This time the advantage is mine, uncle? A tic-tac-toe appeared on Asuma's forehead. He is only 25 years old, damn it. Even though he looks a little old, isn't this uncle a bit too much? Kakashi-senpai. Sakura immediately noticed Kakashi standing opposite her with dead eyes. I know you, that's easy. Asuma's tangled mood suddenly relaxed a lot. Ha ha ha, Sakura, I didn't expect to meet you here. If possible, Kakashi just wanted to stay away from this pink-haired guy. He always felt that if he got involved with this pink-haired creature, there would be trouble. Kakashi scratched his head and laughed dryly before greeting Sakura. Naruto, apologize quickly. Really, you can't even eat peacefully. Sakura couldn't help but look at the golden-haired boy. Well, in that case, I'm sorry. Naruto glanced at Sakura, then apologized to Asuma unconvincedly. But this apology sounded so perfunctory. It's okay, just a kid. But remember, I'm only 25, not an uncle. Call me brother. Asuma said while rubbing the head of the tooth closest to him. You can't tell at all. Ino looked at Asuma in surprise. Yeah, I can't tell at all. But the sister over there looks like she's only about 20 years old. Koji said vaguely while eating meat. As soon as these words were spoken, Rihong's lips curled up slightly. She is the same age as Kakashi and Asuma. Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her youth? This little fat boy looks very honest. Asuma, you are so old, yet you are still competing with a bunch of kids. Zihihong felt that she needed to speak at this moment. Asuma glanced at Kurane with a troubled look, then spoke to Sakura and the others in a persuasive manner. If you call me big brother, I can pay for you. Kurane glanced at Asuma with some dissatisfaction. How can you teach a child to lie? However, Xiaoying and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Their thoughts couldn't help but reach a resonance at this moment. They shouted in unison. Unii-chan. Asuma was so happy when he heard the word brother that wrinkles appeared on his face due to his smile. This is the future of Konoha, and this is the jade he wants to protect. Asuma just felt his heart melt at this moment. However, Ya excitedly opened the door of the box and shouted outside. Waiter sister! 50 more plates of barbecue. The big brother next door is paying the bill. When Asuma emptied his wallet listlessly, he couldn't help but look hopefully at Kakashi beside him. Seeing this, Kakashi sighed, and took out a few bills from his wallet to give Asuma the final change. These kids really love to eat. Asuma sighed and left the barbecue restaurant with Kakashi. Kurane left early because she had something else to do. At this moment, there were only him and Kakashi. The sun gradually sets in the west. Asuma pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and put it between his lips. There was a click and the flame jumped out from the lighter. Looking at the gradually darkening street, Asuma took a deep puff of cigarette and then exhaled a puff of light blue smoke. The anesthesia of nicotine made his depressed mood much better. The girl with pink hair just now. At this moment Kakashi suddenly spoke. Hey? What's wrong? Asuma recalled the group of little ghosts just now, and there was indeed a girl with pink hair. It's quite quiet. It can be said that the changes in the country over the past 2 years were led by that child. Kakashi's words made Asuma freeze in place. That child, isn't he only 10 years old? Kakashi glanced at Asuma and continued, that child is already a chunin. 10 years old, chunin? Asuma smiled. I see, a genius. Strictly speaking, it's a hard-working genius. Kakashi corrected Asuma. Although he didn't want to interact with Sakura, he couldn't deny Sakura's efforts. In the past 2 years, he often had to act as Sakura's bodyguard because he needed to root out unscrupulous traders who wanted to take advantage of food prices to make huge profits. So he also saw Sakura's efforts. Sometimes he is needed as Sakura's sparring partner. That's it. Asuma took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and exhaled. It seems like this child is the center of the group today. Kakashi did not respond to Asuma's words, but just looked at the remaining light in the distance with some melancholy. No one knows what he is thinking. Mom, I'm back. Sakura said goodbye to Naruto and Ino and returned home. The first thing she did was to take off her shoes and then she called her mother as usual. Put your shoes in place. When Mako Harano didn't show up, I knew Sakura must have left her shoes somewhere random. Hi. Sakura looked at her shoes that were lying all over the place, picked them up and put them in the shoe cabinet. You don't have to cook my meal tonight. I've already eaten out. Sakura's words made a well-shaped mark appear on Mako Harano's forehead. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I even cooked for you. Mako Harano appeared in front of Sakura wearing an apron and holding a spatula. Then you keep it, Mom. I'll have it as a midnight snack tonight. Sakura pursed her lips indifferently and ran back to the bedroom like the wind. This child. Mako Harano looked at Sakura helplessly. Is this really the rebellious phase? How cute when I was a kid. Sakura returned to the bedroom, turned on the light, and took out a scroll on medical ninjutsu from the drawer. Now, except for the yin seal, she has almost absorbed all the knowledge about Ninja World War Harano Sakura. Basically, as long as you grow older and have a certain amount of chakra by the age of 12, you can fully master everything about Ninja War Sakura. And she is stronger than the original Ninja War Sakura. She has all-round training from the Monkey King and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scroll in his hand is a panacea of medical ninjutsu that is needed in both surgery and combat. Chakra scalpel. But when she took out the medical scroll, Sakura raised an eyebrow when she saw a yellowed ramen roll in the drawer. That was the first gift Naruto gave her 4 years ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Practice. Chapter 36 Practice. The essence of ninjutsu is based on one's own chakra, which is released through the flow of one's own chakra in the meridians and the combination of hand seals. Whether it is wind jutsu, lightning jutsu, or fire jutsu, even the so-called bloodline limit is based on this so-called essence. This is even more true for the so-called changes in the chakra's form or properties. Even the Sharingan is a form of yin escape. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding that all uses of ninjutsu or illusion are based on the use of chakra. Sakura, your chakra attributes are yang, yin, water, and earth. It's quite good chakra, but overall it's more of a support, medical, and illusion-type ninja. In the third training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke away from his official duties and took time out to teach his closed disciple. In addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sakura, Sarutobi Asuma was also sitting aside. Even though he ran away from home a few years ago because of a quarrel with Sarutobi Hiruzen and went to work for the daimyo as one of the 12 guardian ninjas for 5 years, so much time has passed that his anger has long since subsided. He also understood the difficulties that Sarutobi Hiruzen faced as Hokage. But I don't feel like a support type of ninja. Sakura raised her hand. Now she is a combination of strength and speed, and with the help of Monkey's indestructibility and the slug's healing power, she is a very capable physical ninja. It can be understood as a meat shield that can fight, resist, heal, and is fast. It can be said that the only flaw at present is the fear of illusions. But it doesn't matter. Just summon a little slug to lie on your shoulder before the battle. Sakura can be said to be the ceiling among her peers at the moment. Unless the opponent is a Jinchuriki who can explode the tailed beast, basically no one can be her opponent. That's because Sakura is so good. Sarutobi Hiruzen touched the cherry pink hair of the little girl in front of him and smiled. Sakura's individual combat power is pretty good right now. But if the opponent is the type who uses large-scale ninjutsu and is good at pinning people down, Sakura will probably be helpless. Sakura was stunned listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. It seemed that she really had no good solution, unless she could summon a large enough slug to use its tongue and teeth to stick acid. Apart from that, she really had no other choice. But summoning a large enough slug would use up a lot of chakra, making it impossible to fight for a long time. This is my old man's own technique, and there is also a Shuriken shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took out 2 scrolls from his sleeves and handed them to Sakura. The technique of making Shuriken gigantic. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The old man unleashed a combo. Looking at the 2 scrolls in her hands, Sakura raised her head, blinked, and said, "If I use my super strength to throw a giant shuriken, combined with the shuriken shadow clone technique, would it be very powerful? Before Sakura could finish her words, Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew what the little girl was thinking. In fact, that was what he planned. The power of the three techniques combined is absolutely beyond imagination. Yes, go practice. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile as he watched the little girl run to the side and start reading the scroll. Asuma Sarutobi didn't say a word from beginning to end, just watched everything silently. From the brief conversation just now, he learned that the little girl in front of him had mastered Tsunade's supernatural power. This made him marvel, as he knew how difficult it was to learn strange powers. But from the conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sakura, it seems that this child can learn it easily and can apply it to other techniques. "Old man, is this your jade?" Asuma said to the little girl who was looking at the scroll carefully not far away. "Not just Sakura, all the children in the village are my jade." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, patted his stiff waist, looked at his youngest son and spoke softly. "It's been so long since you came back, you haven't gone to see Konohamaru yet." Asuma's face froze when he heard Konohamaru's name. He is the worst at communicating with children, especially a naughty kid who is less than 5 years old. Hey, I get it." Asuma waved his hands and spoke helplessly. Glancing at his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes softened slightly. When people get old, what they want to see most is their children sitting around them. Now Asuma is back, and the child he had high hopes for is growing up healthily. The pain caused by the war seemed to have healed, which made the old man smile. "That's enough, old man. I'll be leaving now. I have things to do. I'll go see Konohamaru tonight." Asuma dusted himself off, stood up and was about to leave. "Is it because of that girl from Ziri's family?" Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. This. Why do you care so much, old man?" Asuma's face turned red, and then he spoke unnaturally, then left with his hands in his pockets. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Asuma leave with a smile, and his cloudy eyes seemed to have seen the birth of a new generation of Konoha. However, when he turned his gaze back to Sakura, he found that the child had raised a huge shuriken and was shouting at him excitedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile couldn't help but grow wider. The techniques he taught Sakura were not difficult, but very practical. But being able to master the technique of enlarging shuriken in such a short time is truly extraordinary. He was amazed by Sakura's talent for learning, which was unmatched by many people. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself at this age could not compare to this child with beautiful pink hair. "Master, I succeeded." Sakura trotted over to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a giant shuriken that was half the size of her body and looked at him with a smile. "Sakura is amazing." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and touched Sakura's head. He had only seen this kind of learning ability in Orochimaru. He seemed to see the shadow of his former disciple through Sakura. But Sakura is not Orochimaru, she has more than Orochimaru. And he himself will also guide the child to grow up well. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to let go until she grew to a certain level. "Sakura, now let's try the shuriken shadow clone." Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Sakura smile. She really regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen as her master. After all, the other party has been protecting me closely over the past few years, and even a stone would have been warmed up long ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Opening. Chapter 37 Opening. Lord Hokage. A Chunin rushed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's lounge in a panic. At this moment, the old man had a rare free time and started practicing calligraphy. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but speak as he looked at the words in front of him. "Naruto, that brat Naruto is playing a prank again. This time he actually drew on the Hokage rock. And it's painted." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed upon hearing this, put down the last stroke in his hand and said, "Go get Irika and take that kid down." "Yes." After the ninja left, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to admire the words in front of him, but he always felt that something was missing. Naruto. Iruka was furious when he was informed by the ninja. As he grew older, Naruto became more and more naughty. Now they actually dare to use paint to put makeup on the portraits of the 4 Hokages on the Hokage rock. Hey! Iruka-sensei. Naruto, who was already 12 years old, couldn't help but give a silly smile as he looked at Iruka in front of him, trying to get away with it. You guy! Do you know what you are doing? Hurry up and clean up the Hokage rock. Seeing that he had no way out, Naruto had no choice but to clean the paint on the Hokage rock obediently under the threat from Iruka that had accumulated over a long period of time. Iruka leaned on the railing of the Hokage rock pagoda, watching Naruto hanging on the rope and holding a brush to slowly clean his masterpiece, and his attitude couldn't help but soften. Hurry up and clean it up, maybe you can go home earlier. Listening to Iruka's words, Naruto curled his lips and said indifferently. I'm the only one at home anyway, so it doesn't matter whether I go back or not. Iruka was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then pretended to be thoughtful and said, I heard that Sakura will be returning to the village tomorrow. If Sakura knew that you were so naughty, would she be angry? Iruka-sensei, please don't tell Sakura. I'm going to clean up the paint right now. Naruto was shocked when he heard this and immediately got motivated. Iruka looked at Naruto, who was working seriously, and his expression softened. Come on Naruto, once you're done with your work, we can go eat Ichiraku ramen. My treat. Great. Naruto became more motivated after hearing that, but his movements were too big and he accidentally knocked over the bucket hanging next to him, soaking Iruka to the bone. Naruto. Hey hee. Next day ninja school. Cicadas kept chirping in the tree, and a blonde boy was sitting alone on the swing under the tree. A shadow enveloped his entire body. The school gate was already surrounded by the students' parents. The boy's blue eyes looked ahead with loss and frustration. The shadow under the sunlight was like a clear dividing line, dividing him and the outside world into 2 different worlds. Is it him? Yes, I heard that the child was the only one who failed. No wonder. Why does Hokage-sama keep him? The whispering of the adults in front of him seemed like sharp thorns piercing into the boy's heart. The boy moved his gaze to his feet. He was sitting on the swing, swaying gently in the wind. Naruto. A gentle and familiar voice suddenly sounded, and Naruto looked up. He is a teacher in the school. Water and wood. I'm sorry, Naruto. The man's gentle voice seemed to have a magical power that soothed Naruto's heart. Teacher Mizuki. The blue-haired man looked at the young man in front of him, with an imperceptible gleam in his eyes. Finally, he got the chance. That night watched the yellow figure running at full speed in the forest. Naruto was jumping at high speed on the tree with a huge scroll on his back. The sealed book. Teacher Mizuki said that as long as he learned the ninjutsu on this scroll, he would definitely be able to pass the graduation exam. Then I can become a ninja like Sakura. However, the first ninjutsu above is the clone technique, which Naruto is not good at. Naruto wanted to continue watching, but Iruka-sensei had caught up with him after getting the news from somewhere, so Naruto had to leave first and find a safe place to continue watching the following ninjutsu. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air came from behind, and Naruto almost subconsciously dodged. A shuriken as big as half his body was deeply embedded in the tree trunk in front of him. What? It was really hard for me to find you, little devil. A familiar voice sounded, causing Naruto's eyes to widen slightly. This voice is... The blue-haired man walked out of the darkness, and the moonlight enveloped him, but his expression was no longer as gentle as it was during the day. Instead, it was filled with an unfamiliar coldness and madness. Mizuki. Teacher. Naruto stared at Mizuki blankly, not understanding why the other party attacked him. If a shuriken that big hits your body, you'll die, right? Why? Teacher Mizuki, why do you want to? Naruto stared blankly at the person who came and spoke. Hey? What are you talking about, you fox demon? If I kill you here, it can be considered as getting rid of harm to the people, right? Shoimu looked at the golden-haired boy in front of him with malicious intent, and his words were full of sarcasm. Demon fox? Mizuki. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was Irika who was running towards here. Irika? You're just in time. Naruto, do you know why everyone in the village hates you? An amused smile appeared on Mizuki's lips, as if what was going to happen next would please him. Mizuki. Shut up. That's a village secret. Irika quickly rushed in front of Naruto and exposed his back to Naruto. Confidential. Ha 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 ha. Don't fool yourself, Irika. Can something like this be considered confidential? Everyone in the village knows that Naruto is the demon fox. Even your parents, Irika, were killed by Naruto. And the fourth Hokage. He was also killed by this brat. Seeing Mizuki flaunting the secret so madly, Irika was horrified and said hurriedly, shut up. Stop talking. Isn't what I said the truth? Mizuki didn't care, and continued to look at the dazed Naruto behind Irika with a malicious look and said, I'm afraid even the genius of that village, Harano Sakura. Isn't it someone who deliberately approached Naruto under his arrangement? Or maybe he wants to take your power. After all, who would approach a demon fox that is hated by everyone? Sakura. Was he also approached deliberately? Naruto looked confused. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be truly at a loss. He subconsciously wanted to escape, wanted to run away, wanted to stay away from this ridiculous world. Why? Why? Why am I a fox demon? Why does everyone hate themselves? He no longer wanted to care about Irika and Mizuki. He just wanted to escape. Fake, fake, everything is fake. Naruto ran away frantically in panic, completely ignoring Irika's desperate calls behind him. Why? Why did Sakura also deliberately approach me? Am I really that annoying? At this moment, Naruto had almost no idea what to do or how to choose. The attitude of the people in the village towards him was obvious to everyone. Why was it Sakura? Why was it Sakura who approached me? Naruto. A cold voice rang out in the night. Naruto subconsciously looked up and his breath stopped when he saw the man. The cherry-pink ponytail fluttered in the night, the solemn ANBU uniform seemed so suffocating, the raccoon mask was pinned on the side of the face, revealing the other person's appearance, and the pair of calm emerald eyes like gemstones. The girl with her back to the moon is so unattainable. There are 3 ANBU around the girl, with her as the center. The captain of the 7th ANBU division. Harano Sakura. The pace of this chapter is a little fast. After all, it's more than 30 chapters and it's time to move on to the main storyline. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Mouth Escape. Chapter 38 Mouth Escape. The moonlight was like a curtain. The pink-haired girl stood on a big tree with her back to the bright moon, and her emerald eyes quietly stared at the blonde boy. Naruto. A cold voice rang out in the night, causing Naruto to subconsciously take a step back. Sakura frowned slightly as she watched Naruto take a step back. She had just completed her mission and returned to the village when Sarutobi Hiruzen informed her that Naruto had been bewitched by Mizuki and stole the Book of Seals, and asked her to take the Book of Seals back quickly. By the way, catch that guy Mizuki. There was no mention of what Naruto should do throughout the whole process. What else can I do? Take good care of it, Xiaoying. Naruto looked at the girl on the tree, swallowed, and wanted to run away, but before he could do anything, the pink color was already in front of Naruto. Naruto had no idea of the opponent's speed. Naruto seemed a bit naughty during the time I was away from the village. Sakura's words rang in Naruto's ears, causing him to grit his teeth. He mustered up his courage, looked at the girl in front of him and said angrily, Sakura. Yeah, I'm listening. Sakura's calm expression made Naruto feel as if he had punched cotton, with the feeling of having no place to use his strength. Shui. Teacher Shoimu said that you approached me, because of. Looking at the hesitant idiot in front of her, Sakura couldn't help but sigh softly, staring at Naruto with her emerald eyes and said. So, can someone just say something to make Naruto hate me? Hearing Sakura's words, Naruto was subconsciously stunned. It seems like he did something too extreme. No. It's not like that. Naruto subconsciously wanted to explain, but Sakura smiled and touched his head as before and said. Remember what I told you. It was Iruka-sensei who asked me to go. Idiot. Naruto looked at the girl in front of him with slightly wide eyes. Yes, Sakura came here because of Iruka-sensei. Sakura had already said that on that day. Mizuki-sensei is a liar. I actually doubted Sakura. Naruto was feeling a little depressed, and at this time a figure appeared in the forest behind him. Wearing Konoha's unique standard ninja uniform and blue hair. Naruto, hurry up and. Mizuki had an arrogant smile on his face, but he got stuck in the middle of his words. Like a drowning man with his throat strangled, the arrogance on his face froze the moment he saw Sakura. Sometimes blue, sometimes white. So it's you, Sakura. I didn't expect you to be here too. Shoimu's pair of black eyes were wandering, and at this moment he had already started looking for a route to escape. However, other members of the Anbu 7th Squad had surrounded him from all sides, blocking all his escape routes. Mr. Mizuki, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to have caused quite a stir without me noticing. Sakura stood beside Naruto and looked at the man in front of her. This man had been her teacher for 2 years, but Sakura didn't feel anything about it. She had already known that this guy was not a good person and that he had just been an honest student following the instructions. What are you pretending to be? Seeing that he was blocked on all sides and had no hope of escape, Shoimu's face couldn't help but become ferocious. You are just another guy who covets Naruto. What's the difference between us? The power of the 9-tailed demon fox is enough to destroy the entire Konoha. Sakura looked at Mizuki calmly and did not stop the other person's idea. Allow the other person to continue speaking. Naruto beside her listened to Mizuki's words, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy, his usual smile having long since disappeared. Everyone in the village knows that Naruto is a demon fox, so they all hate Naruto. Hate this sin. Sakura crossed her arms and looked at the man in front of her who was hysterical before his death. She knew that if she didn't make things clear here, then Naruto would most likely always have a knot in his heart. Where's Iruka? Why don't you run out? You're right. Sakura was silent. Iruka hadn't shown up yet, so she probably couldn't count on him. She could only go by herself. Okay. Mizuki was stunned for a moment, then looked at Sakura with excitement, as if he had found a way to survive. Harano Sakura is a genius in the village and was personally accepted as a disciple by the 3rd Hokage. Even though she is only 12 years old, she is not someone that a ninja school teacher like him can defeat. But if I could get the other person to stand by my side at this moment. Driven by the desire to survive, Shoimu almost lost his mind. Sakura was the direct disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and there was no way she could possibly associate with a traitor like him. Sakura glanced at the dejected Naruto, then spoke to Mizuki. Naruto does have a fox inside of him. Hearing this, Naruto looked up at Sakura in disbelief. Am I, really a fox demon? But, in my opinion, Naruto is a hero. The hero who sealed the demon fox with his own body. The ignorant villagers don't know this, they just simply think that Naruto is a demon fox. But Naruto has already been protecting everyone and his friends in his own way without even realizing it. It protected me too. The blonde boy stared at the girl in a daze, unable to speak for a moment. This was the decision made by the 4th Hokage. Naruto inherited the will of the 4th Hokage. He believes that Naruto can protect everyone and make good use of this power. Even if there are many bumps on this road. Sakura's emerald eyes closed slightly as she thought of the man who only appeared in the textbook. Golden flashing Minato Namikaze, this guy is really not a good father. Compared with my wife, my son doesn't seem that important. Even if this road is difficult and arduous. There's no other way, Namikaze Minato, when you are resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, you must come and thank me in person. The Yandere still believes that Naruto can be strong and overcome everything. Now it's not just the Yandere, I also believe that Naruto can do it. Those emerald eyes suddenly opened at this moment, and Sakura herself felt like she was having a second-year syndrome when she said this. But there's nothing you can do about it, ninjas just fall for it, especially Naruto. Do not make jokes. A demon fox is a demon fox. Where do all these great principles come from? Mizuki looked at Sakura in front of him viciously, then took out the last giant shuriken on his back and threw it at Sakura fiercely. Ding! The shuriken suddenly fell from the air. A normal-sized shuriken quickly brushed past Mizuki's cheek, leaving a trail of blood, and then flew into the dark forest. The emerald eyes were fierce at this moment, and the girl spoke with murderous words. Naruto, kill him. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Sakura, you end number 039, relayed off. Chapter 39 Sakura, you're laid off. Naruto held the Book of Seals in his arms, staring blankly at the girl beside him, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Fuck the fourth Hokage, Sakura believes in me now, so I must never let Sakura down. The blonde boy wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Naruto looked at Mizuki in front of him with his pair of blue eyes. Normally, his eyes were clear and innocent, but at this moment, they were full of ferocity. He made a seal with his hands, and every detail of his life since he could remember emerged in his mind. Apart from the third-generation grandfather, Sakura was the first person to approach her, and then there were Kaiba, Koji, Shikamaru, Ino, Hinata. The art of multiple shadow clones. Bang 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 bang, the Uzumaki clan's innate huge chakra was fully demonstrated by Naruto at this moment. 100, 200, 500. Thousands of physical clones appeared in this forest. When Sakura saw this scene, even though she had already expected it, she still opened her mouth slightly. Knowing is one thing, but seeing it with your own eyes is another. She is so envious. If she had this level of chakra, the yin seal would have come out long ago. Not only Sakura, but also the other NBU members present couldn't help but freeze when they saw this scene. This level of chakra is completely impossible to cultivate. Only those with extraordinary talents can possess this level of strong chakra. Teacher Mizuki, there are too many people. Naruto looked fiercely at Mizuki, who was horrified and even retreating in front of him. You have to hold on. As Naruto's words fell, Mizuki was immediately immersed in Naruto's ocean. There were fists and kicks everywhere, and he had no power to resist at all. Mizuki's screams resounded through the night sky at this moment. When the dust settled, Mizuki had been beaten into a pig's head by Naruto's thousands of shadow clones and fell to the ground without any resistance. If the other person hadn't still been breathing, Sakura would have thought he was dead. Hey, I think I overdid it. Naruto scratched his head and looked at Sakura with a silly smile on his face. Naruto. At this moment, a figure carrying a seriously injured body slowly appeared in the sight of several people. He saw everything that just happened. He wanted to come out, but as soon as he came over, he heard Sakura say, Naruto inherited the will of the Yandere, so he did not show up. Iruka-sensei. Seeing that Iruka was seriously injured, Naruto quickly ran over and supported him. Naruto. Iruka looked at the boy in front of him with relief, a gentle smile on his face. Under everyone's gaze, Iruka took off his forehead protector and put it on Naruto's forehead under Naruto's dull gaze. Congratulations, you graduated. At this moment, the sun rises, and the first ray of light in the morning shines on Naruto. Sakura walked up to Mizuki and looked at the unrecognizable Mizuki with a flash of disgust in her eyes. He picked it up with one hand and said to Iruka and Naruto, "Naruto, take Iruka-sensei to the hospital first. I still have to take this guy to Hokage-sama first." After saying that, he disappeared with Mizuki and the rest of the team members. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everything that happened in the crystal ball and couldn't help but smile. Everything he did back then finally showed results. Sakura was able to restrain Naruto very well. But to Naruto, this girl was like a sister taking care of her younger brother, which gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. If Sakura wants to become Hokage, then Naruto must be tied to her side. What is the most reliable relationship? Of course they are husband and wife. But Sakura didn't seem to have that intention. At this moment, the pink girl had already arrived at the Hokage's office with the humanoid pig head. "Hokage-sama, the target has been captured." Sakura, with her face covered by a mask, half knelt in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke. Sakura is very clear about the distinction between public and private. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and then other Enbu took Mizuki away. What will greet him is Konoha's torture department, the place that Sakura had been trying hard to learn and didn't want to go to. As the Enbu left, the girl stood up, took off the mask on her face and said unhappily, "When are you going to improve this crappy mask? It's been giving me a headache for 4 years." Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the girl in front of him. "Sakura, you have also been in the Enbu for 4 years, rising from an ordinary member to the position of squad leader." Sakura, who was sitting on the sofa nearby, had her eyes moved and could not help but ask curiously, "Old man, are you planning to make me the head of the Enbu?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched when he heard that, and he took out his pipe and was about to light it, when he saw that Sakura had already opened the office windows one by one. The office is filled with the smell of cigarettes. It's terrible. If you want to live longer, smoke less. Hearing the girl's complaining words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. It can be said that he personally raised this child and watched him grow up. Sometimes, she really is like his own granddaughter. At least he is much more obedient than Konohamaru. Not ANBU chief, and you are not fit for the position. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe, took a puff and blew out a string of smoke rings, saying, "Captain of the 7th ANBU team, Harano Sakura." Sakura looked at the old man in front of her in confusion. "You are fired. Old man, if you are sick, I can use Ape Demon and Slug to treat you." Next morning, ninja school. Sakura sat alone on the rooftop of the ninja school with a depressed look on her face. After working hard in the Enbu for 4 years, he finally managed to get the position of captain of the Enbu. And now you tell yourself you're fired, because the upcoming Chunin exam is a large-scale exam jointly held by the 3 countries of the Land of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen needed someone to calm the situation, so he shamelessly disguised her, a special jonin, as a genin and reassigned her to the class for graduation. Let everyone see, even if Konoha no longer has Konoha White Fang, the 3 ninjas left, and Golden Flash sacrificed himself, Konoha is still the same Konoha. Konoha that shocked the ninja world. At the same time, he is also responsible for the security of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, after the Chunin exams are over, he can resume his position as special jonin. At the same time, in the ninja classroom below, Iruka had already started dividing the classes. Sakura could not help but be in a trance as she sensed the movement below. She wondered if Naruto and Sasuke, the 2 happy enemies, would still kiss without her. Please read it later. Reading it later during the recommendation period is related to the survival of this book. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Junior Uncle. Chapter 40. Junior Master Sakura lay on the steps of the rooftop with her arms resting on her head and her legs crossed, staring at the white clouds floating in the sky in a daze. There is more than a month left until the Chunin exam, which means there is more than a month left until Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. But what's different from the previous time is that this time the land of Earth is also involved. Because Sakura's previous strategy of controlling resources achieved remarkable results. As a result, the land of Earth was forced to ease relations with Konoha in order to obtain more resources. During this period, there were many people with evil intentions who wanted to get a piece of the pie, but with Sakura's advanced theories combined with the pressure of the ninjas and the support of the daimyo, those who wanted to take advantage of it were basically all chopped off. After all, this world is a world of ninjas. Even if they obey the so-called daimyo, the daimyo will not and dare not ignore the ninjas. I just don't know from which angle Orochimaru will launch the Konoha collapse plan. It would be fine if it was just the same as the original, but I'm afraid Orochimaru has set his sights on Onoki, the old man who always has back pain. But it doesn't matter. In fact, it's better this way. Onoki is not Raza, a stubborn old man who is still explosive at the age of 70. If Orochimaru really has his sights set on Noki, then he could try out the power of dust release first. Sakura's thoughts were wandering, when suddenly, there was a burst of noise in the ninja classroom below her. Sakura's expression changed and she quickly disappeared from the spot. She stepped on the wall and looked at the two protagonists of the incident from the window. A blonde boy and a black-haired boy kissed each other with their mouths pressed together in front of everyone's incredulous gaze. At this moment, it seems as if time has stopped. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other in disbelief with their eyes wide open, then almost in unison bent over and vomited to one side. "Naruto, you bastard, I'm going to kill you." The young man with the Uchiha family emblem on his back covered his chest and spoke while looking at the blonde boy viciously, feeling nauseous. My first kiss is for Sakura." Naruto made a bitter face and spoke while trying to suppress his nausea. "Sakura? I don't think it's necessary." Sakura, who had a smile on her face and was eager to watch the fun, suddenly couldn't smile anymore. "Go find your Hinata." Look at Hinata not far away, she is biting her handkerchief with envy of Sasuke. Sakura ignored the ensuing commotion and returned to the rooftop. So annoying. Naruto is really persistent in pestering me, so I have to find an opportunity to express Hinata's feelings to him. Just as Sakura returned to the rooftop to daydream, Iruka had already walked into the classroom to maintain order and began to divide the classes. "Yo! Why is RANBU captain here alone?" Just as Sakura was lying on the rooftop in a daze, a figure appeared beside her. Sakura glanced at the person who came with her emerald eyes and said unhappily how to speak. "What should you call me according to your seniority?" Kakashi was speechless looking at the little girl in front of him. "I tried to hide here and there, but in the end I couldn't escape. This girl's master is the Sandame Hokage, the Sandame's disciple is Jiraiya, Jiraiya's disciple is the 4th Hokage, and Kakashi himself is the 4th Hokage's disciple. According to seniority, this girl is of Jiraiya's generation. And I should call her Master. Junior Master." Originally, he should have been called Master, but Sakura thought it sounded unpleasant, so Kakashi was given a higher title. He also has to thank Sakura. Kakashi opened his eyes and spoke helplessly. At first, this girl called him Senpai Kakashi, but after getting to know him, she would tease him about this from time to time. "Be good." Sakura smiled and touched Kakashi's white fur. There is another benefit to learning from a teacher who has 3 generations of disciples. That's super generational enhancement. Even if Minato Namikaze was standing in front of him, he would have to call him Junior Master Uncle. "What is it?" Sakura's distress, which had just been alleviated by Kakashi, was alleviated somewhat by Naruto's distress. Sakura looked at Kakashi in front of her with a smile and spoke. "Just about the class division, what do you think?" Kakashi mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement. When he learned that he was going to be Naruto and Sasuke's teacher, he originally wanted to take it a little more seriously. "But I found out that the last member was Sakura." He felt that it would be better for the teacher of Class 7 not to do the job. Having spent 10 years in the Anbu, he knew very well what it meant to become the captain of the Anbu at the age of 12. Even Uchiha Itachi became the captain of the Anbu at the age of 13. Moreover, this girl became a squad leader with the rank of Special Jonin. If the third Hokage hadn't been suppressing Sakura and didn't want her to become a Jonin so quickly, Sakura would have been a Jonin of the same level as him at this moment. Kakashi himself became a Jonin at the age of 12 because of special treatment during the war, but the girl in front of him was a Jonin who followed the rules in peacetime. The value of it is definitely higher than that of his wartime period. If Kakashi and Sakura really fight, the other party will directly use summoning technique to call out the slug, and Kakashi really has no good way to deal with Sakura. Not to mention that Sakura also has the monkey demon to cooperate with her extraordinary strength, and her medical ninjutsu is also quite superb. Now, in order to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam, such a big shot has to be disguised as a genin. Kakashi is too speechless to complain about the Sandame. What do you think? Kakashi-sensei. Sakura deliberately emphasized the word teacher. Not only Kakashi was dissatisfied, Sakura herself was also dissatisfied. I worked very hard in the Anbu for 4 years, and was fired just like that. Afterwards my rank was only restored, not my status as an Anbu member. You have to know that the benefits of the Anbu are not comparable to those of ordinary ninjas. I'm afraid I'll have to tighten my belt every month. Kakashi opened his dead eyes and looked speechlessly at the sarcastic Sakura in front of him. I always feel that the days ahead are long. I mean the upcoming Chunin exam. Kakashi's tone was slightly solemn. According to the intelligence, it seems that someone wants to use this Chunin exam to do something. Sarutobi Hiruzen not only wanted Sakura to be the boss during the Chunin exams, but also wanted Sakura to be able to deal with emergencies during the exams. Because of the exams, liberal arts are okay. But if anything unexpected happens when entering the Death Forest, Sakura in the examination room will be the most powerful and fastest rescuer. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's real purpose. Protecting Naruto is the real mission. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Classification. Chapter 41 Classification. Don't underestimate Konoha's intelligence network. The Battle of Ninjas is a battle of intelligence, note, early and middle stages. As the most violent organization in the ninja world, Konoha's intelligence is naturally beyond doubt. Even though Sakura didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that Danzo Shimura did a good job with the underground intelligence. After all, he is a guy called the Dark Ninja. Even if he couldn't find Orochimaru, it would be no problem to detect some movements. Otherwise, it would be too useless. I see. Sakura's tone was slightly solemn. Kakashi saw that Sakura was concerned, so he didn't say much. Things have come to this point, even if he and Sakura are not very happy with this arrangement, the matter is done and there is no point in saying anything more. The division below is over. Do you want to take a look together? I'm sure Naruto will be very happy to see you. Kakashi sensed the movement below and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sakura was having a headache because of Naruto before, and Kakashi really brought up things that were out of the question. Forget it, go by yourself, don't keep me waiting too long. Sakura waved her hand and said with some melancholy. Kakashi took a closer look at Sakura before leaving and sighed inwardly. Of course he was well aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's other plan. But it's probably over. Sakura didn't look like she liked Naruto at all, he could tell that. Normally, she takes care of Naruto just like an older sister takes care of her younger brother. Soon after Kakashi disappeared, Sakura heard a voice saying, "Class 7, follow me from the classroom below." Because of Sakura, Kakashi had no time to go to the Konoha cemetery to pay tribute to his dead youth. So before Team 6 and Team 8 were taken away by Kurenai and Asuma, he was the first to arrive. The sound of footsteps was heard on the stairs to the rooftop. "Teacher, who is our last team member?" Iruka-sensei is being mysterious. It looks really weird. Isn't he a violent person? Before she saw the person, Sakura heard Naruto's chattering voice. Even when he met Kakashi for the first time, he didn't feel strange at all. He was definitely a social cow syndrome patient. Naruto, I'm not some violent person. Sakura stood up and waved to Naruto. The moment Naruto saw Sakura, the expression on his face changed from confusion to dullness and then to ecstasy. Sakura! Naruto almost ran towards Sakura, thinking about rushing up to give her a big hug. But a white finger pressed against the forehead protector on his forehead. It prevented him from moving forward. But even this couldn't offset Naruto's enthusiasm. He surrounded Sakura and shouted excitedly. I didn't realize Sakura was my teammate. Great! Ino must be so jealous of me. Ah ha 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 ha. Looking at Naruto excitedly spinning around her, Sakura couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. Then she looked at Sasuke, who was standing next to Kakashi and looking at her with a fighting look on his face, and stretched out her hand to him and said softly. Long time no see, Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke held Sakura's hand, looked at Sakura with burning eyes and said, long time no see indeed. Would you like to have a fight later? Sakura looked at Sasuke with a smile on her face and said, sorry, I'm busy. Seeing that his request was directly rejected, Sasuke's face stiffened slightly. Okay, that's enough chatting with old classmates. Seeing this, Kakashi interrupted the conversation between Sakura and Sasuke, which gave Sasuke a way out. Tisk. Sasuke didn't say much about Sakura's rejection. He just sat on the steps silently. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't help but sit down. Okay, this is the first time I meet you all, so everyone should introduce themselves. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescents as he looked at the three people in front of him. Self-introduction. Naruto looked at Kakashi with some confusion. Yes, name, hobbies, favorite food, dreams, etc. are all fine. Kakashi raised a finger and spoke with a smile. Kakashi looked at Sakura, who was watching his performance with her cheek in her hand without saying a word, and a drop of cold sweat could not help running down his forehead. It's a bit stressful. Then let me demonstrate it first. Hitaki Kakashi, 27 years old, has many hobbies, likes to eat a lot, and has a few dreams. That's it. Naruto looked at Kakashi in confusion. After all, we only know Kakashi-sensei's name. Don't take this matter too seriously. Kakashi waved his hand to dismiss Naruto, then his eyes fell on Sakura. Please give me some face, Junior Master Uncle. Cough cough. As if she knew what Kakashi was thinking, Sakura cleared her throat and said. Harano Sakura, 12 years old. My hobby is tasting delicious food, and my favorite food is dumplings. I think my dream has been fulfilled. Listening to Sakura's words, Kakashi's mind couldn't help but move slightly. Already done, is it just a perfunctory response like his or is there something else behind it? Hey, Sakura, do you like to taste delicious food? Then I will definitely work hard to learn cooking. Naruto immediately became motivated after hearing this. Sakura. I don't think it's necessary. Sakura knew with just her little finger that Naruto had other intentions than drinking. Hey, it's my turn, it's my turn. Naruto immediately stood up and spoke excitedly. Uzumaki Naruto. I'm 12 this year. My hobby is eating Ichiraku ramen, but now I've added cooking to my hobby. Sakura had a blank expression on her face. My dream is to become a Hokage. I will become the greatest Hokage, surpassing all the previous Hokage. Kakashi looked at Naruto and smiled. What a nice dream. Becoming a Hokage is very difficult. But I hope you can fulfill your dream. But your biggest rival is sitting right next to you. Kakashi smiled and asked Naruto to sit down. His eyes fell on the last Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke also spoke with a cold expression at this time. Sasuke Uchiha. No hobbies or favorite foods. My only dream. Just kill that man. Kakashi looked at the Uchiha boy in front of him, his expression slightly solemn. Compared to Sakura and Naruto, this one is the biggest problem boy. But Kakashi could understand the other person's feelings. Okay, that's enough for my self-introduction. Kakashi stood up, looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said. Tomorrow I will arrange a special test for you two. If you fail to complete it, you will go back to the ninja school. Kakashi's expression changed so quickly that Naruto and Sasuke were caught off guard. So, what about Sakura? Naruto spoke subconsciously. Sakura has spent 4 years proving that she is a qualified ninja, so the only people who will be tested are you two. Be prepared, and remember not to eat. To be honest, there is nothing much to write about this plot, but I have to write it, which is annoying. By the way, please read. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Ahu. Chapter 42, Ahu. Point A, arrived at the location. In a hidden alley, Sakura hid her body and reported her location quietly through the radio hanging on her ear. Sasuke was hiding not far from Sakura and sent a message via radio with a serious expression. Point C, in position. Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other, and the moment their eyes met, they had already communicated. At the same time, they looked at their target carefully. The agile figure demonstrated his speed, and his powerful limbs proved that he was extremely strong. He roared from time to time and seemed to be biting something in his mouth. With just a crunch sound, his sharp teeth bit off the bones of his prey and swallowed it into his stomach. Obviously this is an extremely powerful enemy. Naruto, are you there yet? Sakura spoke solemnly while pressing the radio on her ear. B-spot, really spicy. A loud noise came from the headset, causing Sakura and Sasuke not far away to take off their headsets almost as a conditioned reflex. A yellow figure dropped from the sky and pounced directly towards their target. The target let out a sharp roar when he saw Naruto rushing towards him overhead. Naruto! This idiot! Sasuke was shocked when he saw this, and then he rushed forward quickly with an indignant look, fearing that Naruto would let the target escape. Then he and Naruto formed a siege and rushed towards their target. Under the double siege of Naruto and Sasuke, no matter how fierce the target of the mission is, he cannot escape the clutches of the ninja. Wahahaha, I caught it! Naruto held the target of the mission in his arms and couldn't help but smile excitedly. Meow! The target in his arms immediately showed his sharp claws and started scratching Naruto wildly. Don't let go, it took a lot of effort to catch you. Sakura came out with the task report and looked at the cat in Naruto's arms. She compared the appearance of the task target on the report with the cat in Naruto's arms and nodded with satisfaction. Mission target, Ahu. Posted by Mrs. Tsume. Mission level, Naruto looked at the big cat with a bow on its ear in his arms with a bitter face. At this moment, his face was covered with blood marks from Ahu's scratches. Oh my, well done! Kakashi came out from somewhere and looked at the 3 little ones in front of him with a smile on his face. Then he took Ahu from Naruto's arms and grabbed it by the back of its neck. Only then was Naruto able to escape the attack range of the violent tiger. What an idiot! You could have caught it if you hadn't been so impulsive. Sakura looked at the bloodstains on Naruto's face helplessly, then she pressed Naruto aside, and with a green glow on her hands, she began to treat him. Naruto has a strong recovery ability, and with Sakura's medical ninjutsu, this kind of minor injury can be healed quickly. But it seems like this cat has escaped many times, right? Why do you have to be a stray cat? While Naruto was receiving treatment from Sakura, he looked at the cat that looked lifeless in Kakashi's arms and spoke in confusion. Who knows? Kakashi's exposed eye curved into a crescent and he smiled. KONOHA Mission Release Department. Oh my Ahu! I miss you so much, dear. Don't run away again next time. A plump noblewoman hugged Ahu affectionately and caressed him lovingly, which made Ahu's face show a human despair. Naruto looked at Ahu in the woman's arms and twitched his mouth. He seemed to understand why Ahu ran away from home again and again. Well done, the efficiency of Konoha ninjas is so high. The noblewoman threw down a stack of banknotes and was about to leave, but she noticed Sakura beside Naruto and smiled, with even a hint of flattery hidden in her smile. Master Harano, I didn't expect you to be involved in this mission. Sakura looked at the noble lady in front of her, smiling in a formal way with a hint of strangeness, and said, Yes, Mrs. Kishimai. If you have something to do, Master Harano, I will leave first. Please come and visit me when you have the chance. Watching the noble woman leave, Naruto looked at Sakura with some confusion and said, Does Sakura know that lady? We've met a few times before when we were on missions. Sakura explained to Naruto. The other party was a noble lady who had been on Konoha's side in the previous resource war. Sakura had met her several times by coincidence. Naruto scratched his head and stopped thinking about it. He immediately turned his gun to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting behind the desk, and said, It's all these trivial D-level tasks every day. Can you give me an S-level task? These D-level missions are not difficult at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the golden-haired boy jumping up and down in front of him with a headache and said, Naruto, you are a newly graduated genin, so you are perfect for D-rank missions. I don't care, old Hokage, you just have to give me a high-level mission today. Although Sasuke next to him didn't say anything, from the subtle expression on his face, it seemed that he supported Naruto. Ignoring the bickering between Naruto and her master, Sakura ran to the water dispenser and poured herself a glass of water. 5 days had passed since Kakashi's so-called exercise, and during this time they had been carrying out D-level missions. Sakura didn't care, but she didn't expect Naruto to endure it for 5 days before having an attack. Sakura thought that Naruto would not be able to bear it after 3 days. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen was really annoyed by Naruto's noise, and his eyes could not help but shift to Sakura, who had nothing to do with him, and coughed lightly and said, Xiaoying, come and see what mission is more suitable for you. Looking at the meaningful look of her master, Sakura couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Well, just put it on my head. This old man, he hasn't settled the score for firing me before. Sakura walked over and glanced at the assignment booklet on the desk. Sakura, choose a high-level mission. I can definitely protect you. Naruto watched Sakura excitedly as she picked out the missions. Well, this is it. Sakura looked at the booklet in front of her, flipped through it for a while, and then pointed to a task of cleaning up garbage in the river. Why is this so? Naruto wilted instantly. Kakashi looked at the task of cleaning up the garbage and couldn't help but think about it. Then he smiled and said, Well, this mission is not bad, actually. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and said, You are only genin now. You will be assigned higher-level C-rank missions only after you complete certain D-rank missions. Don't think too much, just work hard. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Game Over. Chapter 43 Game Over. Just when Naruto was feeling dejected, a figure rushed towards them from the door of the mission department. Sakura. Sakura only felt a gust of fragrant breeze blowing on her face, and then the next second a beige figure appeared in her arms. Ino hugged Sakura and said with a happy smile on her face, What have you been doing lately, Sakura? Don't even look for me. Sakura patted Ino's back gently and chuckled, I've been busy lately. On the other side, Asuma, who was in charge of Team 10, handed the mission report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was a C-level mission that had just been completed. Naruto was unable to move when he saw this, and couldn't help but exclaimed, C-rank mission. Ino immediately came out of Sakura's arms upon hearing this, looked at Naruto with a smug look on her face and said, That's right. This is a C-rank mission. How about it, are you envious? Ino walked up to Naruto and poked his forehead proudly. Naruto looked at Ino, who was teasing him in front of him, with dissatisfaction. He wanted to refute but didn't know where to start. Suddenly, Naruto looked at Sasuke standing on one side and Sakura next to him, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Naruto's IQ exploded at this moment. Sasuke and I are in the same class. Ino's face froze when she heard this, and then she said angrily, I'm carrying out a C-rank mission. Sakura is in the same class with me. Ino looked at Sakura in disbelief, seeking an answer. Seeing Ino looking like she was betrayed, Sakura suppressed the smile in her heart and said helplessly. Yes, I am indeed in the same class as Naruto. Puff. Ino seemed to be shot in the heart by a sharp arrow. She fell to her knees powerlessly on the ground, her whole body turning grey. Oh, damn it! Don't be so complacent, even though Sakura is in Team 7. My team leader is the famous 12 Guardian Ninjas. Ino knew Asuma's identity and tried to get back at him from that aspect. My teammate is Sasuke. Naruto now had a weird smile on his expressionless face, referred to Anya. I'm on a C-rank mission. C-rank. Ino refused to admit defeat and walked up to Naruto, glaring at him fiercely. My teammate is Sakura. Naruto still looked at Ino in front of him with that weird smile. Shikamaru Chuji and I are the most famous pig Dirjo duo in the village. Ino was almost going crazy. Could this guy please change his words? You are a pig. Naruto tried his best to suppress the smile on his lips and tried to maintain that weird smile. Puff, Ino spat out a mouthful of blood. But, damn it, when had she, a lady from the mountains, ever suffered such humiliation? We, the pig, deer and butterfly duo, all have our own secret techniques passed down from generation to generation. They're super powerful. Ino swallowed her breath and looked at Naruto in front of her with her chest heaving violently. Sasuke and Sakura are both my teammates. Naruto's IQ completely exploded at this moment. Oh, damn it! Would you please stop mentioning your teammates? Ino was about to explode with rage. Oh, you are a pig. Game over. Miss Shanzong's health bar is emptied. The winner of this battle is Uzumaki Naruto. Okay Naruto, stop bullying Ino. Sakura came to Ino and touched her beige hair to comfort her. However, Ino was actually suppressed by Naruto, which is really rare. Woo, Sakura. Ino threw herself into Sakura's arms, looking so pitiful and heartbroken. Sakura looked at Ino with amusement as she rubbed against her in her arms for comfort. All right, that's enough, it's time to go. Kakashi watched the farce finally end and scratched his head helplessly. Before leaving, Ino reluctantly said goodbye to Sakura and Sasuke. Damn it Naruto! If Sakura gets hurt in the slightest, you're the only one I'll ask. Ino couldn't help but jump in anger when she saw Naruto giving her a victorious smile before leaving. You don't need to tell me that. Naruto waved without looking back. Watching Team 7 disappear around the corner, Ino pursed her lips and said. Really? Why is this guy trying to be cool? Shikamaru looked at the pink figure leaving and couldn't help but think deeply. Sakura had graduated and become a genin 4 years ago. Given Sakura's abilities, how could she still be a genin now? Wa ha ha ha. That Ino guy really made me laugh to death. As soon as they left the mission posting place, Naruto couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Naruto, you are really something. Ino is obviously easy to get along with. Sakura looked at the golden-haired boy beside her with a headache. The other person's personality and Ino's are unexpectedly similar at times. It can be said that like repels like. Hey, Sakura, when you were not at the ninja school, Ino would bully me from time to time. Looking at Naruto's pitiful appearance, Sakura wisely shut her mouth. Ino was more of teasing Naruto than bullying him. Because Ino knew that Sakura took good care of Naruto, she would tease Naruto from time to time so that he would not feel so lonely. Moreover, with the influence of the eldest daughter of the Yamanaka family, other short-sighted guys will be afraid and stop bullying Naruto. But with Naruto's way of thinking, he probably couldn't think of this. Forget it, let's go. Finish the task on this river and the teacher will treat you to a meal. Kakashi smiled and looked at the three little ones in front of him. The relationship between this generation of Inoshikajo and Naruto is unexpectedly good. Great! Kakashi-sensei is the best. Naruto immediately cheered upon hearing that. Only Sasuke beside him walked step by step silently. When will he be able to gain enough strength to carry out missions like this? Defeat that man! Looking at Naruto and Sasuke picking up garbage in the river with their trousers rolled up, Sakura walked up to the two of them. Do you know why I chose this mission? Seeing the two boys' puzzled looks, Sakura pointed to her feet. Sakura! You're standing on the water. Naruto couldn't help but exclaimed upon seeing this. Yes, that's why I chose this mission. Sakura stopped Naruto from shouting, and then her emerald eyes looked at Sasuke, who was full of curiosity but was too embarrassed to speak because of his face. As long as you gather chakra at the soles of your feet and output it continuously and steadily, you can walk on walls, trees, and water. Sasuke looked at the pink-haired girl in front of him and said hesitantly. Why are you telling me this? This is what Kakashi should have taught. Listening to Sasuke's words, Sakura smiled as if it was a matter of course. Because we are teammates. Today is Tuesday, it is very important to catch up. Please catch up. Just click to the last page to see how many readers there are. Please read, end of this chapter. Chapter 44 Eagle. Chapter 44 Eagle Teammate. Sasuke pursed his lips and turned his head slightly, feeling a little embarrassed to look directly at Sakura. Looking at the somewhat arrogant Sasuke in front of her, Sakura looked at Naruto on the other side and said the garbage in the river can be cleaned up anytime anyway, so let's try climbing a tree first. It's just a D-level task. At worst, I can complete it after practicing. And it's just climbing a tree and wading through water, so with Sasuke and Naruto's talents, it won't take long. Great! Naruto immediately ran to the shore impatiently, and Sasuke followed closely behind. Kakashi looked at the two people running to the shore and couldn't help but approach Sakura with a bitter face and said. Sakura, what about this mission? Sakura glanced at Kakashi and said with slight dissatisfaction, if I don't mention this, when are you going to start teaching them? I'm just trying to temper their tempers. Kakashi looked awkwardly at the frowning little girl in front of him. Kakashi, you are the teacher, you are responsible for teaching them. Besides, the Chunin exam is imminent. If you are still so lazy, do you want the two of them to be defeated by a few unknown little genin? Sakura frowned as she looked at the white-haired man in front of her who was trying to get away with it. Kakashi was speechless as he looked at Sakura who was teaching him a lesson. Are Naruto and Sasuke weak? To be honest, at this stage of genin, the two of them are not weak. Naruto has the technique of multiple shadow clones, and can kill many people of the same level by using human wave tactics. Sasuke has the Uchiha clan's shuriken-wielding technique, as well as fire escape technique, and can defeat many genin of the same level. But Sakura compared them to people like Neji, Rock Lee, and Gaara. At this stage, Naruto and Sasuke will be beaten badly no matter who they face. Even 2 against 1 may not be able to win. Kakashi looked at Sakura in front of him and couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and his eyes were a little vague. Sure enough, the scene that I least wanted to see came. When Kakashi knew that Sakura would be assigned to Team 7 because of a mission, he knew that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Hey, I get it. Kakashi reluctantly agreed. It seems that with Sakura around, he won't be able to rest for the next few days. Sakura crossed her arms and looked at Naruto and Sasuke, who were secretly competing not far away to see who could climb the tree higher. Leave rakery to Sasuke. I'll go back to the old man and ask for the raised nan for Naruto. Sakura's words made Kakashi look at her sharply. Sakura, are you serious? Reikari is an S-rank jutsu. Isn't it too early to leave it to the two of them at this stage? Listening to Kakashi's unbelievable words, Sakura looked at Kakashi calmly with her emerald eyes and said. The Yandere was able to save his future wife from the Kumagakure ninja at the age of 12. You were able to create your own Reikari at the age of 12. I was already the ANBU captain when I was 12. Why do you think they are too early? To me, it's just right. Sakura's words left Kakashi speechless. The fourth Hokage was such a genius back then, and Sakura was also placed with high hopes by the third Hokage. Kakashi is not bragging, there are not many 12-year-olds who can compare to him. Is Sakura comparing Naruto and Sasuke to these people? Does Sakura trust Naruto and Sasuke so much? Kakashi recalled the mission report about Mizuki some time ago. Did Sakura really think that Naruto inherited the will of the Yandere? Forget it, Naruto, after all. Why do you trust Sasuke so much? Kakashi's eyes fell on the boy who had just fallen from the tree to the ground, and then immediately continued to climb the tree. Sasuke is special. You and I both know what kind of hatred he carries. If he can't become stronger, then he will continue to pursue the path to becoming stronger. Whatever it takes to do that. Sakura looked at the boy who was almost at the top of the tree, but fell heavily to the ground due to excessive chakra input. As he gains power, we should constantly guide him toward the path we choose for him. The girl's tone was calm, but Kakashi's heart was in turmoil. You mean? Sakura continued, this Chunin exam is a large-scale event jointly organized by us, the Sand Village, the Rock Village, and several small ninja villages. Having seen the vastness of the sky, how can a young eagle yearning for the blue sky be confined to an eagle's nest that is only a palm's space? Kakashi silently looked at the stubborn boy not far away. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. Sakura, is this what you think too? In your eyes, Konoha, the #1 ninja village, is nothing more than an eagle's nest a palm's worth of space. Sakura looked at Kakashi as if he were a fool and said. This kind of thing obviously varies from person to person. I was lucky enough to get the old man's favor. It may be an eagle's nest for Sasuke, but to me it's a chessboard where I can place my pieces. Move. Does Sakura think that she is a chess player who can change the situation in the ninja world? Kakashi suddenly felt that Sakura's self-awareness was a bit arrogant and dangerous. Sakura did not elaborate on this issue, and looked at Kakashi and said, are you going to teach me or not? Even if you don't teach me, I can still get Reikari from the old man. It's just a little troublesome. Kakashi looked at the little girl in front of him helplessly, and then said in a tone that was almost disgusting. Teach? Can't I teach you? But we can only teach you this after Sasuke has mastered the control of his chakra. After all, it is an S-level technique. Sakura couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as she looked at the powerless Kakashi beside her. To be honest, this guy Kakashi is really a bad guy. In the original work, one of the 3 disciples was taught how to climb trees and tread water before the Chunin exam. Moreover, he only started teaching Zabuza and Haku when he encountered them in the mission in Wave Country, which was an emergency situation that required a lot of effort. Later, before the Chunin exam, he didn't teach anything until he knew that Sasuke was going to fight Gaara, then he taught Reikari in a hurry. As for Naruto and Sakura, they are nothing at all. Fortunately for Naruto, Jiraiya happened to be returning to the village at that time. As for Sakura, now Sakura didn't give him 2 punches, it was because of the fact that his teacher was the 4th Hokage. Let's pick a difficult task for the next one. I was just looking through the mission manual. Isn't there a Zabuza in Wave Country? Let's talk to the old man and change it to C rank, so that Naruto and Sasuke can practice. Anyway, you and I will cover the bottom line. Sakura's light words had already determined the arrangements for Naruto and Sasuke. This made Kakashi speechless. No matter how you look at it, Sakura is the teacher of Team 7. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Suzuki. Chapter 45 Suzuki Rei's Nan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was handling official business in the office, looked at the little disciple in front of him in surprise. Yes. I want to give the Rei's Nan to Naruto. Sakura nodded. What's the reason? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reject Sakura's proposal, but he did not agree to it either. I'm not Naruto's babysitter. I can't always be with him. He needs the means to protect himself. Sakura's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen raise his eyebrows slightly and sigh in his heart. His plan to bring Sakura and Naruto together is probably a failure. The Rei's Nan is fine, so why should Kakashi teach Suzuki Reikari? Sakura's mouth twitched as she listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. This old man must have just been peeping again, then before she came, he pretended to handle official business. Sasuke's situation, old man, are you really not aware of it? Sakura said helplessly. If Suzuki was just an ordinary genin, the old tricks used by the village would work. But Suzuki, he is the last Uchiha. Old man, you don't want the last Uchiha in the village to be kidnapped, do you? Sakura sat on the couch next to her and poured herself a glass of water. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment after hearing this. As the Hokage, his vision should at least be bigger than Kakashi's current one. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refute Sakura's words, but frowned and said, you mean try your best to train Suzuki? Sakura stretched out a finger and shook it at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then said seriously. It's not about trying your best, it's about giving Suzuki hope for revenge. If you just carry out the so-called mission blindly. When there is no hope, put yourself in their shoes. If you were Suzuki, what would you choose? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, then slowly stood up and walked out of the Hokage's office under Sakura's puzzled gaze. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned again, but with an extra scroll in his hand. Have a look. The truth about the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the scroll in Sakura's hand and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't want to let Sakura get exposed to these things, but the child was too smart. If she didn't know the truth, she would probably make the wrong choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen has chosen Sakura as his successor, so Sakura must be made to understand the truth. Sakura's expression froze when she heard this, and she slowly opened the scroll. Time passed by minute, Sakura sighed and gently closed the scroll. Compared to the few scenes in the original book, this document clearly records everything. The conflict between Uchiha and Konoha, and everything about the night when Uchiha Itachi exterminated the clan. From an 80-year-old man to a 1-month-old baby. Not a single one was spared. So Sakura, is your choice still to train Suzuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette and looked at the disciple in front of him in silence. Sakura frowned at the smell of smoke, then said with a clear look. Yes. She probably guessed what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. As long as Uchiha Suzuki stayed in Konoha peacefully, Uchiha Itachi could also stay outside peacefully. As for what happened to Uchiha Suzuki, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't need to worry so much. As long as he was alive and healthy in Konoha, that was enough. Give me a reason that convinces me. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette and frowned as he looked at Sakura in front of him. Put yourself in Sasuke's shoes and put yourself in his shoes. I'll go crazy if you keep treating me so lukewarmly. Besides, the Sharingan is originally like this. Whatever happens, it's up to you, old man, to clean up the mess yourself. Or I'll clean up your mess for you, old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Sakura in front of him, and said in a calm tone. Aren't you afraid that he will turn his spearhead against Konoha? Sakura drank the warm tea in front of her and said. So this is what we should do, we need to choose the path for him. We help him grow, help him get revenge, and help him restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. In the end, he will stay peacefully in Konoha, which has helped him all his life. And the Uchiha clan will disappear into the long river of history along with the reputation of that 1,000-year-old clan. The light blue smoke that Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled filled the office. He spoke hesitantly that Uchiha Itaki. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his words, he heard the girl in front of him speak softly. That pair of emerald eyes suddenly made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little cold. "Old man, don't you think this is not Uchiha Itaki's own choice? He committed such a serious crime, and dying at Sasuke's hands is his only relief." When Sakura returned to the river with a large bag of water balls, Naruto and Sasuke were already practicing treading water. After climbing the tree, the two of them managed to stand up on the water with some bumps and bruises. "Sakura! Look! How awesome am I?" Naruto looked at Sakura waving her hands excitedly, and then he heard a splash and the whole person fell directly into the water. "Idiot!" Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was soaked to the skin, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sakura glanced at Sasuke calmly. She didn't finish her words to Sande. After Uchiha Itachi dies, she will personally put Shimura Danzo in front of Sasuke and let him do whatever he wants. Only by telling Sasuke the truth can everything be solved. With a little guidance, Sasuke would understand himself. Anyway, it's all the fault of Weasel and Guoying. By the way, Sakura. Sasuke stepped on the water and looked at Sakura, his face a little unnatural with a blush on it, and said, "Thank you." Kakashi had already told him that he was going to teach Sasuke Reikari. He also explained that he decided to teach with the help of Sakura. What Sakura said was true. Even if Kakashi didn't teach her, she could still learn the method of practicing Reikari from the third Hokage, she just practiced it a little slower. "It's okay, we're partners, right?" Sakura chuckled in response to Sasuke. Looking at the girl with bright eyes and white teeth in front of him, Sasuke couldn't help but nodded. In fact, his feelings towards Sakura are complicated. Because he had always considered Sakura his rival ever since the girl pushed him out of first place in the Ninja Academy when he was 6 years old. "I have been secretly trying to surpass her. Then she skipped a grade, and he was exterminated. He found her and tried to defeat her, but was easily crushed. Time passed little by little, and Sasuke always wanted to defeat Sakura, the first goal he set for himself. But I didn't expect that I would be assigned to the same class as my opponent, as I thought. This made him even more secretly vow to defeat her. But today, Sakura's sudden kindness caught him off guard." End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Harano Family and Number 039, S Secret Recipe. Chapter 46 Harano Family's Secret Recipe. Spin, spin, spin. Use chakra to burst the rubber ball in your hand. Naruto looked at the white ball in his hand, continuously pumping chakra into it, and then spinning it non-stop. 3 days have passed since Sakura gave him the Raise Nan. He has completed his training on the water ball and is now in the second stage of training. That is to say, spin the rubber ball in your hand and make it explode. Kakashi stayed on the tree with Intimate Paradise in his hand. He looked at Naruto not far away with his dead fish eyes, and then looked at Sasuke, who was practicing the transformation of the nature of lightning release chakra on the other side. Genius! At this moment even Kakashi had to sigh at the talents of the two people. In 3 days, Naruto had burst the water ball, and Sasuke had mastered the changes in the forms of lightning release. It won't be long before both of them will master a high-level technique. But judging from the current performance alone, Sasuke's talent is still higher than Naruto's. Naruto's training is simpler than Sasuke's. As a chakra attribute with extremely strong offensive power, the changes in its form and nature are not something that ordinary people can master. Sasuke can complete the transformation in 3 days. His talent is not inferior to Kakashi. You two should take a good rest. Running out of chakra is a very dangerous thing. Kakashi lazily looked at the 18+ novel in his hand and reminded the two people. However, the two of them ignored Kakashi's reminder and continued to practice on their own without giving up. At this time, Sakura came over carrying a bamboo basket. If you feel your chakra is running out, try the special ration pills I made for you. I added a lot of good herbs. Sakura waved at Naruto and Sasuke while holding a soldier pill the size of a baby's fist. As for the materials of Bing Liang pills, it must be supported by our third Hokage. Sakura had earned so much money for Konoha before, and it was too much trouble for her to even mention such a small amount to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At Xiaoying, you can actually make Bing Liang Guan. When Naruto saw Sakura coming over, he immediately dropped the rubber ball in his hand and moved closer. Even though Naruto didn't feel how much chakra he was consuming now, he still wanted to taste the soldier's pills made by Sakura. At this time, Sasuke also came over. His chakra was not as much as Naruto's, and it was indeed running out. Hyauryo Maru involves medical ninjutsu, I'm sure I can do it. Try it and see how it works. Sakura then put the Bing Liang pill in her hand into Naruto's hand. Naruto looked at the black ball in his hand, which was several times larger than a normal soldier's food pill, and didn't know how to eat it. On the other side, Sasuke had already picked up one and put it into his mouth without any hesitation. Seeing this, Naruto also put it directly into his mouth. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke felt as if a bolt of lightning had hit them on the top of their heads. It was extremely spicy, extremely sour and bitter, and indescribably obscure. It was mixed with a gritty feeling like soil, and even a foul smell. Their expressions became colorful at this moment, from white to red, from red to green, from green to purple. Don't vomit. This is very precious. Sakura covered the two people's mouths with one hand each and spoke seriously. Sasuke was almost rolling his eyes at this moment. He swallowed it down forcefully, and then, as if he had been tortured, he held onto the tree next to him and gasped for breath. Xiaoying, what on earth did you give me to eat? Sasuke felt as if his mouth had been subjected to 100 tortures. Harano family's unique secret recipe, Bing Liang Wan. Super effective. Would you like another one? Seeing that Sasuke looked like he was about to die, Sakura picked up one and spoke to Sasuke with a smile. Sasuke looked at the black thing in Sakura's hand and his face turned green, as if Sakura was holding some indescribable horrible monster. Kakashi then came up to the three of them, picked up a soldier's ration pill from Sakura's basket, and put it to his nose and sniffed it. Deer antler, ginseng, licorice, and maybe. It's good stuff. Kakashi, a veteran of many battles, could guess the ingredients of several of the herbs just by sniffing them. As expected of Mr. Kakashi, you have good vision. Sakura gave Kakashi a big thumbs up. Because chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual energy, basically you can replenish chakra by replenishing the physical body. Ninjas can also replenish their chakra by eating. As for mental energy, as long as you are not an illusion-type ninja, or a pupil-type ninja, or you have lost the will to survive, the mental energy consumption will not be too much. Physical energy is the big deal. At this time, Sasuke was about to retort that he really didn't want to eat any of this crappy thing. But his limited medical knowledge left him no way to refute it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation rising in his body, and his chakra was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, the effect is so good. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Sakura beside him and said shyly. Can I have some more? It smells so good not even Sasuke can escape the law of truth. Of course, but... Before Sakura could finish her words, Sasuke had already taken out 3 or 4 directly from the basket and stuffed them into his mouth again, resisting the almost fatal taste. Sasuke puffed his cheeks and looked at Sakura with a puzzled look. Sakura watched him swallow the pill in his mouth and said after a moment of silence, no, it's done. Remember to take care of yourself tonight. Sasuke looked at Sakura with some confusion. Kakashi looked at Sasuke speechlessly. Since it is a ration pill that replenishes the body's energy, so there might be a little excitement. But according to Xiao Ying's special version of Bing Liang pill, the effect may be better, probably. At this moment, Naruto finally came back to his senses from the terrible taste of the Harigan. When Naruto saw that his opponent actually endured the indescribable taste and ate so much, the boy's unique unwillingness to accept defeat emerged again. He was not to be outdone and took out a soldier pill that was almost the same as Sasuke's from the basket and stuffed it into his mouth. Sakura and Kakashi couldn't help but roll their eyes at these two guys who were always competing with each other. They are truly a pair of natural enemies. Sasuke took advantage of the effect of the drug and immediately continued his training anxiously. As for Naruto, he ate the pill too hastily, and it tasted terrible, so he fell to the ground with a black face. Sakura. Next time, remember to add sugar to your Bing Liang pills. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, The Disappointing Danaz. Chapter 47, The Disappointing Danaz. Uchiha House. The black-haired boy tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He always felt hot and uncomfortable all over, and always had an inexplicable urge in his heart. But 12-year-old Sasuke didn't understand what this urge was. In desperation, in order to practice tomorrow, he simply got up from the bed, groped his way to the bathroom in the dark, and turned on the shower. The cold water sprayed from the shower head, which slightly reduced the unbearable heat in Sasuke's heart. But when he dried his body and prepared to go back to sleep, his body inexplicably became hot again. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched. He probably realized at this moment that there was something wrong with Sakura's ration pills during the day. The young man sighed helplessly, put on his clothes, and came to the place where he practiced during the day. He was ready to vent his excess energy. Then, Sasuke started running around the training ground in circles. Suddenly, in the moonlight, Sasuke seemed to see a sneaky figure. Who? Sasuke couldn't help but walk towards that person, and when he got closer, he found that it was Naruto. Naruto. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he looked at the golden-haired boy in front of him. Why are you here? Naruto exclaimed when he saw the black-haired boy in front of him. Tisk, am I here to discuss this with you? Sasuke crossed his arms and looked at Naruto in front of him and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You guy! Naruto and Sasuke glared at each other and neither of them gave in. After a long time, Sasuke was the first to lose his patience. He felt his body was hot as if he had a fever. I'm too lazy to care about you. After that, Sasuke continued running. Seeing this, Naruto naturally did not want to fall behind. He had eaten almost the same amount of military ration pills as Sasuke during the day, and was also feeling extremely hot at the moment. He then started running and quickly caught up with Sasuke. Sasuke became unhappy when he saw Naruto surpass him, and he surpassed Naruto in one step. Naruto was naturally a person who refused to admit defeat, and he surpassed Sasuke without giving in. Seeing this, Sasuke pursed his lips and passed Naruto without saying a word. Naruto became ruthless and passed Sasuke again. You're the last one, stay behind me. Sasuke surpassed Naruto again without showing any weakness. Sasuke, you should just stay behind me. Naruto surpassed Sasuke again without hesitation. Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. Today, Konoha's night has a pair of like-minded friends who are venting the breath of youth. Next morning when Sakura and Kakashi arrived at the training ground, they saw the sleeping boy leaning against each other. Well, the relationship is really good. Kakashi looked at the two little guys in front of him, and his eyes that were exposed couldn't help but bend into crescents. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Naruto mastered the Raise-Nan, and Sasuke also successfully mastered the Raikiri. However, with Sasuke's current chakra level, he can only use 2 Raikiri. Kakashi also officially took over the mission of Wave Country with the three little ones. Mission Release Office. These guys seem unreliable no matter how you look at them. The drunk old man holding a bottle of wine looked at Class 7 in front of him and spoke. Hey? What did you say? Naruto was the most impulsive person, and when he heard someone actually questioned his ability, he couldn't help but want to go out and have a good heart-to-heart talk with the employer of this task. Naruto, you can't hit your employer. Kakashi held Naruto down and spoke with a smile. Then he looked at the old man named Danaz in front of him and said, please rest assured, although they are a little younger, they are all qualified ninjas. The mission issued by Danaz was C-level, but Konoha's intelligence network determined that this mission was in the A-level category. Why choose C-level tasks? This is because most of the reward that the villagers of Wave Country contributed to this mission was used by this idiot to drink. Sakura had no good feelings towards this old man, if it weren't for the fact that this mission could help train Sasuke and Naruto. She wanted to take down the old man on the spot. This is indeed the case. If Sakura had not booked this mission in advance, the old man would have been captured by Konoha within 7 days. After all, lying about the mission level is something that the ninja village cannot tolerate. A ninja's life is worth much more than these guys. Danaz's behavior is like eating a free meal at a restaurant or going to a brothel for free, cough cough. Anyway, if this mission hadn't been a perfect opportunity for Sasuke and Naruto to practice, Danatsu wouldn't have been able to even leave the main gate of Konoha. Little did he know that Danaz, who had just had a near-death experience, was still arguing with Naruto. I'm talking about you, the shortest one. Naruto was stunned for a moment and then looked at Sasuke and Sakura and compared their heights. Even though Sakura has taught Naruto how to cook, Naruto really likes to eat noodles, especially instant noodles. There are still many times when I eat instant noodles. This is not. The consequences are coming. You guy. I am going to kill you. Then Naruto pretended to pounce on the old man, but Kakashi hurriedly stopped Naruto. Sakura frowned and looked at the ungrateful old man. She came to his side and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. If you don't want the news that you drank away your mission reward to spread throughout the land of waves, you'd better keep quiet. And we also have the right to refuse a mission where the reward is not commensurate with the difficulty. What awaits you then is Konoha's censure. Hire 2 Jonin, the last Uchiha and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, with the C-rank reward mission. This drunkard is still talking nonsense here. When Danaz heard Sakura's words, his face turned pale and then he looked at the beautiful little girl in front of him in silence. There was no trace of emotion in the other's emerald eyes at this moment. This made his hands and feet feel cold. No matter how small a ninja is, he is still a ninja. I see. Danaz finally came to his senses at this moment. Let's go, Naruto, don't bother with this stinky old man. Sakura turned to look at Naruto, who was caught by Kakashi, with a smile that made the ice and snow melt on her face. Hey, this guy is so annoying. Naruto grimaced at the silent Danaz behind Sakura. And Sakura's Team 7 officially began its first mission out of the village. Zabuza, thank you for your hard work. I will burn incense on your grave. Sakura couldn't help but think as she looked at Naruto in front of her, who was looking left and right excitedly because he was leaving the village for the first time. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Journey to the Land of Waves. Chapter 48, Journey to the Land of Waves. The thunder roared like thousands of birds singing, and the flashing lightning burst out in the hands of the black-haired boy. Rachel. Sasuke's speed reached the extreme due to the stimulation of his body cells by lightning release. He didn't know when a hint of scarlet color appeared in his eyes. Nanny. The tall man with a bandaged face saw the young man rushing towards him holding a technique that almost made his hair stand on end. He didn't care about Kakashi, who was controlling him with the water prison technique in his hand, and he quickly retreated. However, Sasuke. A clear and bright young boy's voice sounded behind him. Zabuza turned his head slightly and looked behind him out of the corner of his eye. The blonde boy whom he looked down upon just now was now rushing towards him with a blue chakra ball in his hand. The high-speed rotating chakra in the chakra ball was tightly compressed in the palm of the hand like a small typhoon. Another advanced technique, these are two fucking genin from KONOHA. At this critical moment, Zabuza couldn't help but want to swear. Naruto! The black-haired young man roared with all his might, and a large ball of lightning in his hand rushed towards Zabuza. However, at this moment, an extremely subtle bell sound was heard. Several extremely thin and undetectable senbon flew towards Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura, who was protecting Danaz, looked at the several senbon and took out 4 shurikens from her ninja tool bag without hesitation. Sure enough, facing such a crisis, Zabuza's servant couldn't help but attack Sasuke and Naruto. With the help of the strange power, the shuriken's speed soared to the extreme, and it arrived first and instantly cut off the senbon that was attacking Naruto and Sasuke with a devastating force. Mr. Zabuza! At this moment, a figure in dark blue clothes quickly rushed towards Naruto and Sasuke, but Kakashi, who had escaped from the trap, would not give him any chance even if his chakra was exhausted. Kakashi blocked the boy's path. Get out of my way! The young man ignored Kakashi's attack and was cut by Kakashi's kunai, leaving a bloody wound, but he still rushed towards Zabuza regardless. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the hot blood instantly stained Sasuke's face. The young man who suddenly appeared blocked Zabuza's rakery. Sasuke's hand dug deep into the other's chest. He could feel the hot blood and the fearless will to protect Zabuza. Good job, bye. Zabuza glanced at the young man in front of him without paying much attention to him, but quickly turned around and looked at Naruto who was rushing towards him with the raised nan in his hand. He raised the beheading sword in his hand high up and was about to chop it down. Zabuza was tall, with long arms and legs, and with the exaggerated length of the beheading sword, he could easily hit Naruto when Naruto's raised nan was 2 body lengths away from him. However, at this moment Zabuza suddenly staggered, and the beheading sword in his hand suddenly tilted. The huge force almost made his hands tremble. With the sound of whistling wind, a giant shuriken was deeply embedded in the ground, and then with a bang, a cloud of white smoke rose up and turned into a normal-sized shuriken again. Zabuza no longer had time to see who threw the shuriken, as Naruto had already rushed in front of him with the raised nan in his hand. Spiral pills. The technique created by the 4th-generation Minato Namikaze was pressed heavily on Zabuza's chest. The high-speed rotating chakra instantly tore his skin, muscles, and bones into pieces. Under the high-speed rotating force, even a senior ninja like Zabuza could not withstand the blow. Under this attack, Zabuza was driven into a spin by the raised nan. Seeing that he was also within Naruto's attack range, Sasuke quickly withdrew. Zabuza was driven by the raised nan and flew backwards more than 10 meters. Sakura watched all this calmly. The deaths of Zabuza and Haku did not cause much disturbance in her. She stayed in the Anbu for 4 years under the arrangement of Sarutobi Hiruzen and became the captain of the Anbu. This position of Anbu captain was not achieved through connections. Just a little bit of wind and frost. Now Zabuza was defeated as soon as he appeared on the scene, and he didn't even have a chance to escape and make a comeback. The boss of Wave Country has been defeated in advance. All we have to do now is wait for Danaz to finish building the bridge. As for Kato behind Zabuza, Sakura knows this person. A few days later late night Sakura walked into a remote villa that was brightly lit. 2 rows of people dressed in black suits greeted Sakura. Behind her was Kakashi, who had a complicated expression on his face. Hey, Harano-sama! The leader was a short middle-aged man wearing a white suit and holding a jeweled scepter. This person is Cardo. A wealthy man with considerable assets. Although this guy's methods of doing things are somewhat despicable, he does have a good business mind. At least he had keenly sensed the sense of crisis in Sakura's resource war and simply ignored the seemingly tempting but actually deadly cake. And now, his shadow can indeed be seen on every acre of land in the Fire Country. I don't want to say much. Once the Wave Country finishes building the bridge, you should just collect the tolls. You're squeezing us too hard. Do you understand me? Harano Sakura's eyes were calm. All this guy thinks about is money, but his business acumen has saved his life before. However, these black-hearted businessmen who have money but no real power are nothing more than fat sheep raised by the Fire Nation. They will be slaughtered when needed to meet unexpected needs. Yes, I understand. Master Harano, do you have any other instructions? Cardo had a flattering smile on his face and nodded as he looked at the 12-year-old girl in front of him. No, I just came here to tell you. Harano Sakura waved her hand and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Her emerald eyes looked at Cardo without any emotion and said, "Oh, after I leave. That old Mandanaz, find a chance to kill him. As for his family and others, don't move." After saying these few words, Harano Sakura and Kakashi disappeared into the night. Danaz lied about the mission level and reported an A-level mission as a C-level mission. No matter what the reason is, it is something that no ninja village can tolerate. This precedent must never be set under any circumstances. What's more, he spent the money that everyone collected on wine and women just for his own pleasure. This old man is definitely asking for death. If it were the other 4 ninja villages of Fenglai, Shuatu, it is possible that this old man's family, young and old, would not be able to survive and would all die. As for the old Mandanaz, he still had to thank Sakura for her kindness. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, End of Wave Country. Chapter 49, End of Wave Country. Kakashi looked at Sakura Harano who was walking in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a little complicated. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. After all, Sakura's actions were entirely based on the perspective of the Land of Fire and Konoha. What are you thinking about, Kakashi-senpai? There was no one around at the moment, so Sakura naturally didn't need to call Kakashi teacher. Sakura. Kakashi couldn't help but droop his exposed black eyes slightly. Danaz is old. Sakura was looking at a pond by the forest in front of her. The calm water reflected the bright moon in the sky, as well as Sakura herself. So what? Sakura looked at Kakashi and couldn't help but raise her thin pink eyebrows. If Danaz sets this precedent, do you know what will happen once it gets out? Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. Kakashi, you should understand this. Kakashi was silent. He looked at the girl with cherry pink ponytail in front of him, still trying to speak, wanting to save Danaz's life. As long as we talk to him and ask him to keep his mouth shut, this won't happen. Sakura laughed at that, a mocking smile. She was not laughing at Kakashi in front of her, but at that idiot Danaz. So what? Kakashi, do you want a drunkard who can drink with everyone's pooled money to keep his mouth shut? Kakashi was choked by Sakura's words and was speechless. When Sakura and Kakashi returned to Danaz's house, everyone had already fallen asleep, and Sakura was in a room with Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke sleep in one bed, but Sakura sleeps alone because she is a girl. Looking at Sasuke who was sleeping quietly over there, and Naruto who was clinging to Sasuke, Sakura couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile on her face. If she had a camera right now, Sakura would definitely take a picture of this scene, put it in a frame, and put one on each of Naruto and Sasuke's beds to prove their unbreakable bond. Next morning when the first rays of sunlight hit the black-haired boy's closed eyes, Sasuke couldn't help but move his eyelids. He felt a little heavy, and Sasuke turned over subconsciously. Then the next moment he couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if he had discovered something horrible. Naruto. At this moment, Sasuke's face turned red, like a young wife who had suffered a great injustice. He instantly pushed away Naruto's hands that were around her waist, and crawled off the bed. Who called me? Because Sasuke's cry was too tragic, the sleepy golden-haired boy rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. Naruto. You bastard! She actually hugged me when she slept at night. Sasuke looked at the golden-haired boy in front of him who had not yet woken up with an embarrassed and annoyed look. Naruto woke up slightly, but not completely. He looked at Sasuke with drooping eyelids, who seemed to be enduring something for some unknown reason. No, it's nothing. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but couldn't say it in the end. As long as no one knows about it, then it never happened. You two are so noisy. Sakura sat up from the bed with her long cherry pink hair spread out, looking speechlessly at the two people in front of her who had begun to show their bond early in the morning. Hey, Sakura, good morning. It's all Sasuke's fault. He's restless so early in the morning. When Naruto saw Sakura sitting up, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly came in front of Sakura and scolded Sasuke. He, Sakura's sleeping face when she wakes up. Sakura with her hair loose is so beautiful, you golden-haired bastard, go find your second pillar. Sakura drooped her eyelids and pushed Naruto back. Naruto blinked. Golden Retriever? Is it him? Sasuke on the other side was also stunned at this time. Second pillar, yourself? Who is that big pillar? Gonna. 2 days later, the Bridge of Wave Country was completed, and Team 7's mission was considered a complete success. Naruto waved goodbye to the people from the Land of Waves, and immediately caught up with Kakashi and his companions who had already walked far away. Sakura turned her head and glanced at Danaz in the crowd with her emerald eyes, then she turned around and set out on the road back to Konoha. At this moment, Kakashi glanced at Sakura who acted as if nothing had happened, then glanced at Danaz who was smiling and seeing him and the others off, and then looked at Naruto and Sasuke who knew nothing, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, he thought of his father, the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Sakura was right. No matter what, Konoha's interests cannot be harmed. Then Kakashi unconsciously showed his lazy personality again, not wanting to care about anything. Ha 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 ha. Master Uzumaki Naruto is back again. Looking at the familiar Konoha gate in front of him, the golden-haired boy cheered and rushed inside. The 10,000-year-old gate guard ninja Gang Zitai directly stopped Naruto and stretched out his hand. Naruto was a little stunned looking at the Chunin in front of him. Sakura subconsciously wanted to pick up the kunao and the pass and throw it at the gate, but she restrained herself before her hand reached into the ninja tool bag. I am no longer an Anbu. Kakashi noticed Sakura's little movements. Having been in the Anbu for 10 years, how could he not know the glorious tradition of the Anbu? Then Kakashi came to Gang Zisha with a lazy smile and handed the pass to Gang Zisha. It's Kakashi-senpai. This mission actually took so long. Obviously Gang Zisha knew Kakashi. He took a look at the pass and then let him pass with a smile. What? You're so cocky, just like Sasuke. Naruto made a face towards Gang Zitai as he was leaving. Naruto, stop being rude. Steel and iron are also responsible. Kakashi patted Naruto on the head. Tisk, idiot. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the golden-haired boy. He always felt that he was in the same class with this guy Naruto. He rolled his eyes more and more often. If this continued, he would soon become a member of the Hyuga family. Kakashi looked at the Hokage rock in the distance and pursed his lips. This trip to the Land of Waves is over, and the Chunin exam is coming soon. This year's Chunin exam is a joint effort between the Uegakure village in the Land of Earth and the Sand village in the Land of Wind. It is an unprecedented event in the history of the ninja world. The Kingdom of Wind is fine, after all, it is an ally in name only, and the Kingdom of Earth is involved because of the resources. This made Kakashi think more. But after looking at the pink girl beside him, he felt relieved. He felt that with this girl around, Naruto and Sasuke would at least be safe. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Even Sakura recognizes her even when she turns into ashes. Chapter 50, Even Sakura recognizes her even when she turns into ashes. Hokage's office. That's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but stroke the short beard on his chin as he listened to Sakura's solo mission report. Danaz lied about the level of the mission, and he originally wanted to assign someone to deal with him, but Sakura booked the mission in advance, so he gave up. Now that Sakura has completed her mission, it would be reasonable for her to inform Cardo of the Land of Waves to deal with Danaz. Okay, I know. Besides that, did you bring back the demon Zabuza's beheading sword? Sarutobi Hiruzen was not concerned about the treatment of Danaz, and turned to ask about Zabuza. He had seen Sakura's abilities, so a word about such a small matter was enough. I brought it. I plan to contact the Ninja Cat clan through Suzuki to have the beheading sword reforged. Make this sword into the style of a few ordinary ninja swords. I heard that the Ninja Cat clan's skills in making ninja tools are second to none. Sakura rummaged in her ninja tool bag, pulled out a scroll and placed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the scroll opened, Sakura made a seal. A sword as big as a door panel appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. The beheading sword is one of the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure, which is said to be indestructible. It can absorb iron from human blood and regenerate damaged parts. But in Sakura's opinion, apart from the fact that it is always within the warranty period and you don't have to spend money to repair the sword, it has almost no advantages. It is one of the worst among the 7 ninja swords. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a look at the beheading sword in front of him, nodded without saying anything, and then sealed the sword back into the scroll. Sakura, this is the list of candidates for this Chunin exam, come and take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sakura, who was doing things efficiently and effectively, with a smile on his face, and took out a file from the mezzanine on his desk and placed it in front of Sakura. Sakura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen helplessly. No, old man, you are the Hokage and I am the Hokage, you want me to do everything, why don't you just abdicate and let me do it? Even so, Sakura leaned back on the couch and picked up the file. Okay. Sakura's long eyebrows frowned slightly. Did you find anything? Sarutobi Hiruzen was just about to take out his pipe and take a puff. This old sofa has been here for years. It's so uncomfortable. I'm going to replace it tomorrow. It's tiring to sit on it. The pink-haired girl leaned on the sofa, crossed her legs, and lazily flipped through the documents in her hand before speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw Sakura treating the Hokage's office as her own home. Come to think of it, this sofa is a fashionable item purchased during the 2nd generation of adulthood. Decades have passed, and it is quite a long time. Ha ha ha, okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind it at all. The people he comes into contact with on a daily basis, except for Mito Kato-en, Utane Koharu, and Shimura Danzo, are basically all people who are respectful to him. Sakura has been with him for a long time, and she won't cause trouble for herself with Shimura Danzo and the other 2, nor will she be as respectful as others. It looks like Jiraiya and Tsunade when they were little. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in memories of his youth, Sakura's eyes quickly scanned the document. The first to be hit are the Uegakure and the Sand Village. Except for the Kazekage Raza of the Sand Village and his 3 children, except for Maki, they are basically small fry. The people of the Uegakure are worthy of Sakura's interest. There were very few people coming from the Uegakure. Apart from the Tsuchikage, the 2 great warriors, Noki, and the Jonin, Gento, there were only 3 teams participating in this Chunin exam. One of the teams had 3 genin. Red soil, black soil, grey soil. Sakura doesn't know this grey earth Sakura, but she knows this red earth and black earth Sakura. These 2 people are the shadow guards of the Tsuchikage 3 years after Onoki, even the 5-Kage Council brought these 2 along. Obviously, this old man Noki is here to fry fish just like Sarutobi Hiruzen. These 2 people are both 14 years old now, so they are guaranteed to be at least Chunin level. Even a special Jonin is possible. Especially this guy Kuratsuki, Sakura recognizes her even when she turns into ashes. Achoo! The neat girl with short black hair and red ninja outfit couldn't help but sneeze. What happened? I always feel like someone is scolding me behind my back. Listening to the girl's words, a plump, honest and simple-looking boy beside her smiled and said, "Could it be that Haito caught a cold while sleeping at night? But it doesn't matter. We will be in Konoha soon. There are the best medical ninjas in the entire ninja world." Chi-Tu scratched his head and looked at the black-haired girl's honest face. A look of worry appeared on her face. "Idiot! How could I catch a cold?" The black-haired girl hit Kitu's shoulder in dissatisfaction. Faced with the girl's careless behavior, Kitu was not annoyed, but just smiled and did not say anything else. "Okay, stop messing around, we're almost to Konoha. Haito, Kitu, remember your mission." The burly man leading the team looked at his daughter and said, "Don't worry, Dad. Isn't it just about beating up all those genin? I'm familiar with this." In response to her father's words, the black-haired girl had an excited smile on her face and rubbed her hands together. It was obvious that he was preparing to cause a big scene in this Chunin exam. Huang Tu glanced at his daughter and said nothing more. Kuratsuki is a lively and active person, and he is spoiled by the current Tsuchikage, who is also his father, Kuratsuki's grandfather. He doesn't take other people seriously at all. He also possesses the bloodline limit of lava release, and some time ago he also learned the old man's light and heavy rock technique, making him even more lawless. Combined with the earth style and stone stalagmite technique, he can be said to be the overlord of the Uegakure village. Chunin exam. Naruto couldn't help but look surprised when he saw Kakashi in front of him. "Oh, yes. This is a large-scale Chunin exam jointly organized by the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth. This is the first time ever." Kakashi's exposed eye curved into a crescent as he looked at the golden-haired boy in front of him. As expected, Naruto showed an interested look when he heard this. At that time, not only the Hokage, but also the Kazekage of the Sand Village and the Tsuchikage of the Uegakure village will show up in the third exam. Kakashi dropped another bombshell, which made Naruto extremely excited. Sakura stood there speechlessly watching Kakashi teasing the child. Not only Naruto fell for this, even Sasuke clenched his fists. This time's Chunin exam means that you will be able to see the outstanding peers from various major ninja villages. He can also test how far his own strength has reached. Sakura doesn't seem very interested. Having said that, Kakashi naturally wouldn't let Sakura go. Following Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke also looked at Sakura. Wow! It's really exciting. The first two chapters were originally designed to be a plot where Naruto and Sasuke were sleeping, and Sasuke woke up and turned over and kissed Naruto accidentally, but it was directly censored. It's really speechless. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Black Soil is coming, get out of the way. Chapter 51, Black Soil is coming, get out of the way. The neat girl with short black hair put her hands on her hips and looked at the gate of Konoha ahead, which was obviously many times better than her own stone-filled Uegakure village. A very bright and provocative smile appeared on her face. "Ha ha ha, the Bakas of Konoha. Your Black Soil King is here." Upon hearing this, Gang Zisha and Shen Yuchiyun, who were guarding the gate, cast unfriendly looks at the girl. "Ha ha ha, kids are just ignorant, please forgive me." Huang Tu felt a little uneasy when he saw his daughter still acting like she was in Uegakure. He then took out the pass disc for participating in the Chunin exam that he had prepared long ago and looked at the two people in front of him with a smile. Then he turned to look at his daughter and said, "Kuratsuki, shut up." Haito then pursed his lips and didn't take his father's words to heart. Shen Yuchiyun looked at the man in front of him with a cold face and took the pass from the other's hand. After checking it carefully, he let him pass. "Once you get to the village, someone will arrange accommodation for you. Be quiet and don't cause any trouble." "Sure." Huang Tu had to smile as he looked at the little Chunin in front of him. This trip to Konoha is not just about the Chunin exam for Iwagakure, but also about the follow-up of the Land of Earth and resource cooperation with the Land of Fire. It's just the Chunin exam. If he loses, he loses. At most he will lose some face. However, this resource cooperation concerns the food and clothing issues of many people in the country, so he cannot afford to be careless. Both Noki, the Tsuchikage, and the daimyo of the Land of Earth had personally instructed this. Even if there were 2 little Chunins guarding the gate, Huangtu didn't want to cause trouble for the country. It's not just that people have to bow their heads when they live under someone's roof, but they also have to ask for help from others. The lowest can only endure. Huangtu and Onoki have exactly the same views: face is false, and what is in your hands is real and useful. After the Iwagakure people entered Konoha, not long after, Gangzisha and Kamiju Izumo, who were guarding the gate of Konoha, welcomed a new wave of guests. Hello, we are from the Sand Village taking part in the Chunin exam. I am the Jonin Maki. Wow! The black soil at this moment is like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, everything she sees is extremely new and interesting. After all, the Iwagakure village is full of rocks and gullies, and there is really nothing to see. Even a little bit of greenery is precious. Compared to the Iwagakure village, Konoha is much better. At this moment, Huangtu had already led the others to the residence arranged by Konoha. Only Hei-tu couldn't stand the loneliness, so he ran out with Chi-tu and Hui-tu. Hai-tu, wait for me. Kito looked at the neat girl walking around and looking at everything new, and immediately chased after her. Although Akagi also has a strong interest in Konoha, he can suppress his desires well. As for the last piece of dust, it followed the 2 people in front of it like a transparent object. Akagi, look at this meatball, it looks delicious. Hurry up and pay. The neat black-haired girl was standing in front of a meatball shop, and she couldn't help but look closely at the 3-color meatballs on display in the display cabinet. Due to the recent food shortage in the Land of Earth, the prices of almost all food have increased a lot, and even ordinary 3-color meatballs are much more expensive than usual. Although Hai-tu is not short of money, he has no problem eating his fill, but he still has to think twice before finding a snack to satisfy his cravings. Especially during this period, the old man Onoki wanted Kuratsuka to set an example as the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. In desperation, Hai-tu, who usually spends money lavishly, had to accept his fate. Now that old man Onoki hasn't come to Konoha yet, there's no one watching her. Hi! Just as Chi-tu was about to take out the money, a small figure suddenly rushed over from the corner, hit Chi-tu's stomach with its head, and was directly bounced away. Ah! Are you okay? Compared to Hai-tu, Kito is quite easy to talk to. Looking at the child who fell to the ground in front of him, Kito planned to go up and help him up. Ouch! That hurts. How dare you bump into me? Do you know who I, Master Konohamaru, am? The little boy on the ground covered his head and spoke angrily before he stood up. There seemed to be a hint of threat in his words. Akagi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he stretched out his hand towards Konohamaru, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead. It seems like I've encountered a little trouble. However, despite this, the honest Akagi still helped the child who called himself Konohamaru up, and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Konohamaru, are you okay? At this time, 2 children, a boy and a girl, about the same age as Konohamaru, ran over from the corner. Hey, you little brat, it was you who bumped into Chi-tu, why are you still so arrogant? Seeing Chi-tu being bullied by such a little kid, Hei-tu immediately became unhappy. What? Who are you? You don't even know my name, Konohamaru. My grandpa is the Hokage. Konohamaru crossed his arms and looked at the 2 strangers in front of him with a smug look on his face. Your grandfather is the Hokage, but my grandfather is the Tsuchikage. You kid! Kuratsuka had no intention of accommodating Konohamaru and attacked him directly without hesitation. "You tomboy! No one will want it in the future." Seeing that his identity did not scare the other party, Konohamaru directly gave Kuratsuka a friendly greeting. When Kuratsuka heard this, a cross appeared on his forehead. He took a step forward and grabbed Konohamaru by the collar, looking at him fiercely and said, "You bastard, say what you just said again." Konohamaru looked at the ferocious Kuratsuka in front of him and subconsciously wanted to give in, but at this moment he noticed a familiar figure from the corner of his eye and suddenly became confident. "Sister Sakura! Help! There's a tomboy bullying me." As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was inevitable for Sakura to come into contact with Konohamaru. However, Sakura is also quite troubled by Konohamaru's naughty personality. She doesn't indulge him on a daily basis and will beat him when necessary. Konohamaru's voice was so loud that even if Sakura wanted to ignore it, she couldn't. But when she looked over, the corners of her eyes couldn't help but twitch. What did she see? Flying X-called girl. "Sister Sakura, help me!" Konohamaru immediately gave a provocative smile to Kuratsuka, who was holding his collar. Although the pink-haired tomboy is also quite scary, that pink-haired girl is her grandfather's disciple. It's better than this unknown black-haired tomboy in front of me, and for the sake of her grandfather, the pink-haired tomboy will definitely not ignore her. This wave is stable. At this moment, King Kuratsuka and King Shinobu Sakura made eye contact. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, A Girl Falls from the Sky on a Moonlit Night. Chapter 52, A Girl Falls from the Sky on a Moonlit Night. "Sister Sakura, save me." These words made the neat black-haired girl follow Konohamaru's gaze. A pink girl appeared at a corner not far away. She has a cherry-pink ponytail, clear emerald green eyes, a KONOHA forehead protector around her neck, and a neat outfit of white and black, making her look capable and dashing. Tisk, it's great that she's good-looking. "Hey, you tomboy are dead. Sister Sakura is super powerful, she will definitely beat you into a pig's head." Konohamaru gave a provocative smile as he looked at Kuratsuka, who was holding his collar. "What? Don't be so proud, little brat. You don't think you can rest easy now that you have help?" Kuratsuka flicked Konohamaru's forehead in dissatisfaction. "Hey, the guy over there, who are you to this kid?" Kuratsuka threw Konohamaru to Mogi and Yuden and looked at Sakura provocatively. Sakura looked speechlessly at Konohamaru, who was thrown away by Kuratsuka and quickly pulled his two companions behind him. "This is my master's grandson." Sakura pushed back Konohamaru, who was still trying to provoke Kuratsuka. She knew this brat Konohamaru too well. At this age, he is definitely a third-generation official, the arrogant and domineering dandy in people's impression. "They always say, my grandfather is the Hokage, do you know who I am?" "Oh? So you are the current Hokage's apprentice?" Kuratsuka looked at Sakura with a hint of provocation in his eyes. She still remembered what Konohamaru had just said, "My grandfather is the Hokage." Sakura did not deny this, but looked at the other party and said, "So what? What do you want to do? Family matters should be resolved by the family, but if outsiders want to teach their younger generations a lesson, that is another matter." Sakura understood this principle clearly. What's more, Konohamaru was the old man's grandson, so she had to protect him. At this time, the three little ones, led by Konohamaru, looked at Sakura with admiration in their eyes. "Sister Sakura is so handsome, you." Haito was about to start scolding, but a broad hand pressed on her shoulder. "Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. It's just that the kid accidentally bumped into me and fell down." Seeing that his own Uegakure princess was about to confront this guy who was obviously not easy to deal with, Akagi quickly tried to smooth things over. "Konohamaru, is that so? Don't lie." Sakura's eyes fell on Konohamaru and she spoke indifferently. At this time, Konohamaru jumped up and tried to ask Sakura to teach the tomboy on the opposite side a lesson, but he was stopped by Mogi and Yuden. That's right, Sakura-ne. Under Sakura's intimidating gaze, Konohamaru suddenly felt a chill on his back. Yes, that's right. Apologize. Yes, I'm sorry. Konohamaru curled his lips and said perfunctorily without any sincerity. You saw it. Konohamaru apologized. Sakura looked at the black soil in front of her and said in a neutral tone. Ah, this guy looks like he deserves a beating. Kuratsuka was so angry looking at Sakura in front of him, but facing Akatsuki's worried gaze, as well as the fact that he was in Konoha, and now the land of earth needed to cooperate with the land of fire. Okay. Your name? Kuratsuka gritted his teeth and looked at Sakura in front of him. Harano Sakura. Okay, it's Harano Sakura, right? Just wait for me. If I don't kill you in the Chunin exam, I'm not the king of Black Earth. Looking at the three people leaving, Sakura's calm face couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness. Then he helplessly turned his gaze to Konohamaru. You idiot, can you please be quiet for the next 2 days? Sakura stretched out her finger and stopped it at Konohamaru's forehead as he stared in horror. Harano's secret technique, flash. Pink-haired tomboys are more violent than black-haired tomboys. Konohamaru covered his forehead with his hands, holding back tears, and nodded frantically, trying hard to hold back the tears that were about to burst out. And you too, keep an eye on this guy for the next 2 days and don't let him run around. Did you hear that? Sakura put her hands on her hips and looked at Mogi and Yuden who were shivering in front of her. As ordered. Big sister Sakura. Mogi and Yuden immediately stood up straight and shouted loudly. Be good and take this guy home. Sakura rubbed the two little ones' heads and chuckled. Sakura suppressed the smile as she watched the 3 little guys, who ran faster than the Inyazuka family's ninja dogs, disappear from her sight. She still had things to do. The night was dark and windy, and the cold wind was howling. This is a hotel where Konoha accommodates people from other villages. The red-haired girl huddled alone on the single bed that Konoha had arranged for people from other villages. She hid in the corner of the bed, curled up. It was obvious that she was always in a state of extreme insecurity, which made her adopt this subconscious self-protection posture even when she was sleeping. This period in Konoha was one of the few days when she could sleep peacefully. The companion in the village was in the room next to hers at the moment, and life in Konoha was peaceful. There was no need to consume chakra and there would be no harm, so naturally there was no need for her presence. So the girl had 2 rare days of quiet time. However, the girl seemed to hear some unusual noise. Feeling insecure, she subconsciously opened her sleepy ruby eyes in a daze. I can't see clearly, is it because you're not wearing glasses? A figure vaguely appeared beside her bed. The girl subconsciously stretched out her white arm covered with teeth marks and touched the red glasses on the bedside table. When she put on her glasses, she was horrified to find that a figure had appeared in her room without her knowing. At this time, the dark clouds in the night sky were blown by the night wind, and the bright moonlight shone into the room through the window, revealing the appearance of that person. A strange beautiful girl with cherry pink hair just stood in her room. The red-haired girl stared blankly at the pink-haired girl in front of her. Under the moonlight, her hair color seemed a little dreamy. The strange pink girl walked towards the red-haired girl step by step, and the red-haired girl just looked at her blankly. The strange girl's emerald eyes and beautiful cherry pink hair looked extremely gorgeous under the moonlight. Yes, Karin, right. The other party called out the red-haired girl's name accurately. Yes. Excuse me, who are you? The girl named Karin looked at the other person in a daze. The strange pink-haired girl's eyes fell on the girl's forearm which was covered with teeth marks. Karin followed her gaze and retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. For the first time, she felt a sense of inferiority towards this girl who seemed to be of the same age as her. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Cherry Blossoms Blooming in the Wild Spring. Chapter 53, Cherry Blossoms Blooming in the Wild Spring. Under the moonlight. Karin covered her body and lowered her head, not daring to look the other person in the eye. Sakura looked at the girl in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Isn't Karin the same carefree person as Naruto? Why is she behaving like a soft girl at this moment? I broke into her boudoir in the middle of the night, why is she still looking so aggrieved? Sakura walked towards the red-haired girl who lowered her head step by step, and slowly climbed onto her bed. Karin noticed Sakura's actions and couldn't help but tense up. At this moment, she had to look at the girl in front of her. She curled up in the corner of the bed and spoke with a trembling voice. What do you want to do? Looking at the pitiful girl in front of her, Sakura really wanted to say something back to her. I'm greedy for your body. Although this is indeed the case. Sakura pushed Karin into a corner on the bed, pressed her hand against the wall, stared into her red eyes under the glasses, and spoke softly. I need you to do me a favor, okay? The two girls were very close to each other, and Sakura's hot breath sprayed on Karin's face while she was talking, which made Karin's brain freeze a little. What are you busy with? Looking at the dazed girl in front of her, Sakura couldn't help but chuckle and said. Don't scream later. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone found out. Sakura's words were so ambiguous that Karin couldn't help but blush. What am I talking about? Karin in front of her acted too weak, which made Sakura subconsciously use the tricks she used to pick up girls in her previous life. Under Karin's dazed gaze, the strange girl in front of her easily pushed aside her pajamas, revealing her collarbone and shoulders covered with teeth marks. Seeing this scene, Karin's eyes couldn't help but tremble a little. She felt a warmth and a gentle bite on her shoulder, and Karin couldn't help but moan softly, but a white and delicate hand gently covered her mouth. Although the pink girl's strength was not great, Karin subconsciously closed her mouth. Karin felt her chakra continuously flowing into the other person's body. The other person's body was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing her chakra. This is also because of Karin's special bloodline limit. Physical healing. As long as someone is seriously injured or has severely depleted chakra, just bite her and their injuries and chakra will be quickly restored. As long as the opponent is not missing any organs, even if one foot has stepped into the gate of hell, Karin's bloodline limit can snatch the opponent back from the king of hell. The dense teeth marks on her body were caused by this bloodline limit. Karin looked at the girl who was hugging her and biting her shoulder gently, and she offered almost no resistance. Time passed by minute. According to the previous example, no matter how much chakra was consumed, it should be replenished at this moment. But the girl who was holding her showed no signs of stopping. She absorbed Karin's chakra like an abyss that could never be filled. At this moment, Karin only has half of her chakra left. At this moment, Sakura felt Karin's chakra rapidly replenishing the yin seal on her forehead. The yin seal, which was supposed to take half a year to complete, was now rapidly charging at a terrifying speed. But this short period of time saved Sakura 4 months. The pair of emerald eyes glanced at Karin, who was silent and letting him do whatever he wanted, and a hint of apology flashed in her eyes. However, in order to face the opponent she is about to face, Sakura needs the 100 healings technique. At this moment, a hint of purple has gradually appeared on Sakura's forehead. Yin Seal, took 5.5 years. With Karin's ability, the Yin Seal was completed ahead of schedule. Feeling the terrifying amount of chakra on her forehead, Sakura finally let go of the weak Karin in her arms. Why was Sakura so afraid of the Yin Seal being discovered before? That's because the Yin Seal can't hide anything at all. Wearing forehead protectors, headbands, and makeup is useless. Any Hyuga ninja or perception ninja can sense the terrifying chakra contained in the Yin Seal. Karin was breathing lightly, and the massive loss of chakra made her face slightly pale. Chakra, 1/3 left. You're such a good boy, you actually gave it to me like this. Sakura touched the head of the red-haired girl in front of her, her emerald eyes showing a relaxed smile. Karin looked up at Sakura in front of her, but she was stunned when she noticed the purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Just now, was there this mark on the other person's forehead? And there is so much chakra. Is my chakra on the other person's forehead? You, who are you? At this moment, Karin, who had been completely taken advantage of, finally remembered to ask about Sakura's identity. It doesn't matter who I am, Karin. Will you come with me? It belongs to me alone. The strange pink-haired girl stretched out her hand towards the red-haired girl. Karin looked at the KONOHA forehead protector on the other person's neck in the moonlight. Following you, having my chakra absorbed by you all the time, subconsciously, Karin wanted to complain. But she remained silent and lowered her head. Belongs to her alone. Are you worried about the Kusagakure village? Don't be afraid. If you want, you will be mine after the Chunin exam. Sakura's eyes were slightly sharp at this moment. The Forest of Death is the final destination of the two Kusagakure ninjas. Then Karin will transform into a ninja of KONOHA. Karin raised her head, looked at the girl in front of her and asked softly. Can you tell me your name? Seeing this, Sakura smiled and responded to the red-haired girl in front of her. Sakura, Hara no Sakura. Cherry blossoms blooming in the wild in spring? What a beautiful name! Under Sakura's gaze, the red-haired girl's hand trembled slightly and placed it in Sakura's hand. In this case, you and I have concluded a contract. You are not allowed to regret it. Under Karin's blank gaze, Sakura pressed her thumb together with hers. This guy is so childish. Tomorrow, the liberal arts section of the Chunin exam will begin. Karin, you and your team will pass the liberal arts section and will also enter the Death Forest at passage A4. When the time comes, I will enter the examination room with Karin through channel A4. So, please be patient for a moment. May I? Under Karin's dazed gaze, Sakura explained the process of tomorrow's exam which had not yet happened. Finally, Sakura touched Karin's head with an apologetic look on her face. Yes, I can. Karin responded to Sakura in confusion. Looking at the soft Karin in front of her, Sakura couldn't help but smile even more. After the Chunin exams, she resumed her status as a special jonin. Special jonin have the right to form their own team. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 So cute. Chapter 54 So cute Sakura. The blonde boy and the black-haired boy stood in the middle of the road and waved to the pink-haired girl who had just walked out. Morning. Sakura yawned and waved to Naruto and Sasuke. Morning, Sakura, your forehead. Naruto greeted Sakura with a huge smile, but then he noticed the purple diamond mark on Sakura's forehead that was hidden by her pink hair. Oh, this one. Naruto will know later. Sakura touched her forehead and said with a smile. Let's go, the Chunin exams are about to start, don't be late. The black-haired boy glanced at Sakura and spoke. After spending some time together, Sasuke slowly began to accept his two teammates, and his dark eyes were no longer as cold as before. Sakura. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the Chunin exam, a figure rushed towards Sakura like flying. Long time no see, did you miss me, Sakura? The beige-haired girl in his arms sniffed Sakura's unique scent, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but bend into crescents. I miss Ino. Sakura patted Ino's back gently with a smile in her eyes, then motioned for her to stand up. The first subject of the Chunin exam is a written test. Although the examination room is on the second floor, there are still many candidates on the first floor. This is so eye-catching that even though Sakura doesn't care, the Ino Shikajo team that Ino belongs to has to care. And considering Shikamaru's lazy personality, he would probably find it troublesome. Really, don't be so ostentatious. As expected, Shikamaru scratched his head and walked over with Koji looking speechless. Naruto, do you want to eat? Seeing his good brother from his ninja school days, Koji smiled and handed over the potato chips in his hand. Barbecue-flavored potato chips, I like them. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached into Koji's bag of potato chips. Ah, this is really troublesome. Looking at Koji and Naruto, Ino, and Sakura, Shikamaru became more and more helpless. Shikamaru couldn't help but look at Sasuke, trying to find sympathy with him. However, Sasuke just looked at him and said nothing. I actually want to find common ground with this guy. Have I become stupid after staying with Koji and Ino for too long? Shikamaru sighed helplessly. Okay, enough catching up, Ino, let's go into the examination room. Sakura patted Ino's head. Yeah. I'll listen to you, Sakura. The girl nodded happily with a bright smile. However, a young man with a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, wearing a green leather tights, blocked the way of several people. Excuse me, is this Miss Harano? Rock Lee. Sakura's smiling face froze. If she remembers correctly. What do you want from Sakura, you watermelon head? Ino looked at the boy in front of her and couldn't help but speak in confusion. However, when Xiao Li saw Sakura in front of him, he suddenly became shy, with a hint of shyness on her face. My name is Rock Lee, please date me. As if he had mustered up his courage, the man with the watermelon head bowed 90 degrees and shouted loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around Sakura froze. What? Don't be so delusional, you thick-browed boy. Naruto was the first one who couldn't sit still, and couldn't help but look at Xiao Li fiercely. Even Sasuke, who was standing beside him, looked at Rock Lee with an unfriendly look. That's right. Don't go too far, you watermelon head. At this moment, Naruto and Ino rarely formed a united front. Please believe me, I truly love Miss Sakura. Ever since that glance back at the ninja school. After saying that, Xiao Li suddenly seemed to be moved by himself and tears came out. Sakura. When? No idea at all. You bastard. Don't go too far. Naruto couldn't help himself first and rushed directly towards Xiao Li. However, bang, a palm blocked Naruto's attack head-on, while also blocking Rock Lee's attack route. The person who came had long black hair, a calm face and a pair of pure white eyes. Those eyes were not looking at Naruto in front of them, but at Sakura behind Naruto. Sakura, long time no see. The young man named Hyuga Niji spoke calmly. Long time no see, Niji-senpai. Sakura looked at the boy as he spoke calmly. We were too abrupt in this matter. I apologize on behalf of Xiao Li. Sorry. After saying that, Hyuga Niji didn't wait for Rock Lee to express his dissatisfaction, and forcibly dragged Rock Lee and a girl with a bun haircut away from the path that Sakura and the others were moving forward. Watching those people walk into the examination room on the second floor, Xiao Li looked at Ningji with some dissatisfaction. Xiao Li, if you like Xiao Ying, you'd better have the strength to suppress her. Hyuga Niji looked at his teammates in front of him helplessly. As someone who was once arranged by Irika to be Sakura's opponent and skipped the second year from the first, Hyuga Niji also understands Sakura's strength. Being a year younger than him, he could be knocked out with just one punch. Now that 6 years have passed, he simply doesn't believe that Sakura will remain where she is or that her strength will improve slowly. Xiao Li looked at Niji in confusion. Miss Sakura, are you very good? She looks so weak and frail. Arriving at the examination room on the second floor, Sakura discovered that quite a few people were already there. Sakura looked around quickly and finally found a red figure in a corner of the classroom. The red figure stared at Sakura without blinking. Ahem, let's find our seats first. Sakura cleared her throat and winked quietly at the red figure. Looking at Sakura's departing back, Naruto scratched his head, feeling something was strange. However, at this moment, a silver-haired figure wearing glasses walked towards them. Sakura ignored the performance of Kabuto Yakushi behind her and walked towards Karin, whose chakras she had sucked away last night, with an unchanged expression. Here it comes! Here it comes! Seeing the pink girl getting closer and closer to her, Karin couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. She thought about everything last night after Sakura left. A stranger suddenly appeared in the middle of the night, and then absorbed most of her chakra without any explanation, and then she wanted to follow her. Anyway, it looks unreliable. Karin originally wanted to just think of herself as being bitten by a dog, but when she once again saw the pink-haired girl with smiling eyes walking towards her, her heart beat faster. A hand fell on her head, and then a familiar yet strange voice sounded in her ears. Do you remember what I said? End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Great White Shark in the Pond. Chapter 55 Great White Shark in the Pond. The examination room was silent except for the rustling sound of writing. As the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki looked at the hundreds of genin candidates in front of him with a cold face. Sakura glanced at the test paper in front of her, which was completely beyond the scope of genin knowledge, and without hesitation, she picked up the pencil in her hand and quickly finished the test paper. This kind of thing is just child's play for Sakura. Sakura supported her cheek with one hand, twirling a pencil in her hand, her eyes fixed on the outside of the window. Ino, who was sitting not far behind Sakura, secretly glanced at Sakura's spinning pencil. Her eyes lit up and she quickly made a seal towards Sakura. The art of mind turning, a secret technique belonging to the Yamanaka family, which allows one to project one's consciousness into another person's body, thereby controlling that person's body. Like the secret technique of the Nara clan, it is a method of using yin dun. The moment the heart turn technique hit Sakura, she was stunned. She watched as her hands uncontrollably picked up the test paper in front of her, and her eyes quickly looked at the answers. Is this Ino's mind-turning technique? Sakura had a feeling that she could squeeze Ino out of her body at any time if she wanted to. Is this Arayakura? Sakura remembered that in the early days, Haruno Sakura had another personality named Arai Sakura. It seems that Lai Ying has the ability to resist illusions and mind-shifting techniques. Moreover, in the Chunin exam, Rin Sakura did play a key role in the battle against Ino. Sakura thought about it for a moment and let Ino control her to cheat. I want to try out the effect of the mind-changing technique on myself. There will be many opportunities in the future, but the exam is more important right now. After seeing enough answers, Ino quickly left Sakura's body. She would be needed to help Shikamaru and Koji complete the exam. Time passed by minute, and many candidates were expelled from the examination room because of their cheating level. In the last 10 minutes, Naruto issued his ninja way declaration and luckily passed the test. Next up is the second stage of the Chunin exam. This is also the stage that Sakura takes most seriously. The reason is simple, because at this stage, Team 7 will face the legendary 3 ninjas. A figure instantly broke through the window and entered the classroom, along with 2 kunai that instantly nailed to both sides of the examination room. A huge banner was displayed in front of all the remaining candidates. Wash red beans with your hands, idiot. Ibiki Marino looked at this guy who suddenly appeared and complained silently. Idiot. Sakura looked at her former ANBU 7th team member and complained silently with a deadpan expression. Just. I am the examiner of your second exam. Mitawashi Anko, Sama. The purple-haired woman excitedly introduced herself in front of everyone, but halfway through her words, she couldn't help but feel a little unnatural. The reason was simple, she found a familiar pink-haired girl among the group of candidates. No way, why is this guy here to take part in the Chunin exam? Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but look a little strange when she saw the eye-catching pink color. Isn't this like throwing a vicious great white shark into a pond full of ordinary fish? Hongdu couldn't help but look at Ibiki with a puzzled look. However, Ibiki shrugged and said he didn't know either. Ibiki Marino also knew Sakura, but he wisely did not say anything and instead performed his duties as the examiner conscientiously. As for the pink-haired dark captain among the candidates? What dark captain? That is a genin who just graduated not long ago. Marino Ibiki was very sure and certain that the pink-haired girl was a genin. Everyone! Follow me! With Hungda's crisp call, she was the first to leave the examination room. Forest of Death. Hungda looked at the group of genin in front of her whose hair had not yet grown fully, except for the pink-haired ones, and began to explain the rules of the second exam. Over a period of 7 days, collect the scrolls of heaven and earth and reach the central tower. After the explanation, Hungda began to arrange personnel to assign these genin to the examination channels. Sakura was looking at the A4 channel in front of her and was about to go in, but Hungda beside her was quick to put her arm around Sakura's shoulders and moved directly to her side. "Ah, you tomboy, let Sakura go." Naruto, who was standing by, saw this and thought that Red Bean was going to do something to Sakura, so he immediately jumped up and spoke. "Naruto, I know this guy." Sakura grabbed Anko's hand as she was about to throw a kunao and looked at Naruto and spoke. Naruto couldn't help but be dazed as he looked at Sakura. Red Bean gave the golden-haired boy a provocative smile, then leaned close to Sakura's ear and whispered. "What's the situation? Why did you come in too?" The hot breath from Hungda tickled Sakura's ears. "Don't ask too many questions. Let Kakashi and Might Guy stay here for 7 days and watch for my signal. If anything happens, we will provide support at any time." Sakura's words left Hungda stunned and a little confused. Although she didn't know why Sakura asked that, she still agreed. Sakura's eyes fell on the red figure entering the examination room, and she urged, "Don't worry about this matter. Just do as I say. I'm leaving now." "Hey, wait a minute." Anko was still thinking about complaining to Sakura about her recent normal ninja life. But the pink-haired girl ignored her and took Naruto and Sasuke directly into Channel A4. "Xiaoying, who is that guy to you? He really looks so cocky." As soon as they entered the Forest of Death, Naruto looked at Sakura eagerly and asked. Sakura looked around and ignored Naruto's curiosity. She simply pulled Naruto and Sasuke's hands and rushed in one direction. "Don't worry about it for now, let's go find someone." Naruto couldn't help scratching his head as he looked at Sakura who was walking in front. Although Naruto was confused, he still followed Sakura obediently and chased after the guy with the grass leaf symbol on his forehead. Sasuke frowned and followed Sakura. He remembered those guys from the Kyuzagakure village. Their scrolls were the same as his own, also scrolls of heaven. Does Sakura have a grudge against the people of Kyuzagakure village? Ignoring the scroll, I chased after him. Other than that, Sasuke couldn't think of any other reason. But even so, Sasuke did not object to Sakura's actions. Now he also needs to test his own strength. Those guys from Kyuzagakure village are just right for training. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but speed up a bit. The girl in pink took the lead in leaping over the branches of countless giant trees with a triumphant smile on her face. "Karin, you are mine." End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Ninjas from the Outer Village. Chapter 56, Ninjas from the Outer Village. According to the rules of the second test, the first thing to do when entering the Death Forest is to hide your side, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and wait for the opportunity. This is normal people's thinking. The black-haired boy jumped forward on the branches of the giant tree. "Well said, Sasuke. So what do you think we should do?" Sakura glanced back at the boy. Sasuke looked into the depths of the forest and seemed to see the tall tower in the center of the Death Forest. A defiant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sakura couldn't help but smile as she looked at Sasuke. "Of course we'll go straight to the central tower and block the entrance. Just knock them all out. We will have opponents next anyway, so it would be most advantageous to have fewer and fewer opponents." If Sakura was really a genin, then she would definitely agree with Sasuke's idea. But if Sakura really did that, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely scold her. If no one from the two countries of Fudo and Tofu passes, both the Sand Village and the Uegakure Village will be embarrassed. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked her to participate in the Chunin exam. Does he really think of himself as a genin? Yeah, that's a great idea. When Naruto heard Sasuke's words, his eyes lit up and he rarely agreed. Let's talk about it later. The person I'm looking for is just ahead. Sakura waved her hand and rushed forward quickly. She could vaguely see the bright red color. Karin followed behind the two sturdy young men in silence. She didn't know if what Sakura said was true, but if this could help her escape from this suffering, then that would be great. Although Karin could roughly guess what the girl named Harano Sakura needed her to do. The purple mark on the other person's forehead contains a large amount of chakra, and the other person needs to provide her with chakra. But Karin could still tell the difference between being bitten by one person and being bitten by a group of people. And Karin didn't dislike that girl named Harano Sakura. What are you dithering about? The burly young man from Kusagakure in front glanced with dissatisfaction at Karin, who was moving slowly behind him. Come on, come on. Karin pushed up her glasses and nervously quickened her pace. She didn't know where the girl who said she belonged to her was at this moment. Now Karin could only listen to the words of these two Kusagakure ninjas. Tisk, we need to find a place to hide, otherwise it will be bad if we are discovered by others. The leading Kusagakure ninja glanced at his companions and their tools behind him. That's totally unnecessary. Anyway, your journey ends here. A clear and bright girl's voice sounded right in front of them. This made the Kusagakure team look up in surprise. A pink-haired girl was seen standing on a tree branch with her arms folded across her chest, looking down at them. On the left and right sides of the girl stood two young men, one blonde and one black. Boss, it's a ninja team from Konoha, what should we do? The Kusagakure ninja who was looking at Karin couldn't help but look at the young leader. Whispering sound. The leading Kusagakure ninja took a closer look at Sakura standing in the center position, a hint of fighting spirit on his face. What about Konoha? Even Konoha ninjas are nothing to fear in front of me. The leading Kusagakure ninja seemed to have enough confidence in himself. He was hailed as a genius in the Kusagakure village, and even if he faced the Konoha ninja, he wanted to give it a try. If you can't beat them, just give them the scroll. Naruto, Sasuke, I leave it to you. Sakura waved her hand, and then Naruto smiled excitedly and said, Don't worry, Sakura. The art of multiple shadow clones. Naruto just jumped down and completed the hand seal in mid-air. Suddenly, hundreds of shadow clones fell from the sky and rushed towards the two Kusagakure ninjas. It seems there's no need for me to take action. Sasuke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw this scene. He has witnessed Naruto's strength to all and clearly understands that although Naruto is the last in the ninja school, but his multiple shadow clones are really difficult to deal with. We have no idea where his real body is, and with his huge amount of chakra, he is definitely a formidable opponent. The Kusagakure ninja who was about to step forward to fight Naruto, saw that the opponent in front of him suddenly split into hundreds of physical clones. His knees suddenly slid down and knelt down in front of Naruto, leaving two straight tracks. Then he bowed to the hundreds of Narutos in front of him without any dignity. Seeing this scene, Naruto and his companions, who were originally full of fighting spirit, all braked suddenly and stopped in front of the Kusagakure ninja. Naruto couldn't help but be dazed when he saw the guy who suddenly knelt down in front of him. We lost, this is the scroll for the Master Ninja of Konoha. Before Naruto could react, the other party took out their own scroll of heaven from their ninja tool bag and presented it to him with both hands. Sasuke looked with a twitching mouth at the Kusagakure ninja who was kneeling in front of Naruto without any dignity. Are all the guys out there this type of person? What are you doing? We haven't fought yet. Naruto was a little confused looking at the guy who suddenly knelt in front of him. Xiaoying, you're not looking for someone like this, are you? Sasuke looked at Sakura beside him in silence. No, it's not. Sakura stroked her forehead and wondered why Naruto always encountered such weird things. Please let us go. The Kyuzagakure ninja's voice was extremely loud, as if he had no idea what embarrassment was. Ah, haha, ah, that's how it is. Naruto scratched his head with a silly smile and subconsciously released the multiple shadow clone technique. However, at this moment, the Kyuzagakure ninja raised his head slightly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His head hit the ground suddenly, and a black light shot out from the back of his collar towards the unsuspecting Naruto. Ding! A kunai flashing with lightning flew from a distance and shot down the black light that was shot towards the unprepared Naruto. Ah! Naruto then realized what was happening and looked at the kunai that had fallen to the ground. Idiot! If it wasn't for me just now, you would be dead. Sasuke walked towards the Kyuzagakure ninja step by step, his eyes sharp. Begging for mercy was just a disguise. His purpose was to make the enemy let down their guard. The people from the outside village were more sinister than Sasuke had imagined. What? Naruto did not refute Sasuke for a moment, but just stared blankly at the kunai that fell to the ground. However, at this moment, the scroll in the Kyuzagakure ninja's hand had been replaced with a kunai, and he pounced towards the defenseless Naruto. Tisk, what an idiot! Sasuke couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw this scene. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, The Anaconda Attacks. Chapter 57, The Anaconda Attacks. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the Kyuzagakure ninja. The previous battle in Wave Country was too brief. Although it allowed Naruto to successfully learn what fighting was, it did not allow Naruto to know what a ninja was. The so-called ninja is someone who will do anything to achieve his goal. And Sasuke is obviously better than Naruto in this aspect. Seeing that Naruto was still standing there like an idiot, Sasuke suddenly rushed towards the man with lightning all over his body. But in just a moment, Sasuke kicked the man away with one kick. After being kicked by Sasuke, the Kyuzagakure ninja rolled over and crashed into the big tree next to him. There was only a crisp snapping sound. Sakura raised an eyebrow. As a medical ninja she was all too familiar with that voice. Broken neck. Sometimes people are so fragile. At the right angle, a stone can end a life. Sasuke looked at the Kyuzagakure ninja whose head fell to the ground at a strange angle, then turned back to look at Naruto who seemed to be in a daze and said, Hey, are you okay, tailgater? Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto seemed to suddenly explode, and then looked at the other Kyuzagakure ninja who left the red-haired girl behind and tried to slip away alone. Whoosh! A high-speed spinning shuriken flew out from Sakura's hand and directly cut off the tendon on the Kyuzagakure ninja's leg, leaving a pool of blood. What? The Kyuzagakure ninja fell directly to the ground, holding his legs and wailing. Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other, and Sasuke nodded and walked towards Naruto. It is more than words. Sakura glanced at Sasuke and then walked towards Karin who had been standing there. I mean what I say. Sakura chuckled at the red-haired girl in front of her and spoke. Karin responded sullenly, feeling somewhat complicated. She didn't have mixed feelings because of her two teammates, but she felt panic and anxiety because of the new life that was about to begin. At this moment, Sakura, who took her away without her permission, is the only person she can trust. She was neither stupid nor foolish. She knew before the exam that her Kyuzagakure team would pass the first exam and would enter the examination room through Channel A4. From these 2 points, it was clear that the beautiful pink girl in front of her was not an ordinary Konoha ninja. Naruto. Sasuke came to Naruto's side and looked at the Kyuzagakure ninja lying on the ground in front of him. Kill him. Sasuke took out a kunai that was shining with cold light and put it in Naruto's hand. Naruto looked at Sasuke in disbelief. However, what greeted him were Sasuke's somewhat unfamiliar black eyes. Sasuke looked at Naruto in front of him calmly. He understood it after he personally killed the guy in Wave Country who was willing to die to protect Zabuza. What is the existence of ninjas? When the situation cannot be changed, one can only obey silently. Sakura leaned against the tree trunk and looked at Naruto, who was silent not far away, without saying much. You can only figure this out yourself. Suddenly, Sakura's ears felt a little itchy. Her emerald eyes couldn't help but glance at Karin, who was sleeping soundly beside her, hugging her arms. The red hair fluttered in the night breeze, gently tickling Sakura's ears. This guy is so insecure. Even when sleeping, he would hold Sakura in his arms. Naruto and Sasuke only asked Sakura about Karin's existence, but Sakura brushed it off by saying that she was a friend she met during a previous mission. Although Naruto and Sasuke were a little confused about this, they didn't ask any more questions. They believed in Sakura. The night faded and the early morning light illuminated the forest of death. A slightly dazzling light entered the pink girl's eyes, and the girl's eyes couldn't help but tremble. When Sakura opened her sleepy eyes, she saw a yellow-haired man standing in front of her. Sakura, you're awake. Subconsciously, Sakura kicked forward. Bang! Naruto fell flat on his face. Sakura's strength is so great. Naruto lay on the ground, rolling his eyes and muttering. You idiot, who are you trying to scare so early in the morning? Sakura looked at Naruto in front of her and said unhappily. I just wanted to see Sakura sleeping. Naruto stood up from the ground, rubbed his face and spoke innocently. When Karin, who was woken up by Naruto and Sakura, heard this, she subconsciously hugged Sakura's arms tightly and looked at Naruto with disgust. It was as if Naruto's face was full of pervert words. Where's Sasuke? Sakura pulled her numb arm out of Karin's arms and shook her hand. Sasuke went to get some water. He should be back soon. Naruto scratched his head and returned to his usual optimistic self. Karin pursed her lips and looked at the golden-haired boy in front of her. Why does this pervert have such warm chakra that is like the Sunday? Okay, let's continue on our journey once Sasuke comes back. The pink girl stood up, stretched her body, and spoke. Karin looked at Sakura in front of her and subconsciously wanted to say something, but suddenly froze. The red-haired girl almost subconsciously threw Sakura to the ground. Sakura was completely unprepared for Karin and was thrown to the ground by her without warning. Sakura looked at Karin, who was pressing her down, and her expression became serious. In addition to physical healing, Karin also has a bloodline limit called Kagura's Heart's Eye. It is a bloodline limit that can detect any movement within dozens of kilometers around, a perception-type bloodline limit that even the Byakugan cannot match. In terms of perception, Kagura's Heart's Eye is the leader in the ninja world. Karin's face was filled with extreme panic at this moment, and her pair of red eyes were trembling slightly. What did she sense? Evil, scary, bloody. It's like being in a sticky snake swamp, with countless venomous snakes with slippery tongues entangled in your body, making your scalp tingle and you shudder. This kind of vicious chakra is something Karin has never sensed in her life. It seems that any dangerous words are not enough to describe that chakra. At this moment, a pool of mud slowly rose from the place where Xiao Ying had just stood, and finally turned into a human figure. Interesting. The man had long black hair, a forehead protector with musical notes on it, a khaki outfit, and a thick purple hemp rope wrapped around his waist. The whole person exudes a dangerous aura like a deadly venomous snake, and his pair of golden vertical pupils scan the three genin in front of him, as well as Sasuke, who just came back with a water bottle. Descendants of the whirlpool. That gloomy gaze fell on the trembling Karin. Descendants of the Uchiha. His eyes then turned to Sasuke, who was facing a formidable enemy. The teacher's last disciple. The existence whose real name is Orochimaru. His eyes finally fell on the pink girl. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Being weak is not scary, what is scary is being cowardly. Chapter 58, Being weak is not scary, what is scary is being cowardly. What about me? Naruto looked at the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, and pointed at Sakura, Sasuke, and Karin in turn. He couldn't help but point at himself and spoke curiously. "Hey, funny kid." Orochimaru licked his lips with his slippery tongue and looked at the four little devils in front of him. He could roughly guess Naruto's identity. Being able to be in the same team with the old man's last disciple, his other companion is the last Uchiha, and his teacher is that kid Hatake Kakashi. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Naruto's identity is self-evident to Orochimaru. Orochimaru did his homework before setting off. "So what? What brings you to us, Genin?" "Senior brother." Sakura protected Karin behind her, her emerald green eyes fixed on the man in front of her. "Little girl, you are quite clever." Orochimaru looked at Sakura with appreciation, then took out a scroll of earth and swallowed it directly into his stomach in the disgusted eyes of the four little ones. "Come on, let's start a battle for the scroll." Orochimaru stretched out his hand towards the four little ghosts in front of him, his eyes full of provocation. Sakura watched the scene in silence. If possible, she didn't want the scroll that was eaten by the senior brother in front of her. "It's all saliva, so disgusting." "Naruto, you. Stop pretending." Sakura was just about to let Naruto and Sasuke take Karin away, but before she could finish her words, she saw a yellow figure running towards Orochimaru. Naruto was about to form a hand seal when Orochimaru took the initiative, grabbed Naruto's wrist and interrupted the process of forming a hand seal, then kicked the golden-haired boy away. As fast as Naruto rushed over, he was kicked back just as fast. How shameless! A cage-level ninja was beaten up, and he even interrupted the other party's spell-casting process. Sakura looked at this scene and couldn't help but complain in her heart. "Naruto, you and Sasuke take Karin and leave first. Leave this place to me." Sakura took a step forward and glanced back at Naruto, who was getting up from the ground. Orochimaru is not a powerful being, and the opponent didn't take him too seriously, and Naruto is tough, so this kick was nothing to Naruto. "What? Sakura, are you kidding me? How can I leave you alone?" Naruto got up from the ground and looked at Sakura's back in disbelief. "Naruto, you heard what he just said, right? He said the teacher's last disciple. He and I are both disciples of the Hokage. The legendary Sunin, Orochimaru. He is a strong man with the same strength as the Hokage. He and I are senior brothers and sisters." Sakura took out a pair of black gloves from her ninja tool bag and put them on under Orochimaru's interested gaze. "Strength equal to the Hokage." Sasuke looked at the man in front of him, whose coldness seemed to be engraved in his bones, and his voice trembled. "What?" At this moment, Naruto couldn't help but tremble a little. "So, this is my family business, Naruto, go with Sasuke and Karin." Sakura looked at the man in front of her without looking back. "Oh. I didn't expect that you, a junior sister whom I've never met, would actually recognize me as your senior brother. But if you want your teammates to slip away from under my nose, do you have the ability to do so, little junior sister?" After saying that, Orochimaru's eyes became stern, and his entire aura exploded. For a moment, boundless murderous intent swept towards the four people in front of him like a vast ocean. This is the murderous intent that Orochimaru had honed when he set foot on the battlefield of the Ninja World War for Konoha. This is also the reason why Orochimaru's thoughts became distorted. He gradually became crazy, and he gave up everything just to seek eternal life. "What's this?" Sasuke trembled as he faced Orochimaru, his Sharingan unconsciously opening. "Is this a strong person? Is this a strong person who is equal to the Hokage?" As a perceptual ninja, Karin knows better than anyone else how terrifying Orochimaru's chakra is. She hugged her arms tightly and her body kept shaking. "Oh, damn it!" Naruto's teeth were chattering as he looked at the man in front of him fiercely. He suppressed the fear in his heart and formed seals with his trembling hands. The art of multiple shadow clones. Bang bang bang, however, with the murderous intent that was almost like an illusion. There should have been hundreds or thousands of shadow clones, but in the end there were only 3 clones. Do you have the ability to do this? Harano Sakura seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then we need to see how much weight you have, brother. What is super strength? Supernatural power is strength. What is strength? Power is explosion. With one step forward, the huge force instantly crushed the earth. Harano Sakura rushed towards her nominal senior brother like an arrow. When Orochimaru saw this scene, his golden snake eyes couldn't help but narrow. Tsunade. He seemed to see the shadow of Tsunade in this girl. But at this moment, Orochimaru didn't have time to think too much. He, Tsunade and Jiraiya were once known as the Iron Triangle of Konoha, and he is very familiar with the power of super strength. Boom! The incomparable force instantly knocked Orochimaru away. Orochimaru was hit head-on by a heavy truck traveling at a speed of 140 miles per hour, and he flew backwards like a rag sack. Dozens of giant trees were broken along the way. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave! Sakura Harano looked back at Naruto, Sasuke, and Kaoru, who were already in a daze, then rushed directly towards Orochimaru, who was knocked away. Unintentionally, Orochimaru was hit by his own punch, but is Orochimaru so easy to kill? Harano Sakura never expected that this punch would cause fatal damage to Orochimaru. It was just to force out the opponent's Orochimaru-style stand, which consumed a lot of chakra. Interesting, I never thought this technology could be used to such an extent. When Sakura found Orochimaru, he had already crawled up from the ground and spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. The look in his eyes when he looked at Sakura was no longer that of interest as before. Instead, he treated Sakura Harano in front of him as an opponent. Harano Sakura took a quick look around and didn't see the snake-like existence, and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It's a shame, you're so weak, but you still have to protect your teammates. If you run away, you might still be alive. Orochimaru looked at the girl in front of him and quickly formed seals with his hands. Ninja technique, formation of 10,000 snakes. Harano Sakura looked at the man in front of her and quickly cut a cut on her forearm, then quickly formed a seal. You are wrong. Weakness is not terrible, what is terrible is cowardice. And it just so happens that I don't have either of these two. Spiritual calling technique, Ape Demon King. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Fighting. Chapter 59 Fighting. Bang! A not so large amount of white smoke rose up in front of Harano Sakura, and Orochimaru's technique was completed at this moment. I saw him lying on the ground with his mouth wide open as if he had no bones, and countless small snakes spitting out their tongues poured out of his mouth. But in just a moment, it has become an ocean of snakes. Orochimaru. The white smoke dissipated, and a tall figure appeared right in front of the snake group. White hair, long tail, and leather armor. Ape Demon King. It was indeed a mistake that Sarutobi didn't kill you. The Ape Demon King looked at the man performing the spell in front of him and spoke slowly. Lord Ape Demon. Harano Sakura spoke quickly at this moment, and then climbed directly onto the tall body of the Ape Demon. The Ape Demon King also grabbed the pink girl tacitly and threw her into the sky. Sakura immediately flew directly to the branches of a nearby tree. At this moment, the Ape Demon also used his hands and feet to quickly climb up the tree. At this moment, Orochimaru, your death has come. Saruto stood on the tree with his arms folded across his chest as he looked at Orochimaru, who had already stood up and spoke in a cold voice. Orochimaru looked at the superior ape with a serious look. I didn't expect that the old man would hand this guy over to this little girl. It's really biased. At this moment, the countless snakes on the ground opened their mouths, and sharp blades flashing with cold light came out of their mouths. They swam up the trees and rushed towards Sakura. The branches and leaves of the giant tree broke one after another the moment they came into contact with the sharp blades. The sharpness was so terrifying. Sakura immediately took out a shuriken from her ninja tool bag and formed a seal with one hand. The shuriken instantly became huge. Go to hell! With strange power mixed with the girl's angry roar, the shuriken rushed towards the group of snakes at a high speed. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The moment the shuriken was thrown, Sakura's hand seal was completed. 1 part is 2, 2 parts are 4, 4 parts are 8, 8 parts are 16, in the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by giant shurikens. The giant shuriken thrown by the strange force, combined with the shuriken shadow clone technique, instantly wiped out the snake tide with ease. The whole land seemed to have been plowed by heavy artillery, countless snake corpses and their blood dyed the entire earth blood red. Lord Ape Demon! Roger that! Sakura leaped up into the air, and the Monkey King also jumped towards her at this moment. King Kong Ruyi Stick! The Ape Demon King turned directly into a golden cudgel and was held in Sakura's hand. Sakura held the extremely hard golden cudgel in her hand and rushed directly towards Orochimaru, whispering sound. Seeing the scene he least wanted to see happening before his eyes, Orochimaru opened his mouth directly, and a snake head emerged from his mouth. Then the snake head also opened its mouth and spit out a long sword with cold light. Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru grasped the hilt of the sword and rushed towards Sakura without waiting to swallow the snake in his mouth. Sakura, the opponent is using the Kusanagi sword. Even for me, it would be painful if I were to touch that sword. The voice of the ape demon came from the golden hoop in his hand. Sakura didn't answer, but just took the iron rod in her hand and smashed it on Orochimaru's head. The golden hoop made a whistling sound, and Orochimaru quickly dodged. This little apprentice sister had mastered strange powers, and now she had the old man's summoned beast to bless her. If she was hit by a stick, she might really die here today. The golden cudgel fell to the ground suddenly, and the whole earth was shattered into pieces by this stick. It was like a small earthquake. The ground several meters around Sakura was directly turned into powder. When Orochimaru saw this scene, the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. If he hadn't received the news several years ago that the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen had accepted a disciple, he would have really thought that the girl in front of him was Tsunade's illegitimate daughter. So damn similar. Although Orochimaru was shocked by Sakura's terrifying strength, he did not slow down his movements at all and stabbed Sakura's throat with his sword. Orochimaru is Orochimaru after all. No matter how powerful Sakura's attack looks, she has too little combat experience. Even though he had been in the Anbu for 4 years, he was no match for Orochimaru, who had been fighting on the battlefield for half his life. Sakura is a genius, but isn't Orochimaru a genius too? The sharp sword blade cut off the Konoha forehead guard hanging on Sakura's snow-white neck, and then pierced straight into Sakura's slender neck. In such a critical situation, Sakura hurriedly turned her head slightly and smashed the golden cudgel in her hand towards Orochimaru. From this angle, even if the other party cuts Sakura's throat, as long as he doesn't chop off her head, Sakura can still survive. At this moment, the golden cudgel in his hand smashed towards Orochimaru's head. Sakura didn't believe it, so she smashed his head to pieces, leaving his mouth untraceable. But the other party could still use Orochimaru's substitution technique. And the fact was just as Sakura expected. Facing the stick that was hitting his head, Orochimaru dodged the attack with a simple cross-legged move. However, the opponent twisted his wrist and the sword blade slashed towards Sakura's face. Bang! The pink girl fell down directly, supporting herself on one hand, and pointed the golden cudgel in her hand at Orochimaru, who had not yet stood up. Ape Demon Extend! When Orochimaru saw this scene, his pupils shrank instantly. The golden cudgel hit him right in the chest like lightning, then a cloud of dust rose up, almost penetrating the entire death forest. This scene couldn't help but attract all the candidates in the second session to look over. Those who were weak tried their best to stay away, while those who were confident in their strength walked over almost at the same time. They wanted to see what was causing such a big commotion. Orochimaru was stabbed by the Monkey King directly onto the wall of the death forest, and without giving him a chance to catch his breath, a strong hand reached out from the golden cudgel and grabbed his throat tightly. Orochimaru, today is the day you die. Died at the hands of Sarutobi's last disciple. The murderous voice of the ape demon rang out on the golden hoop stick. Orochimaru, whose throat was strangled, showed a look of pain. And before he could reply, the golden cudgel retracted at lightning speed. However, waiting for him is Sakura, who is ready to go. There was a bloody mark on Sakura's face caused by the Kusanagi sword, and because Orochimaru's sword had just cut off her hairband, her long pink hair was spread out. Damn it! Looking at the pink girl at the end of the golden cudgel looking at him coldly, a fierce look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. I saw him open his mouth instantly, and then a pair of hands stretched out from his mouth. No, can this thing be used like this? At this moment, Sakura had no time to be shocked, because half of the other person's body had been spit out of her mouth. Orochimaru grasped the Kusanagi sword, and his lower body turned into a snake tail, rushing towards Sakura along the constantly shrinking golden cudgel. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 The Unkillable Pink Hair. Chapter 60 The Unkillable Pink Hair, additional chapter for the Fanfiction boss. Sakura couldn't help but grit her teeth as she watched Orochimaru swimming towards her with the golden cudgel. The yin seal on the forehead lit up at this moment. Puff, the hot and boiling blood instantly splashed into the sky. How? Weren't you very proud just now? The Kusanagi sword, flashing with a bright cold light, instantly pierced Sakura's chest. Sakura! The ape demon who had transformed into a golden hoop felt his hands and feet turn cold when he saw this scene and cried out in shock. It seems that your capacity is just this level, little junior sister. Looking at the pink girl in front of him who was pierced by the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru's golden snake eyes were full of malice. The blood dyed the girl Sakura's pink hair red, which gave the pink a tragic color. The girl slowly raised her head, her emerald green eyes hidden by her pink hair, her unyielding gaze filled with unparalleled ferocity. Black lines spread along the purple diamond-shaped mark on the girl's forehead and spread down to her cheeks. Black lines appeared on the neck, arms, body, and legs. Yin seal, the art of 100 heroes. Want to weigh me? Let Senju Hashirama come. At this moment, Orochimaru's scalp suddenly felt numb and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Without having time to think too much, Orochimaru made the most correct choice based on his years of combat experience. At this moment, the Kusanagi sword instantly stretched out like a golden hoop stick. Sakura was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters into the air by Kusanaga's sword. The girl's blood splattered like rain, staining Orochimaru's cheek. But even so, her palm still tightly grasped the golden cudgel in her hand, and Unmo took this opportunity to directly take Orochimaru directly into the sky. You can survive, right? I'll send you to see the Sage of Six Paths with one punch. The girl roared angrily, and chakra flames burned in her hands that were almost visible to the naked eye. She ignored the pierced body and punched Orochimaru in the chest solidly. Bang! Orochimaru almost rolled his eyes after being punched, and fell heavily to the ground. The area within a radius of dozens of meters was shattered by this blow. Sakura pulled out the Kusanagi sword from her chest, and blood spurted out again. The moment she drew out the sword, the almost fatal wound on her chest healed rapidly. Sakura wiped a handful of fresh blood and fell straight down, while quickly forming seals with her hands. Psychic technique, slug. Bang! A huge burst of white smoke exploded in the air, followed by a huge blue and white slug. Sakura, what are you doing? Slug didn't quite understand what was going on, then saw Sakura covered in blood. Lord Slug! Orochimaru is underneath you, smash him to death. Sakura spoke quickly. She suppressed Orochimaru by selling blood, but she didn't want to let him get away like that. She wanted to end the battle quickly while he didn't use the impure world reincarnation. It is good. When the slug heard that it was Orochimaru below, it obeyed, closed its eyes, and smashed down hard from a height of hundreds of meters. Bang! A slug nearly 50 meters high smashed into the ground, immediately causing a sea of slugs to erupt, with countless small slugs scattering in all directions. Sakura went down with the golden cudgel in hand, and watched Orochimaru emerge from the ground in a panic after dodging the attack by stealthily using earth escape, with a fierce look of provocation in his eyes. Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, is nothing more than that. Orochimaru covered his chest, sensing the amount of chakra in his body. I used Orochimaru's substitute once, which consumed a lot of chakra. Moreover, this dead pink-haired guy in front of him is like an indestructible cockroach, and he even has the power of a slug. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer had any intention of continuing to fight. He originally wanted to use the second stage of the Chunin exam to give one of the Uchiha descendants a heavenly curse seal, so that the other party could become his vessel, and at the same time come to see the old man's last disciple. Who knew pink hair was so difficult to deal with? A sword pierced his chest, blood was splattered all over the ground, but he was still able to pick him up and punch him, and then he acted like nothing happened. Haha, the old man has good taste. We'll meet next time, my lovely little junior sister. The man in front of him said this in a sinister tone and was about to use the earth escape technique to leave. Want to leave? Can yours go? Sakura threw the golden cudgel in her hand and it turned into a diamond cage that trapped Orochimaru, ninja technique, diamond prison wall. However, Orochimaru turned into a puddle of mud and disappeared from the crack of the diamond prison wall just as he appeared. This level of earth escape. Sakura couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart when she saw this. Damn, this dead snake has maxed out his escape skill. Sakura, are you okay? A small slug was lying on the girl's shoulder, looking worriedly at Sakura, whose half face was covered in blood. It's all right, Master Slug. Sakura shook her head and then stuck the golden cudgel in her hand directly into the ground. The golden cudgel instantly transformed into a tall ape demon king. Xiaoying, you are already very good. After all, the other party is a strong man who has been famous for nearly 30 years. The Monkey King couldn't help but comfort Sakura as he looked at her covered in blood. He thought Sakura was almost dead in this battle, but who knew that this child was so tenacious and could not be killed at all. Please, Master Yuanmo, tell this old man about the information here. Since Orochimaru came here, he must have his own purpose. Let the old man take precautions. Sakura was a little bored. Ah, okay. Then Xiaoying, if you have any problems next time, remember to call me directly. The Monkey Demon King looked at Sakura deeply, then turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared on the spot. This psychic had absolutely no trace of feminine weakness, her level of strength was something rarely seen in the life of the Ape Demon King. Being strong in strength is not real strength. Only those with strong will belong to the truly strong. Sakura, do you need me to treat you? Countless slugs swarmed towards Sakura. Sakura touched her plain chest and found that the injury from Orochimaru's sword had almost healed. If possible, Mr. Slug, please help me find a few people. One is golden, one is red, and one is black. There's an Uchiha table tennis racket pattern on the back of the black fur. It's easy to recognize. The fight with Orochimaru was so intense that Sakura didn't know where Sasuke and Naruto had gone. At this moment, two figures were rushing towards this side quickly not far away. There are two people, Kakashi and Might Guy. Sakura was suddenly silent, remembering what she had told Anko before entering the Forest of Death, asking Kakashi and Might Guy to wait at the edge of the examination room for her to send out the signal flare. I got so carried away in the fight that I forgot to send out the signal flare. End of this chapter.